odds. Go time for Sonic. Yeah, if they can win this position, absolutely massive. Sonic and Onyx though actually get the open shot on the line, gets a second one, hits a third one, shuts down the Sonic stream just like that. One quick move, he gets all four of them. Absolutely crazy moment.
Enemy spotted.
Oh no.
Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Mi bomba.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to PEC Spring, the game show, everybody's favorite game show. And this time around, I have some fantastic guests. However, you guys over in the chat can participate as well. So as those questions come up, make sure to get your answers locked in and we'll see how you fare as well. First question, who won PGC 2019? And bonus points if you can name the whole roster. You've got 15 seconds. Oh, the actual answer itself. All right, T-Bone, what did you go with?
I went with Genji.
Marcelek, what did you go with?
I went with the Genji, but I only got Pio right from the roster squad.
And Ibi, you were very active back then as well. So what did you go with?
I went with Genji as well. I got Esther, Pio, Loki, and I didn't have Taemin.
Let's move on to question 2 now. Name the 3 new gun progressive skins based on Greek mythology. Let's take a look at the answers then. We of course have the Minotaur, the Medusa, and Cerberus. So T-Bone, how many of these did you get right?
It's too early for this, so I got 0 with 3 question marks.
Marcelek?
I got the Minotaur and the Medusa right. I didn't remember them to 4-9, unfortunately.
And Ibi, what did you get?
Too early, 0.
Ah! All right, let's move on to question 3 then. In squads, what weapon takes the longest to destroy a BRDM? And bonus, how many shots does it take? Let's take a look at what the answer was. 500 shots! What have you gone for?
I went for that 92 pistol, the P92.
Marcelek, how about you?
I went for the P92 as well, and I was counting 1,000 shots, so I doubled it.
Ibi, you said you were close.
I had the 1911 400 shots. Is the pistol called 1911?
Question number 4. Let's move on. What is coming up next? Who was crowned the MVP at PGC 2024? Okay, so what is the answer from this one?
Oh,
Glories.
Oh, what?
All right, T-Bone, what did you go for?
I didn't answer, I just couldn't think of it.
Marcelek, what did you go for?
I went for a Cerberus player, but I didn't post the name of it.
And Ibi, who was present there at the tournament.
yeah. I had duck juice.
All right, moving on to question number 5 then to round out our first segment. How many kills did Twisted Minds get in the finals of PEC Fall 2024? No Googling. All right, the answer is 99, and we are going to award points to closest for this one. So, T-Bone, what did you go for, mate?
I went for 75, but then I was meant to press 95. I don't know what I was thinking.
Marcelek, what did you go for?
I went for 96.
Okay, Ibi, are you closer is the question.
No. I got 121.
Oh. All right, at the end of the first round, we have our score tallies. So let's go through it. We've got T-Bone on 1 point. All right, we've got Marcelek on 4 points here to get things rolling for our first 5 questions. And in the lead at the moment, the man himself, Ibi, with 5 points. Well done, Ibi. Any words to say at your fantastic victory for a third of the quiz so far?
Yeah, super proud. I mean, we're going for the dub. I just want to win. This is big. Let's go.
Super proud. You can put that on a t-shirt. All right, we are done for our first episode. We'll be back for the next 5 questions very soon. See you in a bit.
Welcome back to the PUBG EMEA Championships for Spring 2025. It is our last chance qualifiers. I don't know what you did on Friday night. There was no PUBG to watch, but at least I know your Saturday night plans are sorted. You're here with us, myself, Avenger, and Mark. We're going to be bringing you all the action as our EMEA teams fight it out to try and secure those last 8 points in the grand finals. And it was so close, Avenger, last week during the group stages. There's got to be teams that came in during the course of this week and were kicking themselves. Maybe one map could have been different and they would have not had to play today.
Yeah, the three-way tie with 3 teams on 74 points and the cutoff was 76. That must have been rough, right? You can find 2-3 points throughout 12 matches. Like, you're gonna lose the knocks, you're gonna lose points here and there, and that's really the bad one for them. But I feel like especially some of these teams that are this close, they are gonna be some of our most dominant teams throughout this weekend here for our last chance qualifier.
Mark, I'm sure you've had a chance to talk to some of the players, got a little bit of sneaky insight into what any of them had to say following the group stages.
Yeah, there was gutted. I think it screams out how strong this region is, right? The fact that we've got multiple teams on 74 points, it could have went down to the last game. We lost an API, bless it. We were counting with maths. It has been intense. A lot of the players, though, are going for a complete reset at the moment. They're ready to go, but obviously with a best of 12, it's going to be quite difficult. They need to ensure they actually do really well today. They can't leave it like a FUT Esports and leave it to the last 6 games to try and get some numbers on the board, because they did do really well in group stages, but if they did that in group stages on day 1 for them, they wouldn't be sitting right here.
Naughty calling them out. Maybe we'll get a chance to see what happened with them a little later. Of course, on your screens right now is the format of this competition. If you didn't know, it is a double elimination bracket, something that was introduced a couple of years ago and that I absolutely love here in PUBG, because it means we get these last chance qualifiers, 2 days, intense action, the pace is insane, and it is of course all to play for those 8 places still available in the grand finals. The top 16 teams making their way through there so that they can try and compete for a piece of that $50,000 prize pool. You can see there how it is divided between the top 16 teams, how those PGC points are divided as well, because those are really important, Mark, because ultimately you are focusing on the end of the year. You're focusing on the big international lands as well, and performing well here guarantees you a chance to have that big stage experience.
Yeah, 100%. And look, we saw teams last year, Sam, that didn't get through on the first PEC. And obviously with Springs being such a important event to set up your whole year, you're going to go to LAN, you're going to go to the PGSs, you're going to have another opportunity to get to more PGC points. But for now, you need to be focused on, look, get some points underneath your belt, because it did come quite close to the end. And that is the grand stage. That's where all the teams want to contend at the very end of this year.
All right. Now you can see how close it actually was. During the course of the group stages. Avenger, you mentioned it, some of those teams that were sitting just on the edge. We can now see who our 8 teams are that are already in the grand finals, but pulling your attention 9th through to 16th, so incredibly close.
Yeah, it was extremely tight. And honestly, for this case here, in terms of how close our top was, I don't remember being a 3-way tie for that 9th tied spot there. I don't remember that ever happening in some of these qualifiers. So it's a really good thing that we're going to have this double elimination chance for these guys. And I would say at the very top here, depending on if, you know, a team like Win or Die, they hit it big. They have had some struggles before. I think the last game that Win or Die had, they had a crazy amount of points to kind of put them up there. Sometimes they have fantastic tournaments, other times they really struggle a lot. But I think BB Team, FUT Esports, Eternal Fire, Ascent, and maybe even Hype Beast at this point here should be looking pretty good for this. And then it really comes down to the rest. How are they going to perform off the get-go? How good is their first day going to be? Because that momentum that they're able to bring into the second day is just so important.
Boys, let's have a little bit of fun, because it's the last chance qualifiers. It's the start of the day. Guaranteed team to make it through to the grand finals. Mark, you're never afraid to put your money where your mouth is. Who do you think it's going to be?
If I say it, though, does that mean that Martin can't say it? So if I go BB team, he can't now pick that team, right? Because they've got to go through straight away.
Damn, let's do it that way, because it'll be fun. Sorry, Avenger, I didn't ask you this question first.
Right,
Mark, are you going with BB team, right?
That's fine.
Is that your call?
You're giving Mark the long leash today here. I'm completely fine with that. You also didn't mention him saying we're counting with maths. So I was like, are we counting with bananas, pencils, fingers, maybe? When the API broke down. So I'm happy that you didn't give him any fun for that. But I'm okay with that rule. You know, always being that second pick. I'll say Eternal Fire. Even though they lost a prolific player compared to last year, with Ruin being out, I think they're a team that we should expect to see up there, and I think their performance is going to be really good here in our last chance qualifier. So Eternal Fire is going to be my pick.
Let's take a look at the teams that are going to be competing in the last chance qualifier. So Eternal Fire, Avenger says that's a definite go through. BB team, Mark is saying that's the one. No mention, gents, of Ascent, FUT Esports. How are we feeling? Win or Die? Even
they're going to message us and say, you jinxed us, you jinxed us, you know, if they don't go through. So we don't want that.
Okay, so you specifically left your favorites off the table just in case. You didn't want to jinx anyone. That's what Avenge is saying. But I mean, Mark, those are names. Yeah, the names that I just mentioned. I mean, these are teams that you kind of expect to see in the grand finals of PEC.
Yes, Ascend. I felt like group stages. It's Chris. Payne's great player, didn't really perform to the level I expected him personally. Actually coming through the groups, there's an opportunity to shine potentially. So definitely for me, still one to watch. For Esports, I already said they had one good day, one really bad day. Can they work on consistency? They need to do it back-to-back days, and I think they'll be able to get through. I think there's a couple of curveballs in there. Secure Center, I thought they'd go through on groups. I thought they'd be the surprise bet for us. They have an ability again to reset. They have an opportunity with some of the bigger names, Sam, that are out the lobby to maybe flex their muscles a little bit and show actually they deserve a spot. But again, it kind of goes back to that for Esports. They've got to perform, and if they don't, like, you're guaranteed the Eternal Fires. You kind of guarantee with the BB teams, touch wood, they're going to perform. They've been screaming all week. They've been looking really strong all week. But you get the Ascend, you get the Foots, you get the Secure Centers. It depends on how good. Is it going to be a hit day? Is it hot or is it cold for these teams? You don't know.
Avenger, this is a question that I wanted to ask last week, and I wasn't sure how to word it, but I'm going to ask it now, and maybe it's going to upset people. But Ascend is a team that I really watched a lot last year and enjoyed, and I thought that they performed really well. And I don't feel like it's the same team that I got a chance to see last year coming in to our group stages. I know that there was a coaching change. Do you think that they're feeling that a little bit, and maybe that's why the group stages weren't so successful for them?
I think what Ko does extremely well in the coach spot is taking the whip out and saying, guys, you're playing the game, you're playing all the scrims, you're double blocking, all this stuff. I think they might be missing that a little bit, the kind of holding hand motivation, making sure that you're always in their ear. I know Brex is a lover of playing a lot of different mini games, and he's really good at a lot of different games. So I think that's where he was really good at motivating Brex to me. Hey, Brex, it's 3 weeks out. You're playing 50 hours a week the next 3 weeks because we're playing PEC in 3 weeks. I think that's what Ko was really good at, to whip the team to make sure that they're playing together. There's also other kind of factors. We can't really say that yet. That has a big factor, especially on land, like information, seeking out information against other teams and stuff like this that Ko is good at. So yeah, we'll see how much of an effect it has. I think we're going to be a lot more informed after the 6 games today in terms of how Ascend is standing, because they should be dominating a lot like this.
Yeah, I was thinking about Ascend and what maybe happened this week. There's another team, Foot Esports, that I'm curious about what they thought about their performance and what's changed this week. So we actually have T-Bone with us now. We have a chance to pick his brain. T-Bone, what's up? Thank you for joining us.
What's up, bro?
First question from my side is, obviously you don't make the grand finals. You drop into the last chance qualifiers. Have you had a chance to look at your performance during the group stages? What was the team working on this week and bringing to the LCQs to try and ensure that you will be there next week?
We had a chance to go through it. Basically, I just played terrible. That's how easy it is to say.
That's why we took you on here, T-Bone, specifically.
The rest of the lads played decent. Of course, we made some mistakes, but that's PUBG for you. And we're just going to come in, just play our game again, and I'm sure it'll work out this time.
So I know Mark has a question for you, and it has a lot to do with how close all the teams were, right, Mark?
Yeah, 100%. Follow on from Sam, really, mate. I can't get rid of you off screen. Look, EMEA is super, super stacked, and obviously we saw that in the last chance. You guys were fighting at the very, very end to get through. You're one of the teams that are up there. Can you just sort of tell the viewers actually how explosive, how aggressive, and how strong the players are in the EMEA region? Because on the other regions, we haven't seen it been this close, and more importantly, the point threshold has been the lowest it's been for a while.
I mean, in EMEA, there's just so many good teams, right? You guys saw it last week. So many teams tying on points right under the cutoff point. So I really think that EMEA is just the strongest it's ever been right now, and I mean that shows in the points. So just gotta bring your best game, and that's all you can do.
Appreciate it, mate.
No problem.
Thanks. Yeah, and usually you just ask 2 questions here, Mark. So I thought you were gonna pull a double whammy
I thought
again.
you was about to go. I didn't want to go. I was going to say we'll let him get ready to go.
No, usually you had like that was a simple one, so maybe you had another follow-up. No, good to see you here, T-Bone. Thank you for making sure you guys are coming in here, playing in the last chance. I know you're gonna dominate. I want to ask though, in terms of like your point of view, like first of all, maybe a 2-part question here. First of all, if you're not thinking of like your BB or your other kind of favorite, what team has kind of surprised you of how well they've been doing against the teams that you're playing against today and tomorrow?
I think actually Win or Die has been playing really good recently. I actually think that's one team that has surprised me a lot. I think they're actually super strong, and see if they can carry on with that. So I'll definitely put them up there.
Fantastic. All right. I'm not gonna do a second question here, but thank you so much for coming in.
Thank
and
you.
yeah, good luck to you and the boys today. I know you guys are gonna dominate. We know that you guys just need to get started. You're in here on purpose just to get more reps in. I know that.
Okay, nice one. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Good luck, mate. Good luck.
Good luck,
See ya.
buddy.
Good luck. What you didn't see there is just before the interview, I actually told Mark what I was going to ask T-Bone, and he said to me, T-Bone will say, I played really badly. So it was very funny, but that is exactly what
He had
happened.
5 kills, by the way, out of 12 games. So I
That's
accept
why
that.
he was going to say that.
Yeah, I accept
100%.
There we go. But like you mentioned, it's also so incredibly close amongst those teams. Like that, this was the thing about the group stages. It was insane, right until the very end. I mean, and that was what was beautiful. And we also had a chance to see some really good players pop off. Mark, we'll get a chance to see them now in the LCQs. I mean, those teams and the firepower that's coming in here is pretty damn scary for some of the newer teams who are maybe having their sort of PEC debut if you're a player, knowing that this is what you're facing in the lobby and you've only got 2 days, only got 12 games to make something happen.
Yeah, look, they can still surprise us though, Sam. If they have a good couple of games, they might get some points on the board and they might actually be a contender. The Myth-Off was one of those teams, I suppose, on the last weekend, right? You'd expect the Foots, you'd expect the Sens, the BBs, the Eternal Fire always seem to get through at the last minute. It's going to be down to these other teams. Don't Panic didn't kick off really strong for me in the group stages. They are a very strong team. We know them really well. Can they perform in the last chance? Well, they've got to show it. After all, they're an outside bet for me. Secure Sense, and we've already mentioned as well. I still think it is anyone's team to play for. And if someone does want to go aggressive, if someone wants to play more out there than what they normally do, it might put off an Ascend. It might put off a Foot Esports because it won't be used to how they're playing.
Avenger, let's take a look at the top 5 killers, the players that pops off in the group stages that are coming into the last chance qualifiers. If you are dropping in the lobby, who are you the most terrified of?
It's Chris, obviously, because he dropped 21 kills. And let's just compare that to like our other top, who also dropped 21 kills. Gustav Corexi Example also dropped 21 kills in our group stage, right? So that's crazy. And if the other guys, and that might be the reason why some of the other guys on Ascent didn't manage to get as many kills, but if you're looking at the rest of the lineup here, impressed with having Keta here. Obviously, Hype Beast had a stand-up performance. We obviously gonna have some Eternal Fire. Code Margo is the GOAT coming out of Turkey, of course. Celtic, a very impressive performance from him, from such a new roster that they're able to frag out this much. And as T-Bone confirmed here, like Win or Die, they had a fantastic performance, and it was also kind of off the shoulders of Leash that was able to get this many kills. He had 2 more kills than Presenti and 6 more than Hello My Bad and Get Rock. So that was super impressive from Leash as well.
Incredible stats from those players, and it was an incredible showing. We're expecting the same. We're hyping you up. We're getting you ready. And you've probably noticed by now that there has been an upgrade to the PEC we all know and love. We've tried to be a little bit more in depth in the desk segments with you, a chance for you to really get a bit more insight into the competition, and also a chance to see the players. Something else that's been upgraded is the PUBG game show. It's one of my favorites. Kylaris gets to sit down with the players, have a little bit of fun. So I want to find out what happened in the second episode of our show.
All right, welcome back for episode 2 of the Game Show here. We have already done 5 questions. We've got another 5 coming up for you to see who is going to be victorious between T-Bone, Marsalek, and Ibby. Don't forget as well, you guys at home can potentially participate over in the chat. So drop your answers as to what you think is going to be the correct one. All right, so far we are 3 contestants. We have T-Bone currently on 1 point. We have Marsalek on 4 points. And we have Ibby in the lead with 5 points. So let's get to question number 6. How many snowballs do you spawn in with on Vikendi? All right, time is up. Check in with the answer and see what we've got. Okay, 20. So, T-Bone, what did you go with?
20. I got one right. Let's go.
Marcelek, what do you think?
I went with a 20 as well.
Nice.
I mean, triple 20. So let's go.
Yes, we're bowling all the way. Let's move on to question number 7. Back at the PUBG Global Invitational 2018 in Berlin, how many points did you get for a win? All right, time is up. 500 is the answer. T-Bone, what did you go with?
I had no clue. I just sent 110.
Marcelek, what did you go with?
I went with the 500.
No way. All right, Ibby.
I wasn't sure. I thought it was like 600-700, so I went for 600.
Right on the button. Question 8. How many guns can take 3 or more attachments, not counting scopes or canted sights? All right, time is up. Let's take a look at the answer and see where we sit. Ooh, 25.
Ooh.
What?
T-Bone, what did you go for?
Bro, I'm just lowballing everything. I went for 8. I don't even know what I'm thinking. Like,
All right, Marcelek, what did you go for?
I think I understand the question wrongly because I went with the same thing that T-Bone went. I went with 8.
Oh. All right, Ibby, how about yourself?
18.
Oh, he's closest. That sounds like an Ibby point to me. Question number 9. How much back capacity does a mountain bike take up? All right, time is up. See the answer? The answer is 70 capacity. T-Bone, starting with you. What did you go for?
I went 75, but Pixel's gonna hate me for getting this wrong, I tell ya.
Like, what did you go for?
I thought we were going for 3 bikes in the back, so I typed 200 in.
And Ibby, what did you go for?
I mean, considering, I went for 50.
Question 10. Which battleground is the Roni found on? All right, well, let's see the answer then. It is Sanhok. So, T-Bone, what did you go for?
Sanhok.
Hey! All right, Marcelek, what did you go for?
I went for Tego.
And Ibby.
I went for Destin. So.
All right, well, that is the end of this episode. Let's check in with the scores and see what's going on so far. And we are, as T-Bone mentioned, on the redemption arc. 4 points to T-Bone now in our 10 questions so far. However, in second place is Marcelek with 6 points and still in the lead. Atop the mountain so far, it's Ibby with 7 points. So that does it for episode 2. We have 1 more episode to go, 5 more questions to see who's going to be the champion.
Avenger, you're so invested in Marcel's
always,
chances here in
How
the
did these
game.
guys
So
get
what's
it
going
wrong?
on?
You know, that's Sanhok, the Roni. I love their wheels. You know, it's good. Good.
I enjoyed listening to Avengers' reactions to the players there. That was tons of fun. So I'm very excited to see what happens when the final episode comes out. James, you actually know who wins this in the end. Kylaris and Toby, our casters, are with us. I mean, give us a sneaky hint.
I win actually at the end. You'll see. You'll see.
Nice.
Not the fans, not the players, nobody. Just me. Just me.
Nice. Wouldn't have it any other way. I didn't get a chance to participate, so obviously I would have won had I participated. But yeah, no, never got a chance. James didn't invite me. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, correct.
I was going to say, of course, Kylaris was the winner. He gets to cast with Toby, but Toby ruined it by doing that whole thing about how he didn't get invited and showcased the real truth, which is the two of them dislike each other intensely. They do not talk to each other when we go off this broadcast. It's very uncomfortable. We all have to sit in different green rooms. I'm kidding. Everyone gets along. Right, we are getting ready to get into the action, which is what you really want. You've got 6 games to see today. 6 games that are going to allow these teams to get points, and we are changing it up a little bit after the group stages. Starting on Erangel, Mark.
We like Erangel. It's all good. Obviously, then we're going to go for our wildcard Tego and Rondo and Miramar. So, and this is part and parcel of this time because obviously tomorrow we're going to flip things around. We're going to kick things back off with Miramar and end on Erangel. How a better way to have it though? To start with the green and end on the grassy pastures at the very end.
The group stages of Edge always start very slow. The pace is very much everyone feeling each other out. However, we have cut the time down here in the LCQ, so there isn't really that opportunity to feel out. Do you think that that pace from the get-go today is going to be a little bit hurried, a little bit anxious, people trying to get going as fast as possible and be aggressive?
For me, it really comes down to if any of the teams are starting off like crazy. Like we saw, you know, like the Myth Off, for example, very aggressive from the get-go, like high points. We had some teams, some games where they were hyper-aggressive just to secure some of those big games. And once they got it, they're playing a little bit more passive. They're playing a little bit more around with trying to get into the circle, trying to get in some of these better, higher priority compounds and kind of playing off that. So it really comes down to that. I'm expecting a few teams to really go crazy though. Like BB team, they're gonna go absolutely crazy. If Foot doesn't pop off, if T-Bone has more than 5 kills in 12 games this time around, I'm expecting Foot to pop off as well. Like they're a team who had such high regard of last year that they're a team that should be in the top 3 for the last chance qualifier here.
You've mentioned those. I mean, we keep bringing up the same names, right? Those are the teams that we're expecting. I mean, so some of these teams that we haven't brought up at all, is there a clear divide between those teams that you think have a chance to make it through to the grand finals, Mark, and then some teams who really are just going to be playing the next 2 days to get as much experience as they can in a lobby of this caliber?
It's difficult. It is difficult. You're trying to force it out of me, Sam. I love it. So there's going to be some funny memes later. I think the bottom half, if we look at how we ended on Sunday last week, right? I think the bottom half is going to be a difficult climb up for them. We look back at the kill leaders, Keta, only half of his kills came from Rondo, right? So it was individual maps where these teams that are lower down can perform. Can they make it happen over and over again? Potentially, but it's going to be down to how they want to play it, right? When we look at the point split here, there is a big divide that goes down. You'd look at the 74s and go, yeah, look, we'd expect them to go through unless something crazy happens. Ascend is the kind of the round off for me. Can they have good games? Do they have a bad game? We already spoke about them losing their coach. I think that is a big impact for that team on my side. Like Cabo spoke very much last year about how he could reset that team, how he could lift them up, and if they were too high, bring them back down. If they have a bad start here, Sam, I do worry about how Ascend are going to go through. And then you've got the random bets. Bushido, after all, Secure Sense and Grief, all teams that could potentially go through. We look at Grocery, great during the qualifications, but just haven't shown up here. So again, a reset. It's all to play for, Sam, though. It just really depends on how the pacing starts on game 1.
Okay, so you know what? Just before we get into game, there is something that I've heard that we get to throw out there with the talent taking on the pro, and I feel like we need to have a bit of a giggle. This is like a curtain raiser, if you like, but before the main attraction. So let's take a watch.
Hey guys and girls, here for PEC Spring. So in what is probably going to be one of the more ridiculous outings here for our content, we have talent versus pro. We've got Quizzy from GK joining us here, and our objective is to try and beat Quizzy. And for this one, I have chosen DBS, no movement other than leaning, crouching, proning at a slight distance. So let's see if I can beat Quizzy. Probably not gonna happen.
He's gonna be the most random battle I ever had.
3, 2, 1, go!
That was quick.
Well, he actually headshotted me first bullet.
All right, well, that was round 1. Obviously, I didn't fare too well. So now it's going to be Mark's turn, and they're going to be going up against one another with an SKS with 15 times scopes.
You've forgot to add, I've got to spin round 180 degrees. I reckon I'm going to get halfway before I die, and I'm not even going to see it.
Quizzy, do you think that's going to happen, or what do you think?
You know I won't scope, otherwise I'm gonna vomit.
No, he's a pro.
15x.
I need to look into his soul.
Wait, do we have 10 bullets, so do we have extended mix?
10 bullets, I think. Then you have to reload.
Oh, okay. So we're allowed to reload?
Yeah, you reload, obviously.
Spam!
All right, well, let's get to it.
All right. 3, 2, 1, turn!
No way, no way. I never thought it's gonna be that slow.
He turned 90 degrees first, then he picked up the mouse and tried to do it again.
I don't know, it stopped. Oh.
Well, that's
I don't want to spin around. I don't went back the other way as well. Do you see it? I went oh, I'm going back.
I actually like had some cases in my head. That, do I like prone shoot it? Do I like stand it? And then I saw Mark not even turning to 90 degrees. I was like, okay.
All right, well, so far Quizzy is 2-0 against us. Let's see if good old Avenger can put a point on the board for us. Avenger, how do you fancy your chances?
Well, with a no-scope AWM, not too big. It's more of a 50-50 here, I feel like.
Ah, yes. Either you hit it or you don't, I see. All right, well.
Exactly.
Let's see how this is going to go then. I'm going to give you a countdown, and you guys go on go. Again, to reiterate, this is Orm with no scope, so just iron sights. 3, 2, 1, go. Why have we done this to ourselves?
What? Whose idea was this?
All right, well, it seems like in a 1v1, none of us could kill Quizzy here with our loadout, so I don't know. I mean, what should we do, Mark? I'm not...
It has to be a 2v1, or maybe a 3v1.
2v1 sounds like not a bad idea. Stay tuned for more at PEC.
Well, boys, should we try deep dive and analyze what happened there, Avenger?
Yeah, we should have brought you, Sam. You would have carried us.
You know,
For sure.
you make the joke, but I could have. I do believe I probably could have, Mark.
Yeah, I'm actually. You've changed this year, Sam. You used to be way more jokesy. You didn't even mention Toby's Woodchuck shirt. It's the Wookie Boogie player shirt from Lumbermill 2018.
I'm trying to be nice, remember? No mean jabs. I had a deep analysis for you about how you played. But
Nice.
I chose to just be nice as opposed to say get good. But there you go. A little bit of fun. At least the pros we're about to watch can hit their shots, Mark.
Yeah, I run out of mouse pad, so that on my DPI might not be right, but I got further around than Martin. I want to replay on that, right? Because you've been calling me out off, and I got further around.
Next
All
time,
right.
I guess
It doesn't
we'll
matter.
do it once.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how either of you played because now we're going to focus on the real talents as we jump into our first game.
Right, here we go. It's obviously game number 1, the last chance. So we're coming from a west down to east, pretty much straight across the map, actually, but does favour that sort of south side here. Most teams are going to get the prior drop spots. A couple will go for alt drop spots. And I think military is going to be the one to watch here, Martin, actually see if we get maybe a southern zone shift. And if we kick things off on military, well, that could be an aggressive start to these last chances.
Yeah, that could have been a chance for it for sure as well. Also, a little bit of contest in the Hospital Georgiapol area. Let's see if some cars are split or some things going on there. But this is a little bit of a rougher zone here, Mark, though. So, yeah, it's there's a chance that some cars are going to be lost and some teams are going to struggle a little bit with that.
Yeah, they will. BB will go spread out, obviously, very late on that as well. So I think they're going to conquer. I think they're expecting a zone to come back in that southeast corner. That'd be pretty good. For Esports, though, going for their normal drop. So they've extended out early. They picked up the cars. Pixel remains as kind of a UAV as they go past Digger. Digger, I think, didn't really perform to the level I thought they might have done in the group stages. Again, another team, Sam talked about, that might be reset. And there goes that zone pop. It does come very early in the flight path. So Gatka, all potentials here. Exhalation, though, taking that spot because Gaming Gladiators already qualified through. They've got so much room now to play with, Martin.
Yeah, and this is such an easy zone, right? It's the western side. The majority of the teams that already dropped here, they're going to have an easy priority into this. A little bit like maybe shots we're going to be seeing around the Raptor Road, Potato Hill. Like we're going to see some congestion there, but otherwise, a lot of teams are going to have an easy path into this one here. But Kalaris and Toby, let's talk. Like, can you talk us through this first game, please?
We will do just that. It's time for the last chance to dance as we have got ourselves Erangel to get it going. Toby wanted me to say that, and I've done it right off the rip. Yes.
Yes, I didn't expect it to come out that early in the broadcast, but you know, we're just we're throwing them all out there way early on. Fair enough. As we do get this game underway, a pleasant viewing experience of no one fighting just yet. Neither Kref nor Balkan Eagles have opted to fight with quite a bit to lose, some might argue, over the next 2 days. So I'm glad to see that they've learned from their mistakes and that everyone's getting looted.
Don't worry, there's still plenty more games for Balkan Eagles to hot drop on.
Oh, yes. I'm worried. I'm worried that you might be right. on that one. But no, I mean the desk transition they brought up, Val points, easy transition to the circle with pretty much going straight through the plane path. Military team, that's just one of them. There is a weird chance where, because there's so many teams east, James, here, that we might see some teams wrap all the way south, potentially down over Millie Island, just to get a safer transition. But outside of that, I don't expect to see too much commotion here in the early game. Having said that, though, last week, Erangel games were nothing but chaos, so they might find their way to do that anyway.
A great framing on Pixel's webcam, obviously.
I like it.
But also, the second thing I observed is Svard lost a ton of weight. He's looking great, so that's awesome to see. Pixel, you could argue maybe Pixel's lost weight as well, but we'll never know from just the top of his head. Yeah. So
he just ain't there no more. It's they're learning from FaZe with how to position their webcams for the best framing possible. I like to see it. As Win or Die get themselves going. One of those teams that were right on the cusp. Had they won the last game of group stage, they wouldn't be playing today. But they got second, a couple of points out of qualification directly through the grand finals. So, of course, they're going to be bummed that things went the way they did. But hopefully, coming into this day with a lot of hype, a lot of good energies, getting to hopefully stomp on some people here in the last chance.
Be interested to see what Sakura Sensen can do as well. I think as much as they didn't have the most favorable of group stages at all, they've kind of got a lot of what you would consider their main drop spots back from some of the big dogs in the previous lobbies from those group stages, right? So this could afford them quite a boon coming into this last chance, considering how powerful some of those drop spots are. We'll see how it goes, but things like Picardo, things like Pachinki, all of these spots will afford you some extra points in the grand scheme of things.
Now, as you mentioned, Sakura, there's that in Pachinki. My eyes are drawn down, I mean, not technically to Chris, more to Kilyakai, because he set up an E-pickup, and we were talking, I mean, the desk broke down Ascent pretty well coming into the game. How they, I think in terms of pedigree on players, shouldn't be here. Wait, let me hold that thought for a second. As the my man's
should be safe now.
Well, you say that, but he's pulling a perfect or a Lou in Los Leones right now.
Yeah, you're right on the money. That is almost exactly what this looks like.
It's not comfortable to watch this.
Well, I think one of the things about him moving into Pachinki like this is that traditionally, in the past, when anybody has been a Pachinki looting team, they've actually moved pretty early.
Exactly.
So maybe they're in the mind of like, okay, it's a Pachinki looting team. We expect them to not be here just yet. But with a circle like this, there's not a huge onus on you moving out super, super fast. So,
and if they hadn't moved, they would usually be all like way up in the northern part of the city. But this time around, Sakura Sanson playing things differently, and we'll see. We'll see if that's gonna end up potentially being a first knock of the game. Could be right here though, as Getprox equally going close to danger, and Shipless will be able to take him down. So first knock of the game goes in favor of DD&T, or as you'd like to say, don't panic. I'm just looking at their logo. It's baiting me too hard.
It does look like 2 Ds. I was about to say it looks like double Ds, but you know, we'll go skirt on from that. We've got ourselves Win or Die at least coming with the reinforcements to try and help this out. Gedrox though is falling, and Shipless will finish that off nicely. First victim of our last chance. And
one more now.
Yeah, they're putting in some work here to start things off. That's Bushido in the distance.
And it's pretty rare that it's a team that sits ruins early on that actually get to do a lot of damage. Normally, you shoot early to dissuade teams from coming close, because fighting here early, as we can see, usually means there's a lot of teams around and you'll get third-partied from various angles. But here, it's like don't shoot kind of, or don't panic, kind of alert them in. And sat here ready and waiting. Speaking of, now we have a third team potentially looking to go towards Pachinki, which has me even more worried than just the one player from Eternal Fire before did.
Few shots from 8C does see Kraf coming in north of them towards that ruins. I do worry for Don't Panic in the sense that if they get kind of cornered into ruins, it's a bit of a pain in the bum to actually get out of there.
Yeah.
if there's kind of multiple teams sat around them. And let's see, after all, also rotating on through into crates here, do foot. There, I mean, Everest is a great vantage point for this stage of the game, for this kind of circle, to be able to make your decisions later. And they have T-Bone in the 2-2 split as well. Somebody else down there. So that they've got an anchor position even further into the circle, although they are being shot, so they're having to retreat back to Gatka.
Yeah, T-Bone and Vard, they're vibing down towards the south. Let's see if Pixel has some webcam buff up on the mountains up high. Maybe he can get a knock on an after-all player. Even if it doesn't get converted into points, at least they'll have info on who's wrapping in behind him, and well, they can use that as they please. But just very briefly, to go back to my point on Ascent that I was trying to make before, I saw Kilyakai down in Sharkfin, the compound west of the Eastern Bridge, set up an e-pick-up very early on that he just kind of let pass. So I'm wondering if either A, miscommunication, put it up too early before the team was ready to make a play happen, or if he was looking to go, but then they opted not to use it. I just think having them come in on the western side would have made sense. Now they are wrapping south anyway, but maybe it goes into the discussion that the desk was having about them not being fully in sync.
Yeah, I would say either the miscommunication or just deciding otherwise, right? Because there's no other real reason it could be a thing, as we have a few shots from Escaption coming in. Like, you're not even really denying an e-pickup timing at that point. There's such a big window of time in the early game to try and deny e-pickup timings that it's really inconsequential when they popped it. But BB team has taken up a nice little line positioning against Potato Hill there, and Escaption is doing just that. He's escaping. So good for him.
Would kind of suck if this was his name and he couldn't live up to the one thing that his name proclaimed him being the master of. As fights and ruins continue, Sheila able to get another point, but will be taken down. And this goes back to exactly what I was saying just before. You're used to, when you're in ruins early on, especially when it's, I mean, it's not center circle, but almost, that multiple teams will have angles. And, well, Sheila was found by one of the Kreft players now that they're coming in from the northern side. And I'm not sure exactly, this should be unrestable, as they say.
Yeah, definitely a problem. I mean, the fact that Ruins is like down into a valley means that as soon as any teams can take residence there to hold you, it gets problematic. But we do shift south of Gatka for this one. And Digger as well as Hype Beasts have got themselves an okay opportunity here to get some good ground. So
they definitely do. Definitely do ascend as well. BC Brex sending it towards the little forest patch on the south side of Chopsticks. They want that. We've seen Ascent play out of that position many times in the past and actually come out with some pretty good success from there. So good on them to spot that location early on, get in and get control of it. The fun thing now is if you look at where the teams are coming in from, it's all up towards the northwest. They all have to try and swing around Pachinki proper. So this is what we're going to see happening. A lot of teams driving through fields, trying to on the fly figure out what compounds are available, and they'll soon learn that very few are.
There was no reinforcing shots coming in there. Winodai manages to find Metabase super quickly, although it does get stolen away, as there's going to be shots coming in wildly from all directions here. A very open area of Erangel. Got to be careful about that. So crashing into the tractor, an absolute death sentence.
Definitely. Remaining players, Bushido trying to keep on moving, but now they're going from one issue straight into another, depending on how Ascend ups to respond to this. But there were the first two knocks. There is the first one to confirm as well. I saw paints in a vehicle and I thought, wait a minute, are they not expecting this? But they were all expecting it. 100% great, maybe potentially a bait. Seeing paints in a car lured them again into thinking the team that was there was leaving, but they were not.
Small note about that dip that Ascend was in. They set up the foldable shield on one of the only angles that dip is vulnerable to. So, again, really good foresight there, just in case there was anybody in the compound east of them, I suppose. But anyway, looks like Secure Ascend then has been in Pachinki for a while, and maybe now too long, as we've seen Don't Panic set up north of them and try and kind of hold that pathway.
Let's see now. Mika going back towards the church proper. They're looking to try and see if they can get more of these people taken out, but they have managed to slip over the ridge line and should be able to leave here. I mean, there's no point in Don't Shoot trying to make anything happen from up here. Now that they know there's a team stat and not just a single player inside the church, you might as well try and wrap further north around.
BBT moving around. Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire has already taken that compound. There's actually not that many teams over in Longwood, but at the same time, like, does it really afford you too many directions to get from? So they'll use this as a checkpoint and then think to themselves, okay, where's next? Where are we going to be able to move once this circle starts going? just scouting out some of these compounds ahead of them. The problem with a circle like this is all of those prior compounds are already taken.
Definitely, definitely. Speaking of rotating north just before, I mean, don't shoot, they go, don't panic, go back for a bit. But Kref, I mean, they were in ruins, took out one of the don't panic players, but opted to rotate all the way northwest around, go off the shoreline, like through South George, down the shoreline. Now they're coming in south of Swamp. So that could potentially come in very beneficial for them should the circle go their way.
Well, Grove Street just doing some scouting from the edge as well there. Having a little look-see around as we have Kraft coming in from the blue, who have gone for that big rotate to see if we can find that spot. A double emergency pickups being called in.
Yep.
Where are we going to go? Just using it as options, really. If the circle moved away from acceleration, they would take it. Likewise for win or die, there's a world where they might take theirs, I guess.
Where do you go? I mean, you know everything south is taken, dude. Even if you could jump into chopsticks, you're gonna get shot at by the entire server trying to get there. Now it's gonna be for the teams that are outside the circle. How do we get in? What's available? And how can we get there without being completely torn to pieces? Foot had 3 spots available. They're gonna default back to just 2-2 split. Makes good sense on their part. And Exhalation as well. Smart in their timing and rotation. Going in here, taking the dip.
And win or die, gonna be retreating on back from all of this going on. Finding themselves whatever compound they can find. It's a kind of a backfill almost, and BB team big send on through, but they're going to be in the middle of Eternal Fire while this is going on. The Mad might be lining up a shot on 1 or 2 of these guys. Goes for a wild spray here with the ace. Not able to connect with too much. 51 damage goes on the way of Phil first though, but he managed just to escape out.
Yep, not able to connect. I thought for a moment they were going to get kind of shepherded up the mountainside with Kutpa coming in from behind, but not quite the case. As I say that though, BB, they are getting scary close to Sakura Sanson. Was set up here, ready and waiting. A doozy, met with bullets, and will fall down as well.
And some of these spots already taken up. Problems indeed. Shroudmaker open things with a doozy going down, and from there, maybe a few nades sent forwards to try and deal with this entrenched spot that they've now found themselves in. The fact that they've got a little bit of car coverage and no smoke's going down just yet for them, so they don't feel too pressured. They realize that the kind of dip and the hill in front of them will provide them enough cover for a moment, but maybe not from the Mad.
He is trying to wrap around, get a better angle. Try and see if he can see Phil first over on the other side of that tree. In the meantime, I mean, for all the viewers, if you have the map open as well, the only reason this is happening, that we're having such a cluster of teams down here on the south side, is because the teams that came in from the north all managed to get good positions and are just forcing teams to fight side by side down towards that southern side. So good on teams like Foot coming in, taking space, which is now pretty center early on, forcing some of these fights to take place.
So much more calculated though than all the chaos we had in our Erangels and group stage, right? Where it's 5th and 6th games. Molodog got some sprays around this tree here, leaning left and right. Gets the Mad with those leans and no cover for himself, truly. That was brilliant stuff from Molodog, but as we were saying, like, this is so much more calculated, so much slower compared to all the chaos we saw, because Erangel was at the end of every day.
Yeah, definitely seems like they have a little bit of excess of energy mentally to work against some of these circle shifts that aren't really too favorable for them. BB team, they know they need to, widen their elbows. They need to try and force teams off. They have 1 knock on the mat. They're hearing shots coming in from afar, which I think is what's keeping them from wanting to too aggressively peek over. Also, the fact that they're just the 2 of them and they know they're pinned in between 2 teams makes things hard as the circle swings chopsticks once more.
Fields and chopsticks with just those 3 or 4 compounds that exist near chopsticks. This gets tricky now.
Yeah.
Foot is going to be reinforcing straight away. No need to hold that 2-2 any longer. They know that their east spot is very fortified. Meanwhile, all these teams in the south are going to be absolutely rocketing through Exhalation, dealing with a push from Sakura Sensen and dealing with it beautifully. An absolute perfect defense.
I respect Sakura Sanson trying to come in, take the spot away from them, but tricky angle to try and pin your way through, as you can see where they were approaching from. It's very easy to defend from Exhalation from that side. They didn't get the smokes in early enough to try and block off some mission, but again, when they were driving from quite a distance, so hard to really do a lot outside of either going like just full send or not going at all.
Brilliant stuff overall by Salak there to be able to hold off that push coming on through. We only caught the tail end of it overall, but Eternal Fire is now also going to be blasting through towards the Chopsticks by the looks of things. A pre-thrown nade from Shroud to maybe stop them from coming along. It's not gone deep enough. Great shots though coming out from him against Ko Marco. This is Shroud's opportunity to maybe salvage something for Sakura Sensen.
Exactly. It's become a scavenging type of game. This one, you're not going to get big points out of it. So if a 2-point game can become a 4-point, maybe even 5-point game, you are very pleased with it.
Not bad, not bad. Hype Beast still looking for a home for themselves down towards the southeast. And it looks like it's going to be edge play all the way for them. Salak, unfortunately, has gone down to Digger, but they should be able to get him back up, all things considered. That's just trade for trade against those two compounds in the middle. So, yeah, they'll knock each other, but there's no real onus on Digger and Exhalation to start pushing each other from either of those compounds.
Exactly. I like how we're seeing Ascent now show presence here towards the south. They heard the vehicles coming in earlier, and else they did. Brax actually shifting down towards the south outside the circle. Chris joining him as well. They do not want to have Balkan Eagles rotating in behind him. Now they know who they're up against. As Chris gets one kill, Yakai gets another. They already have 4 kills. Oh, Chris couldn't quite find enough there, and Veronica swinging over the ridge line will be able to take him down.
Losing one's a bit of a disaster there for Ascend. I felt like they had them dead to rights on that kind of defensive position that they had set up, but Veronica doing bits, doing work, not bad. The rest of Ascend getting in their vehicles and maybe trying to leapfrog ahead of where Balkan Eagles wants to move. They know that they could get some cheeky points off the back of them trying to get in from the blue. There'll be a lot of pressure on Balkan Eagles.
Oh yeah, definitely. They need to try and keep him out. I'm surprised that they only opted to play aggressive. I mean, kind of frontline with Chris and Brex. They had 2 more players available, but of course they know there's a lot of players roaming the forest, and they don't want to give up their spot inside the circle fully, but maybe send another one down there to try and help. Could have helped them out as Yepa and Hype go up against one another. Nail up now swinging over the ridge line, able to see one, can't quite connect initially, gets the knock second time around, will try and see if he can get Forge down as well, does exactly that, and that is going to be Yepa out of the equation.
Ace is in full effect, and I think Balkan Eagles, to be fair, as much as they've had an absolute mare of trying to get into that circle just then, they did something quite smart. They smoked ahead of them, but then they were trying to smoke off the windows, knowing where Ascend potentially was, but they just didn't have enough smokes to try and actually breach that. So Kiliakai on 5 now here for Ascend. Great start.
Yeah, wouldn't have it any other way. A team who I think a lot of people are hoping to see make their way through. So what better than please the fans and themselves with a good beginning here to day number 1 of Last Chance.
Rotating on. Now trying to find some safe haven wherever they can, but anything from here on out, when getting into this next circle, there's a little lip that will be up on high ground and in the circle, but aside from that, it's downhill towards those compounds, so I better find another opportunity or another pathway through soon and fast.
Yeah, I do like that Digger actually left King up on the hill because they know the value of not allowing anyone else to play from there. The issue is now he's getting greedy for an arm, which I can respect to some extent, but we'll see if he gets the lift to tell the tale of what weapon he found. Oh, Mouses, one more tap. He had it pretty well dialed in with connecting on the last 2, but level 3 gear keeps him alive.
He's very thankful for that foliage coverage, that tree.
Oh, yeah.
As he went just out of line of sight of the rest of them. Shitless this on layers, though. Here up on the northeast side to try and keep this going. Don't panic, taking up this little divot that does exist, and hello my bad sends a nade forwards, doesn't quite connect with too much, not enough. The thing is, Layosh and Presenti are feeding information about all of this, and hello my bad, I don't think he has any way of dislodging this.
And this is the issue again. I mean, kind of going back to the Sakura Sanson push we saw before. Either you commit or you don't, because when you're stuck up on those hills, when you're stuck in the fields, there are so many teams with angles from where they can see you. And yeah, Win or Die just not really able to fully commit to just sending it into the pit, which we've seen so many times in the past. As Ascent go on the defense once more. They have pretty much the entirety of Hype Beast now to deal with while they're getting shot in the back. Now able to take down Brex. We'll get the flush on him as well.
There's a funny slight delay that might happen for Don't Panic there as well, because they knew Hello My Bad was there for quite a while, but they were holding and hoping that maybe he will push over so they could completely free that up. He had to go all the way around. They've realized that he's not going for it anymore, so they're just moving on. But they even did leave Global Army back there. But anyway, this still continues down in the south.
Yeah, get up, getting the better of Kiliakai. Will take him down. So Ascent falls in 11th, but even no placement points, still going to be a 9-point game, or 8-point make that, which I think they'll find themselves pretty satisfied with, considering how many times they had to rotate and try and fend off opponents.
Yeah, it's a tough circle to play if you're not already in the compounds or like in some weird field position over in the west where your Grove Street has been able to kind of carve themselves out a nice spot, but it moves to the compounds. Oh my days. All the other teams in the south, in the west, somehow, some way gonna have to scramble for this. It's gonna have to be some kind of breach. But if you're in those spots already, I'm questioning how many vehicles you still have available to you, especially if some of them get naded.
It's a no fun day if you're in the fields, at least once the circle's not shrinking in, because the teams with the compound cover are going to be set very solid. I was just going to ask, was that Gunfire? I definitely saw that it was. Unluckily for Keta, didn't realize in time.
No. So King has been, you know what? King's been doing bits out here. As you said, like he got cheeky for that crate, but it's worked on out. Having someone down there to keep pressure on teams below, even without having to use the compound too much, is great stuff.
It's a very Twisted Minds approach to some of these potential pull-up scenarios. If you can keep them at a distance, we see it like all the time. As soon as a team comes close to your compound, Batulans will just instantly run out, start throwing nature away. Want to try and force you back, like don't even think about it. And King doing the exact same thing here. Good job on him as Grove Street able to get their 3rd point on the board. They've been playing around the western edge for a long time now, but I mean it's time to go full circle. There's nowhere else to go, and Foot and Dika are going to be sat here ready and waiting.
Yeah, you could see in front of Grove Street as they move east, the elevation that does exist on this field. It's not much, but it's enough to keep you kind of a line of sight off against some of those compounds. But now they realize there's a threat down to the south. Nades went out here, but they're just going to run straight into this. Klim gets one to start things off. Karim will trade it in kind as Hibako is the last one remaining at the edge of the blue. They realize where the shot's coming from, and they will take him down. Karam gets 2.
Yeah, a lot of damage done, but not enough to get that second knock. Could have potentially kept him alive for a little bit longer. But nice hold from Grove. Unfortunately for them, the journey ain't over yet. They still have a rotation to make. I hope they got smokes. I hope they got something, because they're going to need absolutely everything to be able to stay alive in the open once they make it into this next circle.
Big fan of this move, because it's what I would do. Be sneaky, keep quiet, keep low in the fields. Everybody might be paying attention to other angles here, so it's not that bad a play to try and salvage some points.
Definitely not. And keep in mind, Shro is still alive as well. We said if you can get 1 or 2 more points off of what was a 3-point game, then Zakora Sanson could look back at that and be pretty satisfied. Now he's in placement points, and he's inside circle with 2 teams not there. And should they both fall before him, well, that's 2 points extra garnered already there. So we'll see for how long he can keep that team in. I mean, yeah, this is what we were talking about just before. There's simply too many teams already in position, ready to take him down. And once again, it's the King with the off angle, able to get the final piece.
Yeah, really like the off angle in the end and how it's worked out. I mean, it would have looked disastrous if he'd have got knocked previously when I think it was Hypebeast that was shooting his way. But Trow against Global Army. This is potentially more than just a single point he could salvage here for Sakura Sensen.
I do respect the setup from Don't Panic. They have one player lobbing a flash over from the backside, and then another player peeking. I like it when we see those sort of places. Blue zone nade coming in. It's going to land up high. So it won't be doing as much as it could have. Sancho, though, there to help him a little bit. As throws one more nade. It's going to be close once more. Global Army fell to the blue zone. Now it's just
causing
CC.
huge problems. This is massive. Shroud is doing bits here. Use the blue zone to force them into a certain position. Sancho takes the 2, though. Oh, dear me. I mean, overall, though, if Don't Panic go down, this is more potential placement points for Sakura Sensen. He knows the next is still up. He can hear the footsteps.
And he is well aware that there's no world in which he runs over the top, because he's going to get instantly peppered by exhalation. So he only really has to concern himself with what's happening down in these gutters. And again, inside the next circle with quite a few of Dika now out. Top 5 found already. 3 placement points garnered in the Sakura Sanson game that, again, I mean, they probably didn't expect to get too much from.
Gonna end up being 2 fortresses set up, Foot and Exhalation at this rate. If not careful, the Boom walks out there for a second, and Kursan's trying to maybe open up an opportunity for them. I mean, a little bit of their combat is technically into the next circle, so it's not, well, actually, it doesn't even that much ammo left. Nobody has that much ammo left. But it does have 19.
I mean, all the teams that are alive are the teams that were inside these houses very, very early on. So they haven't had a chance to loot it. They have kills, but they haven't had a chance to loot any of the crates that they found people in. Only Exhalation has been able to do that with the corpses of the Sakura players. Everyone else got to be smart about it. Foot, though, in the meantime, they've been holding their fire for a bit. So Vart still well equipped when it comes to bullets.
Definitely. That was 200, 556. So
I think he's going to be all right.
Yeah.
Something tells me he's going to be fine.
You won't be using all that anytime soon. But what's the play here? For the teams down in the trenches, you're still in the next circle, so you're hoping and praying for a big hard shift. It's the pressure eventually is most likely on Digger once another circle shift comes in, because the solos aren't expecting a whole lot, right? They're on salvage mode, but Digger here, it needs to be thinking, what are we going to do? They need to probably set themselves up what is not really just a smoke wall or a smoke channel. It's arguably like two, right? Because you know that as soon as you set that up and try and make that move towards where Exhalation's compound is, you're going to get naded or even just sprayed down.
And the next circle just exactly excludes. Maybe CC can prone on the very western kind of ledge of the gutter, but I don't think he's in there. Neither are Foot nor Diga. It's an Exhalation defensive setup that, well, I guess at least there are some cars you can hide behind if you come from outside, but outside of that, it's them on the defense, everyone else having to move in.
In theory, if you want to somehow try and win this over Exhalation, you all have to be hitting around the similar time together from other angles. But then, you know, like, how do you really have that weird agreement with other teams from the other side of the circle to be like, okay, we're going to do this? Because otherwise, Exhalation should be in a massive advantage. We'll see.
See now, as Diga. Smokes are lined up. Just two of them thus far. Not sure exactly how many they have as Shroud. Considering whether he should run over the top or not, he's doing the exact same setup as Stone Panic did on him, but he has to try to execute it by himself. Throw some flashes over. Now throw a flash close as well. I like it. Unluckily for him, he's getting counter flash from the other side. This one tries to swing the corner. Oh, he had him. Had he peeked, then he would have had him. CC has no idea.
I think he initially flashed himself, to be honest, but Trout can set up that deployable cover.
Good
that's
molly.
A brilliant molly. Oh, that's going to slow him down. He's going to peek around maybe on it.
And the smoke as well, Art. AC, I should say, and Vard, in the meantime, taking out DG player. And this is a matter of who pushes first. Diga tried to make a play. Not happening at all. Foot and Exhalation sharing the points between them. And now, Tro feeling the hurt of not just the Bluestone nade, but the actual Bluestone creeping in as well. Still 3 flashes for CC to work with. Oh, really wish for Tro that he would have peeked when he had the chance there earlier. But now, for CC, it's just a waiting game. But he's going inside on this. He's waiting with him.
It's 1v1. This is the gladiatorial arena in the pit. And who is going to come out on top? Because they're not getting out of here. We have got the flashes going down.
That's full flash. Yeah.
Perfect.
Now you've got to make a play. CC might as well try and run for it. Might as well try and get up on the other side. Your solo player left alive. Don't think he's going to have the time to do that, though. As Exhalation standing strong in their defensive position. Still 4 players up against a 3, potentially 4-man Foot. Should T-Bone be able to get back on his feet?
Foot opted for a big field play here. I mean, any transition with all of those smokes was going to be fraught with danger. And I mean, this is also fraught with danger, but what can you do? You've got the lesser of 2 evils, and this is the one you're going to try and choose. 8C in the distance, you can see 2 Foot players already down in the front of things. Exhalation should have this in the bag, unless we go hard for Vard.
You need the pin off the roof, and then when that's done, you need to make magic happen. I like to believe in Vard, but even a guy with the experience of his caliber, I would not assume that he's going to be able to come up victorious here. He might just deny, and I think that's exactly what he is doing. Don't give those points over. So many times have Foot been 1 point short of qualification in various stages of tournaments, so no reason to potentially give it to them here. But look at that 1,800 damage on the side of Foot. They were dishing out some damage.
It's an Exhalation win, though. They get themselves a big fortress lockdown. Over here at Chopsticks, this oftentimes, when it comes to a circle like this, is the compound you ideally want. I mean, it gives you a wealth of opportunity against the other compounds near you, as well as shutting down anybody that might want to come in from Chopsticks, because you just throw a few nades down there.
Yeah, I mean, their util was good.
The util was good, Toby. Thanks for that insight there. And then we'll jump straight off what he just mentioned. Their util was good. Their play was good. They got the win. Mark, what did you think of Exhalation?
Yeah, it was good. They took the compound. Obviously, they held, but actually they got a lot of kills. Backing a huge number off the bat there. Everyone put in points on the board as well, and they're able to control. At that point at the very end, I think I was saying, Vard deny, Martin's go in. Vard doesn't deny these. He doesn't deny these. So a bit of a shock there, mate.
I trusted him. I was upping him, you know. I was big upping him here. I was like, what? 1 versus 4 of these? Like, there's no way. But yeah, in these situations where you know that you're not going to be guaranteed a point, there's no point to do anything else than to deny this. So that's obviously smart. And yeah, to take the word away out of Mark's mouth here, just, you know, you actually asked Mark something here and then I'm just jumping in, but, you know, we're all excited for the games to start, guys. but in terms of how Foot was playing, like, you had to look at the map and say, okay, they had to come out of the south around the same time. Let's try to focus that. And they managed to maximize their points that way. So I like what I'm seeing from them, but that's a big start for Exhalation though, Sam.
A big start for Exhalation, a nice start for Foot Esports, who had a bit of a rough time during the group stages. We're so close to qualifying and then didn't. But overall, taking a look at our first game, we've got the highlights on your screen right now, Avenger. What did you like? What did you not like? What were you keeping an eye out for?
So first of all, it's like a pretty somewhat easy circle to get into, but still we also get this chopsticks ending, right? And I actually was expecting and hoping to see a bit more teams try to get in there, because there's quite a lot of opportunities to get in there and fight. We saw some in the northern side. We saw also Sensen. They should have went into the dip. They went into the south side fence of Exhalation, basically giving them 3 absolutely free kills. So I would like to see more fights in the chopsticks, honestly. It was pretty given for a lot of these opportunities here. Secure Sensen with Shroud actually defended it quite well, took out some guys, but you need to do it at the same time. You need to go 3-4 guys into the chopsticks, try to power it away from some of these other teams.
Mark, anything that you maybe want to add on there when you were taking a look at this game as those highlights continue?
We've got to mention Ascend, haven't we? We've got to mention Ascend. Look, they did go try to deny Balkan Eagles. Good play. They lost Chris. That's a bit of a shame. I think they should have been a little bit closer there. But I think Ascend have had a good start. Let's see if they can keep that going. And just agreeing 100% with Martin, I would have liked to have seen more teams go for that Ascend in towards the chopstick to play. I think they would have survived that a little bit longer. And then the only other mentioned, Foot taking area control quite early on. We saw Vard push down to the compound. They played out at the very, very end. Pixel was up on Everest. They obviously tied up for a 2-2. So Foot Esports trying to control area really well. If they continue as well the same, I think Foot Esports looking to try and secure out from day one.
So no real surprises, right? That's what we're getting from this. The big teams that we had mentioned leading into this, the ones that were very close to qualifying, Mark, are the ones that we now see towards the higher end of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Exhalation maybe. I'd say an outside bet, Sam. They blow hot and cold some days, but this is a good start for them. Again, they might be able to keep momentum going for them, but the rest you'd expect. You can't take anything away from Digger Esports that they had the compound control, so that's why they got the kills in there. Even had the opportunity to go get the AW out from the drop. That was a bit of a cheeky ask. Some players might not have gone for it, but all in all, I think not a bad start. I think no BP team. I think I've cursed him. Like, how have they gone out so early on? And then they ended up fighting Martin's team as well. But at least you got a point on the board.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. I don't want to jinx him further, no. But yeah, this is sample size isn't too big enough yet, right? But 24 points going. Only 2 teams being on double digit. Obviously, don't panic hype is still both in them 9, but it's pretty stacked on the top. 24, 13. Still have a good amount of points on the guys with 9 and 8, obviously, but this is a dream start for Exhalation. Decent for Foot to have this off. T-Bone got the rust shaken off a little bit. You know, we said his 5 kills in 12 games in the group stage, and now he managed to get 2 or 3 in this one here, so it's looking good for him.
Avenger, I know how you're going to answer this, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. Can Exhalation do it all over again as we move to match 2?
You know, the back-to-back 24? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, because first of all, this circle, the way that it went for them was perfection. Like, you had to have that exact zone for them to get it handed on a silver platter like this. Like, you didn't have too many teams in the chopsticks because it wasn't as beneficial because of how the circle were. You saw more teams going on the west side, and the circle just shifted in a perfect way for them where they can just absolutely farm. They had their back safe once they got us in the south side of the chopsticks with Sakura and Don't Panic fighting. And then you can start being on the roofs. You can see how the guys were absolutely destroying them on the fields, right? They're racking up so many kills, so many points. 14 kills in a game like that. It's pretty hard because usually you have to fight so many battles that you get hurt a little bit. This was a perfect setup for them, and they would have to have a perfect setup for the next match for that to come through.
The next match, we're going back to Erangel, Mark, and we've spoken about Exhalation repeating what we just saw. Foot Esports, I mean, I am going to put my head on a chopping block and say they're the team that I think is guaranteed to make it through to the grand finals. And I think we'll probably see them in the top 4, top 5 once again when we enter match 2.
Sam, I love how you waited for a game to go first before you put me and Martin on the chopping block first before we saw any sample size. You waited for at least one game and then made a call for Foot Esports. Absolutely love it. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Foot Esports will be up there at the very top as well. It looks like they've, it must have been the interview. It's just put fire on the T-Bone to get the guys going. Martin's right though, Exhalation, could they go back to back? Doubt it. You've got to remember there's teams in this lobby, Sam. So that's Gaming Gladiators drop spot. Exhalation last week wouldn't be dropping there. They got a little bit of blessing with the zone. Let's see if they can try and do it again. It has some potential. I feel like if it did go back that way, you'd find teams maybe crashing into chopsticks again, but it's maybe 1 in a million.
Mark, you're getting a bit cheeky there calling me out. You know what you could have done when I asked that question is say, I'd like to watch the first game, Sam, and then I'll be able to give you a prediction. There we go.
No,
big brain.
We're drawing it out of you, Sam. We're drawing it out of you. We know you've got the banter in there. You're trying to be good, but we're drawing it out of you. Anyway, let's go for game number 2. This time we've got a south flight path that will be going from that sort of south to southwest, all the way maybe up towards a northeast. Not bad for some of these teams. I was going to say Foot Esports are either going to go early or late here. They've gone early, so it means that the late drop spot will be free. Be interested to see actually who ends up there. And the other one for me here, Martin, is BB team. Do they go for their normal drop zone? Looks like they're out of the plane, so they are going back towards Milta because they could have gone to Stal, but that's their ult.
Yeah, that would have been a good ult because this vibe for me, Mark, is it Millie or is it Stalber? That's the vibe that this plane path is giving me, right? And it's again another rough plane path, Mark here. Can't really get to Gatka comfortably, can't really get to George, can't really get to like all of the western side is rough to get to, Mark.
Yeah, I agree. I'm an agent of chaos. You saw from game number 1, Foot Esports made the jump, got the car, and went to South George. That's their normal drop spot, guys and girls. Obviously, this one is a little bit too far. Obviously, with teams not being in a lobby, they get the opportunity. Looks like we're going to have a early fight for the cars. And let's throw it over to the guys, though. Let Toby Clares take over this. Is he going to run him over or not?
Metabay, this is a disaster.
Yeah, disaster. I agree. I couldn't agree more. Sheila able to get away with the point. And for Metabay, next time when you see yourself beat to the car, just hold out for the bike. I know it's not as optimal for the rotation that you have to make, but it's safer. You'd be alive. Unfortunately.
Tough stuff. Oh, well. I think for Bushido, maybe this is one of the teams that I'm a little bit more concerned for this last chance qualifier, right? They are one of our regional partners, and technically their lineup is strong. But the problem that exists is EMEA is just very deep, very stacked. So, and having moments like this and coming off the back of our previous game too, yeah, it's not going to stack up in just 12 games.
Sure isn't. Sure is not. Hopefully for... do you call them samurais? I guess Bushido, kind of, sort of, in that vibe. They can kind of get reset. I mean, there's a thing with Turkish teams and fighting over vehicles outside of school and Pachinki. Oh, sorry, Rostock. So not the first time they've been through that, and obviously not the first time they've taken casualties trying to do something like that either. As this time round, Foot opting to go military as they sit on the desk a little far from South George. Might as well see if they can do something else. And what better than loot quickly, get yourself an E-pickup, that being if they get there in time, all of them, and then fly straight up as far north as you can so that you can rotate into the circle from the same proximity that you would have had you been in South George to begin with.
Yeah, for sure. Just get it going fast, and also Ascend. I think it's likely this time Ascend is going to take their emergency pickup, considering that you would then have so many teams to try and traverse through if you're going to go for just a on-foot rotation. And Bushido, by the way, is the lifestyle of a samurai. You know, like the way of the warrior and all that stuff.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, it's how they live. There you go. For anybody that didn't know.
Gotta start playing the new Assassin's Creed. Learn some more about the ways of the samurais.
There's probably a lot in there.
I would imagine. As I said, this time around, they do all go to the E-pickup together. No wastes of helicopter fuel this time around. As the German team starts flying north as well, I'm interested in seeing where they're gonna go, because there could be a weird case where the two E-pickup teams end up being the ones that fight early. Their trajectory is not exactly the same, but I'm thinking Foot wants to try and jump west on this. Again, they want to come in from South George, or act as if they did. And, well, if they fly west and Ascent just kind of go straight where the EP Cup's taking them, then that will be them on top of one another.
Yeah, I think I've got similar concerns, right? Like, when you go west, you usually would think, well, it's further away from the plane path. There's also multiple ways to cross over. Again, if it goes south compared to the right side where you're thinking, okay, it will be Yazbridge or north of Pond, and in which case, either way, it gets a bit dicey. I suppose there are a few little extra bridges near Rozhok, but west just feels like it would be more open. So I wouldn't be surprised if they collide. Yeah.
Oh, the best timing here. Seeing Presenti in vehicle leave Severny should be some sort of comfort for Foot Esports. At the same time, though, that probably also means they don't get a whole lot of vehicles to pick themselves. We'll see what's available as they do fly west. Expected that this is what they were going to be doing. Now the question becomes, where does Ascent go? How much further west do they go, and do they end up taking on one another? It would be kind of fun, going back to what Mark was saying before, that that the same way did with coming with her protection until game 1 was done, and then just instantly seeing Foot be taken out just for the sake of the memes. But we'll see if that's going to end up happening or not.
Well, interesting that Foot has gone for like the 2-2 split on that drop initially. I think maybe they're all looping back and actually going, but maybe it ends up being a 3-1, because if you hear another drop coming in above you, then maybe there's like a propensity to not go for something so aggressive in a split, but Ascent is going even more west. So I guess they're prioritizing vehicles so they can use them later in the game.
And I think they saw them on the ground, the ants and vehicles down below. They saw movement from AT getting a car, from Vard and T-Bone getting vehicles as well. Said, great, that's taken, let's not contest at all. The interesting thing would have been, had Foot, for whatever reason, opted to go straight for compounds or straight for shooting range and not had vehicles in there. Maybe Ascent would have thought, wait, it's free because there are no cars there, so it's got to be clean, right? And then they would have been fighting one another, but not quite to be, as Diga trying to see what's available towards the north, but they too will hear vehicle movement from Sikor Sansa.
If you're going for those EP Cups, you have the potential of avoiding all of this potential chaos. Tries to go for the flip with a bike. A bold move, King. And it does not work.
Yeah. I respect the effort, though. We should have like 1 point per backflip. Maybe like a 0.1 point per backflip on bikes.
Ah, right.
Whenever they added, way olden days now, but whenever they added the loop, I was like, if you're going to add like extreme sports things to the game, let's make it like, let's force players to do cool tricks when they're flying around, you know?
I'm yet to see in a pro game a player go through like the loops on Miramar, right? Like,
yeah, someday.
That'd be cool.
Could be kind of cool. They added all the tricks you could do on the one-seater bike as well. Just...
It's not Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. We can't do like a...
But it could be, James. That's what I'm saying. As the Balkan Eagles, well, they've been driving in circles here for a while, and now they come back to say hello for a third time. We'll see if this ends up going any better. Indeed it does. Veronica able to take out Nail Cup, as that should be as clean as they come. Nice read on how the players are split and saying, guys, there's only one person shooting from school. Let's just take him out.
Ooh, good shot by Arrow coming in from Bushido, though. The way of the warrior strong for this one. I mean, the thing is it's kind of a bold crash through onto school anyway this early, so losing 1 or 2, it's tough.
I mean, we know it. There's definitely space towards the west, and there's also a lot more circle towards the north. But then again, I mean, if you go back and study the tapes, whichever school team is here early on when circles then do shift back south would normally come out with, if not double-digit kills, then at least double-digit points total. So makes good sense that they feel like it was going to be worth it, especially when they realized there's just a single guy there. Should have been faster getting those cars inside the schoolyard proper, though.
Yeah, potentially vulnerable on the split. If you know it's Bushido, you know that they lost 1 early, right? So if it was a 2-2 split, then that's weakened to a 1-2. So there's like lots of like butterfly knock-on effects that can actually make this read all the better for Balkan.
Ascent really had to go far for cars. They've sent 3 players to Saki to pick up vehicles, as Kilyakai, as a solo player, sat back here waiting for his teammates to arrive. I'm not sure if he got a car here, so Exhalation might think this is free, and as we can see, he's on his own. So does he go puffer fishing, or does he say, please keep driving, guys, please keep driving?
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you were a door closer, right? You
yeah, no.
I'm not normally a dirty door closer, but for this one, I'd have been like, all right, close all the doors, make it look like no one's here.
Turn off the lights, guys. Turn off the lights. Pull down the curtains. No one's home. Nothing to see here. Yeah, well, good thing for him is that he does get to live with the scav, the engines roaring past him. And Exhalation, well, they keep looking for a home to call theirs. Gonna go around the north side, get shot at by HC, who, despite being alone, will do what he can to try and dissuade them from arriving at his compound.
No extra shooting other than the mini, so maybe they think that it's only 1 or 2 there. That's what you do. You the big brain play, 2 different DMRs, switch between them, shoot. Nobody's going to be doing that. Crazy stuff.
They had Pin completely caught with his back to that, but Brax pulling up in a vehicle made him think bit of it. Like, wait, we're getting backfilled, gotta keep moving. You can see Killicow was kind of lining up a shot there, but then hearing the vehicles behind him obviously made Pin go, yeah, I'm not gonna stand here with my back towards the west, completely open. I'm gonna leave. So a potential point could have gone a sense way, not quite to be, and now Exhalation fully aware that there's a team filling in behind.
Well, all this movement could be for naught if we get a big south shift.
True.
Where are we going? It is going to be... Ooh.
Not just south, but southeast.
Ouch.
Wow. That's brutal.
Does Ascend have another E pickup, right? Probably not.
And if so, why haven't they deployed it already? Well, at least they, well, I was going to say they know coming from the south, but they don't. They flew past everything. But look at the entry points you have in this circle now. North is just Naya. Northwest is, well, I mean, open fields in the river. West is boatyard straight into, like... pre-Pachinki, mini-Pachinki, whatever you want to call it. And then Potato Hill. Like, where do you enter the circle from feeling safe?
Right, in the circle right now, there's about 6 teams peacocking. There was like 6 teams just shooting in all different directions, making sure that the other teams know this is taken. Nobody wants crashes hitting them here. But there's going to have to be some crashes in the near future, surely.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. No doubt. With only 1 team, maybe 2 starting to wrap over the Yasnaya way, which could technically house more teams. It's not looking good. So Krafton will take a casualty here as well. Kind of getting caught in the open, trying to fend off against teams as they too have to move. There was that dead center in the previous circle, and they're going like, how in the world are we actually having to move on this one? But sometimes those edge shifters, they get you.
Arsax's crazy driving, crazy taxi into that little trench to get on out of there. Killiakai does take a slip bell on the rotate past. They've ran into foot and they've taken 2 of them swiftly. 80 is now completely gone. So is Pixelic, and their other 2 took their tail between their legs and running away from Vard and T-Bone.
It makes so good sense that they're running into each other here, right? Because again, they were both E-pickup teams. They both flew north, so they don't really have a good lay of the land of kind of how teams are positioned south of them. They wanted to rotate around all the commotion and come back in from that south where they started. So now running into each other because they have similar plans. As Mars, like you said it before, crazy driving. Now he's going to need to do some crazy shooting, but it's not going to be enough as Yokai will take him down.
Mika and Shroud looking to maybe get an angle on this to see if they can put in some damage as well. Because Digger does have 2 down at present, but no, looks like the recovery is not possible. Well, I mean, they were never going to get Marcel out, but they were going to try and get maybe a cheeky point here and there, but they've thought better of it. And I can understand going down there. I think it would just mean their death as well.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. No doubt about that. Still outside the circle, too. Need to figure out what they're looking to do. As CC from the west side of Rossok here, doing his very best to just yodel across the mountains that this house is taken, and hopefully for him, he won't have any response. That's the best analogy I could come up with.
You tried.
Gimli just, you know, kind of blowing the horn off the cliffside, saying, "This is ours."
Yodeling?
Yep. That's how you communicate in the mountains, isn't it? Like in the Alps.
Isn't that singing?
Isn't
that a form of singing?
It is.
Okay, I need to Google this.
It's like old communication in mountains thing.
Is yodeling? Because if so, I'll accept it. I'll accept it.
And while you're Googling stuff, I'll continue paying attention to the match that what's happening here. As the Krafton, creeping ever so much further forward, have made their way inside the circle. Foot now back towards the north, towards Severny, looking to go hard east on it. Keep in mind, this is only phase 2 closing into 3, so next one can include as much water as it wants. So let's see how brutal this one's gonna get. And we get a swing, and it's gonna go north. Oh my goodness. Ooh. This is gonna be savage.
Yeah, okay, that's a problem. That is a huge problem.
As the Sumas would say these days, guys, we are about to witness absolute cinema.
No, don't appeal to them.
I have to try every now and again, you know. Gotta get those thumbnails in. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if you're gonna say that, you have to post that silly black and white picture as well, with his hands raised in the air. Like,
exactly. Well, if our math is right and where this next circle is gonna take us, like after phase 3, that means everyone is they're gonna go up towards the north of the river, try and see if they can somehow find playable terrain. Meaning, everyone's aware of this now. How do we get up there? Well, we're about to lose somewhere along the lines of 15 to 20 players trying to make it north.
yeah, there's really not that many spots to play. I mean, one of the spots that might be slightly open is you can sit in some of those forest areas to the east side, kind of west of where Grove Street is. But even that is open to be some of those angles. We're going to have Hypebeast trying to crash in against Eternal Fire. Will it work out, though? No, it's not. Code Marco takes 2 straight away. Ooh. Maybe even a third. Yes, he does. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant defense coming out from Eternal Fire.
Really good crossfire. Only 2 of them really engaging in the front line of the fight there. But you can see Crossberg and Quetpa were running up to try and help, but they had completely control of it as Foot again trying to find entry points to the circle, but met with bullets once more. Vard having to do a U-turn as T-Bone and him once again reconsider where they're gonna get into this circle from. They've been trying to rotate into this for the better part of the last 7 minutes. Well, they're still moving.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 13 points so far from the 2 games, but there's just not many ways in for them. Even if they do get in, the compounds are taken, a lot of the dips and divots are taken. Then you've got the potential of this swinging either side of the river. It's brutal. As Exhalation is also kind of feeling some of the pains of that, realizing that there's so many teams ahead of them. Kref's going to go for a ball play once again here. Hello, my bad. Goes for the spray on this wall. Brilliant little position to try and defend here from, as well as the reinforcing shots coming in from the compound, but it's not going to be enough to quell. Takes down Hello, my bad. Leosh did go for a trade there for a second. No, it's a Panzer foul straight in from Kref. They are going ballistic.
Definitely are. As here comes the remaining Win or Die plays, but they have to U-turn. And now, because they do, nice reaction play by Grove Street. This is, in my opinion, Win or Die grasping over way too much. They were trying to maintain a 2-2 split. I'm not sure if Kref read that there was only 1 or 2 vehicles in the compound, and that's why they opted to go. But if that's the case, great read and great play by Kref. And for Win or Die, big time punished, trying to claim too much real estate here.
I love that there was the wherewithal to just go big explosives for all of that. Nice. So I didn't think that they were going to win out on that push forwards, but yes, they did. Yes, they did in spades. And now for Vard, I don't know if he's going to win this out. He actually knocks right in the lock on the other opposite angle of all of this. And just taking out the tires while shutting him down.
Pretty decent. Pretty decent. If they can find Klim as well, he's kind of caught on an island here. T-Bone, you can see, driving up to him now, trying to get the off angle. Will try and fend off against him. Nade in hand, caught at the wrong time here. T-Bone will find him. That's 2 players down. He will fall because of it. But, I mean, in the end, I don't think they were expecting to get too much from it. Maybe Vard can make something happen as Ibargon gets taken out as well all of a sudden after all this down to just a 1.
If you're on this push now, you just gotta look for the points. Look for points where you can see him. Goes for a spray across this. Perfect stuff against Pokemon Lodoi. Charges up the nade, tries to throw that forwards. There is the reinforcing shot behind. But actually, no, he got knocked, right? Vard's gonna clean it up. This is big points for Foot, considering they were in the disaster zone.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of salvaging, take a couple of players down with you. It's the best you're gonna get in that situation as Shroud. Now, solo player left alive from the side of Skorosands and trying to be the one and only bridge troll here, but unluckily for him, Presenti is there to challenge him for the spot.
There's only one bridge troll here, and it's me. Get out of there. Come on.
Can confirm. Can confirm.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, it is the battle for the moment, and that nade. I was going to say that was just going to bounce. Yeah. It's going to be rocking up against Eternal Fire.
Well, this crossfire helped before. Now in trouble, though. Payne's able to find the knock. Unluckily for him, it's on his teammate. Brax with the bullet to the back of the head. You're not going to appreciate that. Killika, in the meantime, trying to take on Code Marco, but he's doing a good job at buying his team time to get good off angles here. Really, that's a good nade. I don't think Marco's any clue. Did he go back down the stairs? No, he landed on the other side. And you really cannot fault Killika for running up those stairs. That nade landed the only place it could, but in behind a crate, meaning that the damage was pretty much none.
Eternal Fire can hold on to this. I think the threats are not over just yet. Don't Panic is also rocking up to the corner of this compound, so that is going to be a bit of a problem. They've kind of leapfrogged ahead of where Eternal Fire would, I guess, like to be in, considering that, well, I mean, overall, the compound is the compound. They're okay still. Technically, multiple teams can co-inhabit this, and you can live in this little, like, symbiotic relationship where you hold off other teams coming in, but, I mean, you still got to deal with Ascend here if you're Eternal Fire, for sure.
Also, just to underline, this circle has swung south, so we're going triple hard shifts in a row. As Diga try to pull up, try to get the better of this one. It's only really been the teams in the compounds around the water that has been saved from all of this chaos and carnage that's been unfolding. As Diga, despite being very, very aggressive in the push, stay alive with all 4 up and have 7 kills to write home about. These guys finished with 12 points after the entire group stage and are looking to up that whole scoreline with just a single game in.
Well, they for sure come in warm. That is 100% true. Another shift south for all of this as it does go on. I mean, the thing is as well is that we've seen these guys in scrims between the last stage and this one as well. So they've clearly been trying to work hard on maybe some of the mistakes that they felt that they made within that group stage. So for now, though, Eternal Fire, they've got the rough end of that one. They had this compound for so long and so many teams rocking up against them. And you can only hold on for so long.
Exactly. We saw the issue right there as well. As soon as they don't instantly shut down Ascent, other teams will try and fight with the compound. They know they're too busy looking at the team they're already fighting, so now Don't Panic can come in and claim this outside of the compound. Nice read by Don't Panic to come in and take it and now stay alive in there with 3, I believe. On Eternal Fire's side, though, so hard to try and reset and take out the entirety of that push coming through on the western side.
How do you think they're going to get across?
Short answer, they won't. But then again, there's 2 people sat under the bridge. They could go into blue in phase 5 and try and drive north, which they won't do. So we'll see. Maybe they're just going to set the cars into the water and hope for the best in the shoreline, because there is a little bit of water in play as they do get right across. Exactly. Turn left as you clear the bridge and hope that the guys from the forest don't get 2 good angles.
Well, yeah. Can't crash the compound, can you? Because there's Orms looking at you. There's everything. Shroud is down here as well. Oh, he will fall. 11th place there for Sakura Sensen, but Digger is taking a lot of casualties whilst making this happen. I guess it's just going to be, a little salvage solo plays down in the bottom of this with Presenti still there as well. I don't think he's played his hand just yet.
No, I was going to say DJ is fully focused towards the south, towards the compound. Yokai is looking this way as well. Now he's starting to look back towards the north, thinking, wait a minute.
No.
People were fighting down here earlier. Let's see, Presenti. What can you do with the scuba gear?
But Jaws.
That's one.
Perfect.
He has no clue about the other, though.
Yeah.
It's the flush. And there's no time. He's not in position to really do anything about it. He's caught on the other side.
Yep. This is...
Sneaky. Presenti able to get more points. There's no. I was going to say there's a world where he gets placement points, but everyone pretty much is already inside the next circle, so that's not going to happen. Oh, that nade would have been perfect. Yokai had you bounce it just a bit further.
Yeah, you've got compounds in the circle and then very open terrain in the middle of all those compounds again. So it's not quite a field ending, but it's not dissimilar. You see the trees, rocks ahead of us as well there as the shot looks forwards. At least these 2 are kind of aware that there is a threat existing, but
yes.
It's the stalemate for the moment.
For now, Yokai only really has to be worried for the next 8 seconds, because Seifu, he can only get this angle from this rock, which he's now having to leave. As you can see, Yokai is still inside the circle. So, Grove Street. That's a... Wow, okay. I guess you get rewarded for crashing a compound every now and again. Ascent, pleased to see this shift happen. Also, the fact they've been able to reset with 3 after that push on through. Because, it turned out all right. Now it's for the rest of the server, though. How do you make your way into this next circle?
That's nuts. That's absolutely nuts. 2 games in a row at Erangel. We're getting rewarded on those compound spots. Garden to be the focus point now, and just all of these teams. There has to surely be more attempts at crashes.
Yeah,
from
everyone's
some of these
seeing
edge
the
teams.
2025 roadmap going, destructible terrain when? We need some dips, guys. We need to start blowing up, find some holes in the ground to prone in, because we don't have enough foldable shields to last another circle. As Jeppe now the first ones to make a move, and instantly, I mean, they're getting peppered. I like the fact that BB hasn't upped sleeve just yet, because they know that there's teams towards the north they can get points on. Smart on them to wait it down. It's Global Army, nice little track through the smoke there, able to predict Voxx's movement and get a knock there.
Just the firing line, the gallery being set up for all of these teams in the distance who are going to have to move eventually. Balkan Eagles not doing too bad, getting themselves a little spot here and there over on that east side. The shots coming in, Exhalations trying to drop down the smokes and get themselves in, but I mean, what? You try and work with this shack, and then from there, you're still going to be in blue.
Yeah. There is... I was just wondering if he can prone north, or nah, it's too far down the hillside as Mortars now rain in as well. Yep, able to right overrun. Voxx cannot catch a break as one more nade gets thrown on in. That could be very, very dangerous. Comes close, finds the double with it as well. A save for Wasu, both lobbing nades on over. They might go down, but they're taking a lot of people down with them.
I don't mind the attempt here for Jeppe to try and hit on this when it actually went down, because what else are you supposed to do? Throw us a little bit of an underhand volley there. He might burn himself if he's not getting... Okay, so he realizes how far that actually goes, and then from there should be okay for a second, but there are still Grove Street members in the distance looking for an opportunity to pounce on this.
Cna's no, he's just on the backside of the smoke. I was going to say maybe he can go back down and get the rest of his teammate, but not going to happen. Grove Street smart, but Wasu to try and claim those points as Odin spots through the edge of the smoke. Not gonna happen. Wasu takes him down. That's the third point on the board.
And BB team. All right, if there's any team that's gonna try and... No, I was about to say rat it out. That's not the case at all. Hold out over on these fields with a lot of smokes. It would be them. Wasu wisely popping these tires to make the lower profile on that UAS, making sure that they can't shoot underneath all of this, but nades coming forwards. BB team knew exactly where this fight was going down, but not quite triangulating exactly where Vaso is. Oh, move back from it. Perfect stop by Vaso.
5 nades, 2 blue stones, a lot of util expended as these two bridge trolls now finally find each other, and it's Presenti to come out victorious. The one was sat down here waiting for the longest time. Able to get one with him. It's BB again. They need to clear this out. They want this dip. It's their only real entryway towards this next circle. There is a chance that they could try and make a play. Okay, that's a good nade. There is a chance they could try and just fully crash up on the wall, but they know Exhalation is on the southern side as well, because they were sat down there with them before. So they need to find their way in. And well, Moldoct, you are inside the circle with 17 bullets.
Do wonder how many more smokes they've got available. They spent quite a lot kind of negating the angle of this compound while they were clearing out that east side. And Exhalation still alive down in the south here. Just these natural small forms, allowing them the reprieve of some of those shots coming forwards. And still, the compound knows that Presenti is, well, somebody is up in the north. Chris is going out there for an nade attempt, but opening himself up to previous angles.
I respect the idea. They know they have to move. I mean, technically, the very south corner of the compound is inside the circle and in the building Paints is in. But, yeah. Chris running up, trying to see if he can get an extra point, now coming back towards his teammates. You might as well. Might as well see if you can get a freebie, but not to be.
And now he's going to be moving through those smokes. So that acts like a bullseye for them to start firing towards if he goes for it. He threw out 3. I don't know how many more he went for there. Exhalation sees them on the roofs. And I'll just be able to duck behind that for a second. Don't panic, man. They crashed this last, and they've not really even had much conflict on that crash. They're sitting pretty.
All 4 up still as well. I said 3 earlier. I stand corrected. And they have... I like how they've set themselves up. While they know that Ascent has to make their move in from the east, the first movers are going to be the guys either on the south side or towards the east. And, yeah, that should be the main concern right now. They have the help from Crossberg, who should be able to at least do some damage as the Panzer comes through. Da boom goes boom. And that's the tale of Exhalation. Winning one game, 5th in another. Good start for him.
Okay, Ascend's making the move. They're going to try and hit one angle of this compound forward. I really like this attempt here. Just try and kind of isolate this spot and then move in from there. It's only Crossberg from Eternal Fire. The rest of Don't Panic are over the other way. Crossberg sitting calm, sitting quiet.
Upping smokes up close. I would love to see him sat with a shotgun in hand. Would probably increase his chances of survival as the circle swings east again. Don't panic. They will be waiting on this one. As Crossberg. Well, you have 3 nades, my man. Might as well lob one in there if you know they're inside.
At least, yeah, 3 nades. Also the flashes as well. Stuns, I should say. Holding the angle.
Before it's too late. Can't even get a single. No, would have wanted to really get that one down as that one swaps over to the flash, but it's too little too late. Ascend able to live with the scare. 3 nades inside the house when you know they're all in the same room. Could have been deadly for Ascend, but nope, they stay alive. 3 kills on the board so far, looking to see if they can push through Don't Panic as well.
Smart attempt from Don't Panic to try and hold this out as well. They left their buildings to try and throw some nades through these windows, and they realize that if they do that, it doesn't matter because there's a wall covering them as well as buildings from where BB team angles are. So
exactly,
there was free reign to be able to try that. Schiller has now picked up a shotgun.
The main threat right now for Don't Panic is, I mean, obviously they have to hold out Ascend, but also as soon as they start, you know full well the BB team is going to start pushing closer. So you need to commit one guy to looking towards the east and try and make sure they don't come in and interfere too much. But how is this one going to pan out? Ascend, the first ones, the only ones to really have to make a move right now.
I mean, yeah, if this all unfolds and they don't get the knocks, I mean, this could be terrible for Don't Panic because they're in the cars. They're instantly, BB team in their cars. They're going to move on that knock straight away. Shall had a nade in his hand. Oh, no, as well. This is perfect for BB team. They might actually win this considering this compound was the focal point the whole time.
And what smarter approach from BB than going in on that southern side? They know that everyone is fighting towards the north. Come in, claim what's available, claim what's free. As I said, try and reset. There is time to do so. 15 seconds, make it 14 on the timer here. Chris trying to buy some time for the rest to come through. Try to keep CC occupied. As Don't Panic. Well, it's about time you start doing that because now you find yourself surrounded. Look at this circle. Everyone fighting in what is effectively 10% of this circle. If you go out and prone behind a tree now, you might just win.
A little bit of sowing chaos here. Could be it's Chris in that north on that wall because that then opens up a few more angles here for Ascend if he peeks around as this fight ensues. Shipless finds Brexco. He's gone completely now. So
the dot is outside. Do they have players outside on the walls and BB? Yes, they do have a doozy. Okay,
BB does,
they do
yes.
have a doozy. Yeah.
So
I thought they all committed south.
And also, Iduzi has seen where Chris was trying to peek on that corner, so he knows exactly where he's going to be coming from, which is technically a little further away from the dot than their position.
Well,
he's lying down. He's prone.
Global Army. He only has flash. There's no lethal use. I was just gonna say if he can get a good angle from up here, that could be incredibly dangerous. As Ascend's down to just the 2 players, need to start moving forward because the circle is closing in. And see here, Chris sat by himself. No lethal util, no flashes. Has to peek that corner eventually. The smoke is there. Oh, you're taking a lot of damage, my man. Chris, what are you doing? Move!
Ooh, very, very close. So he jumps over towards the smoke, keeps himself alive here for a second. Don't Panic is down to 1. It's only as Chris as well. BB team holding this. It was such a bold play to even be prone along this wall from BB team, but it's going to work on out. Chris is gone. Phil first here, taking that one, and it is only going to be 1 more left. Shipless has to do a lot of work, but Molodox will knock him. That is gone. BB team wins this game without having any of the compound at all. It was perfect timing on the move.
I think BB team saw their first opponents at the 16-minute mark in this match. They were just sat down towards the south. When the circle shifted north, you go, no, come back, circle. We need you down here. And, well, they were able to clean out in the end. Good job on their part.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Fantastic. As soon as Schiller was knocked, the go switch, the go angle to be able to push onto that compound. And I will say as well, kudos to them for finding room on the east of that circle because it can be really, really scary and dangerous considering you saw how many teams went there, Toby, to try and scramble for that one little dip, and BB team wins that out too.
Yeah, incredible play. Incredible, that's for sure. Circle swinging back and forth all game long, in the end came down towards the south.
BB team gets a win, Mark. Your team is there. They're up. And it was just an education, I think, in game experience and patience. Just waiting, knowing when the time is right. It's such a great way to look at, if you look at the Final Four with Eternal Fire and how they got out, waiting too long, not throwing those utils, getting taken down. Whereas BB team just knowing exactly what patience looks like, but also when to make their move. And ultimately, that was what got them the victory.
Yeah, even further back, you got to remember they were in the compound, Sam. So they were trying to duke it out of Exhalation, and there was only really one spot on the south there. They were unable to clear Exhalation, so they only had one place to go. They played it, and it was all about timing. BB just held the moment that knock came in. Even if they didn't get to go for the knock, as soon as they read the kill feed, it was a full send. And I was surprised Exhalation didn't do that from the south as well. They stopped. They should have gone all the way to that compound and held out. That might have been a different outcome for Exhalation. But again, good to see them in a top 5 position.
Okay, so I know this isn't normal. I'm actually going to stop talking about the game you just saw, and I want to focus in on BB Team Avenger because we didn't really speak much about them at the start of the show, but they are a team that should have been in the grand finals, and I was surprised by their performance during the group stages. It didn't look as confident as I was expecting. Were you surprised as well?
The reason why we're not talking about BB Team is because we know we're going to talk about them later, Sam. That's why, you know, they're going to be a team that's going to be coming in taking wins. They got 2 wins in the group stage that they didn't manage to get in to the finals this way, but this way they get more reps, and they're showing us exactly why they should be dominating in the group stage or in the finals for PEC Spring as well here. Honestly, for me, the way that they executed this, it was a little bit fortunate for them that they were so disciplined, because they had that southeast side. Jeppe went away from the compound that they ended in being in until the very end, the J compound southeast of the garden that we saw the end in, and then they actually managed to play out from there. They took control, they stayed 4 alive, and they're just so smart with how they're doing things. And we know they're a team that need to get things started, and it's such a benefit for them to be playing here in the last chance qualifier, because them getting 12 more games in than the other finals teams, the top 8 that's already been through, it's just such a benefit to them, because they get to play against 7 other teams that are going to be in the grand finals, and they get to get the best practice you can get just a week before we're starting our finals.
Avenger, do you think that helps with consistency? Because I think, yes, like BB Team, 2 wins in the group stages, but then they fall right off. So obviously that is something that maybe they even know they need to focus on now. They've got this win here, but they have to continue to consistently be playing in the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to be seeing that throughout this. And honestly, for how they played this, they knew exactly what's going to happen. You know, you have more than one team in a compound. They're going to fight, and there's going to be a timing where we can engage. So we just need to make sure we have a car or 2. We have enough smokes to be playing with. Let's stay 4 guys alive and approach it that way. And you're going to be able to take home a game like this where you win and get 7 kills on top of it. Really good effort from Ascend as well. They fought their way all the way through this compound here. First Eternal Fire, then onto Don't Panic, and then all the way through then. And they were actually getting so many kills outside of the compound as well, on win or die on the outside, and they managed to really reap a lot of rewards from having that northern side. So a double digits for them in terms of kills. It's good. We see the other guys really activate already. So yeah, Ascend on top here together with BB. That's huge.
A lot of teams have started off running, Mark, to get those points, and for BB Team, 17 points on the board. They're going to be happy with that. It's a good start because they don't have a lot of time, right? Less games than they're used to in the group stages in terms of what they know they have to do in the next 2 days.
Yeah, and they've got the freedom to sort of move a little bit now. They might have just started a little bit late. Maybe they didn't hear the bang when everyone started running. But yeah, this is going to send them right up the leaderboard. 4th place for them, that's a good shot. I think that's 11 places, 12 places. They've kind of skyrocketed up. Exhalation still holding that top spot. So obviously still finding themselves in the top 5 is really, really good. So everyone unable to sort of shake them. But something we was off air, and Martin said actually Ascend, they're in 2nd place. I think they could have maybe got a little bit more. They opted to push into the compound, didn't they, Martin? But actually, if they stayed on that north side of the wall, they might have kept bodies up and kept out of maybe the urban fight between them and Don't Panic. I think they might want to take that one away, but it's a good start from Ascend.
I'm not sure that they were fully aware that Eternal Fire was in this barn here. They probably had pretty decent kill feed counting on that. But if they knew that there potentially was 1 Eternal Fire guys left in the compound, I would have waited personally and let Eternal Fire fight Don't Panic so they could third party that and maybe reap some of that, because they fought Don't Panic and that delayed so much. They lost a guy. They had to use so much utility and smokes to kind of get into deeper into the compound, where of the northern side of the wall was actually pretty safe. 1 smoke on that big kind of opening, or a flashbang into one of the houses that was being covered, and they would have had the opportunity to maybe even hurt BB Team breaching the combat, because you know for sure there's going to be a player or a few players breaching on that eastern side, and they could have pushed them down a little bit, maybe forcing BB team and Don't Panic fighting on the south side. So there's a little bit of different approaches to this. Maybe it's regardless of information that was available to them, or a kind of decision based on it. But I would love to see what would have happened if they stayed on that northern side, like the whole wall, close that down, and make the other teams fight each other, and then third party that to kind of be that last team that have, you know, a stronger force standing with utility left.
So you can see there, Exhalation and BB team claiming wins on Erangel, but now we move to the wild card maps. Tago is first. And Mark, why do we call them the wild card maps?
You should only get one a day. You kind of obviously 2 over their last chance in this case. And it's the newer maps. Is it rehearsed enough? No, we tend to find a bit more of hot drops. There's capabilities depending on the flight path, where again, teams that have already qualified, Sam, that obviously there's openings, and it looks like we are seeing a potentially, I won't say anything yet, it depends on the flight path, other teams may be trying to claim those sort of prio spots.
What are you expecting here, though? Because like we have seen certain teams, and I mean, it is only 2 maps, so it is difficult to use this as a sample size. But there are familiar names staying at the top right now. Do those familiar names continue to stay at the top as we go to Tago, or do you think that there'll be a little bit of a shake-up?
Oh, everyone's loving sample size at the moment. I think it'll be all right. I think it'll be okay. Look, they are maps that we have seen. Maybe some of the unheard of names, some of the that were lower down the leaderboard. You got to remember, let's look at Hypebeast. Keta Sam delivered half of his kills, and he was a top killer, right? He delivered half of his kills on Rondo. So some of these other teams might have the opportunity to shine. I'd love to see maybe Hypebeast get a win from here as well. They like to see a little bit further on the outside edge, so they play a little bit different when it comes down to Tago compared to Rondo. They're definitely more aggressive on the Rondo stance. I think for them, though, they have to try and stop. Exhalation looking good already. Ascend looking good. Don't Panic and BB team come out swinging that last one. They're 4 teams you need to maybe put the brakes on to give you half of a chance to ensure you get in.
Avenger, when you take a look at the sort of the bottom of the leaderboard right now, it is only 2 matches, but these are teams that were on the bottom of the leaderboard through the group stages as well, and quite considerably. They weren't up in that mid-pack fighting, so close to qualifying. Do you have concerns for them? I mean, are there teams in those names that you think, well, we should see them improve and we should see them move up the leaderboard as the day progresses? I'm
constantly concerned for all of these teams because they're going to be playing on maps that are pretty hard to play. Rondo and Tago is difficult. You have a lot of predictions around how Rondo works and how predictable it is to land ratio and how phase 4 and phase 8 shifts. So that is terrifying to play. But if you told me that our current top 8 was going to be the teams that was going to go into the finals, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe a little bit for Digger Esports. They have had a fantastic start, and I hope they continue their momentum. But I wouldn't be surprised that would be the 8 teams. You would have, you know, the consistent teams and maybe a few surprises or underdogs that sneak their way in there. So I wouldn't mind that. But obviously, like once we get onto the Rondo and the Tagos, that is really where you don't want to throw it away and don't want to take your chances. Like if you're contested in a hot drop, just don't take your chances. Like this might be the map that you might, for a fun chance, run away with, you know, 10 points for a win and some kills, or run into like a situation where you get a lot of kills because players are not as familiar with the maps and are not as comfortable as they are on Wrangle and Miramar. So that's I love playing them. I actually think they're great. There are some changes in terms of land ratio and stuff I would like to see improved, but still they're fantastic maps in terms of how much terrain there's played. But yeah, we'll see. Everything's getting started here, and we're gonna have a pretty easy playing path here for Tago.
Yeah, it's not a bad playing path. Again, it's coming from that sort of west side up towards an east, goes right through the middle. Pretty much all of the most of the teams are going to have their main drops. I think the only other team that, for me, Martin's on the outside bet at the moment, I wouldn't have expected win or die on that right-hand side of the table. For me, I think they need to be a bit more like a beagle. They need to get hunting, trying to go get some more kills. I think they're playing a little bit too passive at the moment.
Yeah, I'd like to see them go out and fragging here for sure. That's the big case. Some teams are a little bit close to each other here. but it's again in the case of not potentially being able to get into your usual spots here. A little bit of contest though, so let's see if it's gonna be some crazy things happening, some car stolen maybe. I think just to be safe, we should be throwing it over to Calaris and Toby here if we get some early action.
Yes, thank you very much as we head down to the roads here on Tego, game number 3, and already a few shots coming in from Shroud, see if he can catch Kref on this move through. I don't think he's going to be able to hit them though with the iron sights.
If there's a guy to do it, it would be him. He has kind of been the one that stays alive and try to get some extra points for the team in the first 2 matches at least, but not this case. As oh wow, circles are not playing around today. We are going Giga West and potentially to that little tiny island out in the middle of nowhere.
It's never gonna happen.
Well, I mean, that's be a first for everything, I suppose. Also, I think there's one tree there and a rock. That's about it. If we can get a POV, like observe a POV of the island just real quick, just to see how bad it is, that'd be kind of funny.
Waste their time, Toby,
It's better than seeing exhalation loot. I mean, it's content, you know? We're going to warm up the players for what they're about to witness. As, well, this is going to be so tough. Look at the rotations teams have to try and make. We're going to see so many teams go Yongchon over Shipyard to just avoid the conflicts that will be in and around Paradise Bridge and down towards Fish Camp.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost certainly, like you're thinking 80-85% right, ending on the island, the Northwest Island. So for some of these teams, you're going to have to be getting a scoot on and then from there figuring things out. It'd be interesting to see what Bushido chooses to do, considering their spot in the circle right now. Because again, with how likely it is that it should end up on that Northwest Island, they technically have a great spot if it takes the other 15% chance of moving down towards the south. So
imagine. I mean, we just saw in the Wrangle game where there's no way of telling where it was going to end until the last couple of circles. So maybe it does go south, but I would not be surprised if we get to see somewhere. I'll say this: we're going to have 2 teams on the south. We're going to have 2 teams in the blue in the south, literally just not daring to go inside the circle before it confirms. And then the remaining 12 are going to be sat safe towards the north.
Well, some of those teams that are in the south that are moving north, maybe Balkan Eagles, trying to go all the way to maybe Walsong, just get themselves some vehicles on this emergency pickup. Won't be surprised about that. And Grove Street rotating on past some of these teams, but Klim on this move past, getting King to start things off as Digger is getting themselves in all sorts of trouble.
Again, teams trying to avoid confrontation by going early ends up finding one another because they're trying to execute the same strategy. Very similar to what we saw with the Stemden Foot in the previous game as we go wee and boop. Solid. You say it's not Tony Hawk, but I see a lot of flying in 360s. I'm just saying.
The only true place you can really get away with it here, all right?
That is true. That is true. As Grove Street able to find the entry knock on the boom. Good on that because the team is kind of split now. The rest of the players are coming to try and fortify, but they might be too late to the party.
Yeah, a little bit of desperation here. Getting out the car fast as pinned. Try and find himself a little bit of an angle from this side. That being said, though, I don't think they're going to open themselves up to angles here. Pins are kind of realizing that unless the little hole in that wall gets breached. Sancho on the other side tries to go for some shots, spraying down. Salek is on the other side of this and getting caught as well. Everybody's getting caught here so quickly.
Yep. It's the terror of everyone trying to claim real estate in an area where there really ain't a whole lot to play. We've seen so many circles whenever they do swing up here to the north, going towards this exact roundabout as wow. Okay, nice little double peek come through. Late on the double peek, but does work out in the end. But yeah, no, this intersection getting so many circles when the circles do shift north, so it makes sense that that's something everyone's trying to fight for.
Just make me wonder now where our Balkan Eagles are going to go. They're already in the air flying. They're dropping down from this, and they're in the lines of sights of Kref here. We're going for a spray. We're dropping right on top of them on the north side on that compound. Means that Kref's now going to have to reinforce this spot and make sure no push comes along.
We've now lost as many players as we had in the first 15 minutes of the previous Erangel game. Yeah. That's kind of insane. But again, only so many rotation paths teams are running into one another. And now it's up to Mika to try and fend off Sikora Sanson. Lost Master like earlier on rotation. You can see in the distance there's Shroud trying to come over and help, but He's gonna have to really go fast if he wants to help out, because it seems like all of Eternal Fire are here ready to take this fight. He is turning around though. Oh nope, now being dissuaded once more.
Oh, very close. Circle is definitely a huge problem, and it's going to funnel a lot of these teams to almost exactly the same spots. That Molly was already taken down here, man. Now Mika is going to fall as well. Eternal Fire. I don't think they fully know that Shroud is all the way up north, and he is leaving. So that's, I mean, a great cleanup by Eternal Fire, and Shroud's going to have to play for some salvage again.
Not the first time that's happened today. This time around, though, it wasn't in a lack of wanting to go help his friends, but the entirety of Bushido was shooting at him whenever he tried to get close to the compound. A little pixelic tribute there as a bike. Not as effective when it's not blocking a door, but at least here, making that room uninsurable, unless if you do up to go up on the bike. Or blow it up, I suppose.
I like the block with the bike.
It's nice.
It's cool.
Like that though. Voxic running over Vaso. Grove Street. Got to figure out how to park their cars better in order to avoid stuff like that from happening. Balkan Eagles, in the meantime, of course, well aware that Kref is kind of eyeing this position. So good on them to keep eyes open. You can see kind of looking in all directions right now.
I just have my concerns for Balkan Eagles because, again, I thought they were going to drop more north and then maybe go for vehicles, but they decided to go more central. Yes, it gives you and affords you a decent compound that it wasn't held off by from Kref, but you're going to have no vehicles for any transition, so you're hoping for these circles because everyone's so squished up already in the middle of that circle.
Godok open, Palace open. I mean, Southside pretty much open. It's just Hype who came in late down here that are opting to stay. Again, they're probably expecting and assuming that they have to go north at some point, but no reason to risk it for those center compounds, because we can see what happened to the 7 people that did try and claim center real estate early on. Down to just one team is both Sakura Sanson and Exhalation. Exhalation currently sat in first place. That's a big loss for them.
There are still teams coming along here. Crossberg actually moves past this, doesn't go for any shots himself on the seat swap. And Shroud almost got him. Would have been a bit of a disaster for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, went for the reload with 14 bullets left. Could have probably had him, but
maybe
not fully committing. I respect it. I mean, you see one guy, you gotta have bullets ready if 3 more people come rushing over the hill moments later. As now, don't panic. Seems like they've caught after all by surprise. They've sprung out of the compound, and what a great off angle by Global Army. Can't find the knock though, finally. Able to get one, has eyes on the second player as well.
Yes, he does. And I think technically he could have probably hit him through some of that grass as he kind of lied down when that was going on. But going to charge up a nade here. Healing going off from Klim. Will he be able to hit it? Does it catch? Oh, it negates quite a bit of that heal that's going on. Another tick actually went off right after. That was funny. Normally doesn't occur.
Yeah.
But Global Army now takes him out completely.
And this is the issue, right? They had the compound. They had the position up on that northern side of the circle. Tried to extend further, but nice setup here from Don't Panic. Hearing the cars come out of the compound and, yeah, just kind of waiting for them to walk straight in to the trap.
Would have been a bit rough if he hadn't have got at least one from that, right? Initially, when the spray went down, I was very concerned that maybe it wasn't going to get it and they were going to turn around because it was taking a while to really fully connect. But Global Army does get the 2. The rest of After All in that compound, they ain't moving anytime soon. And hey, okay, are we going to fly over the water as well? Did he already do that? He likes doing that.
Could be. Got to do it for the cinematic shots. The observers instantly there. Ready. Looking, well, Brax is looking for a place for his teammates to go. Wolsong is completely vacated. As Getrox now, solo player in an E-pickup, trying to fly ahead of his teammates. They're already inside the circle further towards the west. He's going to be the eye in the sky, at least for the time being. Seeing if he can spot something for his teammates as the next circle does pop. Do we get that crazy southern shift? No, we're going duck.
It couldn't have been any further away from that southern shift.
Wah, wah. Not to be, at least for the sake of 14 of the 16 teams, they're already inside the circle.
And one thing that actually arises from a circle like this is that there was really no teams in those hills north of Godok, and actually that can co-inhabit a lot of teams, especially if we obviously get the circle shift going up there further. We'll see, though. It obviously was quite on the edge, and this being such a hard shift means that now technically it should be a bit more playable as everybody gets set up. And look, I mean, Bushido ran into a drop and has a ton of stuff available to me. I think I saw a Lynx, I saw a Grozer, I saw a P90, 3-3. It's brutal once you get a lovely drop on Tego.
Welcome to the wildcard maps where you're spoon-fed loot when you get that lucky. In the meantime, all these teams are trying to rotate west. Obviously, I mean, there's big fields, somewhat circle center, making it hard to play in and around there. Then you have Godok towards the east. But with this circle shifting, pretty much every team that were towards the center started executing western rotations rather than try and swing back east, meaning that BP team, I mean, they are not aware, obviously, but they have the entire mountain to the southeast actually for them to take, with rotation opportunities there as well. Whereas if you look to the southwest or the north even, it's a little more cramped.
Very cramped. Very cramped. There's going to need to be some jostling for some stronger positions for some of these teams. Don't Panic is jostling for a spot right now. Well, the Rhino Lock starts things off with a knock. Does see CCNX down there? He's going to throw the nade forwards to him. Yes, he will. Schiller will tip him off that is coming in as well, thankfully, for some information. There was a Panzerfaust in the hands here of Don't Panic. They're trying to take down Pokemon. Nades aren't through the door. Can he finish it off? No, Shipless will take him.
Yeah, good nade over the top second time around. Rhino, a little sad that he has a Panzerfaust as his secondary gun, because he ran out of bullets when he tried to flush Sheila, and therefore now he has to well, expose himself to the compound proper in order to get the flush, which might actually end up keeping Sheila alive. You can see he's wanting to get the off angle. He wants some extra points off of this game, being a solo player left alive, but just can't seem to find it. As Hype in the meantime, again, tried to swing southwest around, but there's already so many teams down here and running straight into Balkan Eagles because of it.
Totally bottled up. And Kraft has taken along the entire hillside as well. I think this is a great little move from them, because initially they were south of Balkan Eagles, trying to eventually move elsewhere, I suppose. But this hillside does afford you quite a bit of angles if Balkan Eagles wants to move out of here. So they're constricting their position at the moment.
I like the fact they're playing it smart. They know where the pressure is coming from, and while this compound might be completely irrelevant come next circle, if you can force Hype into potentially Kref or into other teams around and then set up a third-party opportunity for yourself by simply just staying in the compound, you're doing smart things in trying to make your way into the next circles.
I think Shroud is getting a full drop
to himself. Yeah, he is.
It's right on top of him.
It is. Whether it be a flare gun that he called in or not, I'm not sure, but it does look like he's vibing. You know what? If you're solo player prone in the very center circle and you use a flare gun, good on you, man. You're a brave player. Circle, wow, swings southeast, and this is what we're just talking about. Look at how many of the players are concentrated towards the west. There's so much space down towards the east, down towards where BP team are now making their way on up. Of course, the cover there is not great, but now it's for the teams coming in from the west to find an east side entry to Godok, because the west is fully occupied.
There's actually quite a lot of entries into Godok. You can crash into a lot of spots because a lot of the buildings are very low. Shroud, though, is on the move as well. He's trying to come in against Foot Esports. I think that this is doomed.
It's not looking good.
Ooh, run away.
But lops a nade out. Tries to stay safe. Bluestone nade on the back wall as well. Forces Smart into the other room as Shroud.
Oh, he didn't see him.
No, he didn't get eyes on. But doing a good job at buying himself time. Issue is, I mean, Vard ain't going anywhere.
He's going to go for the corner. I think he realizes now. Where else can he be? Other side of the wall, I guess, but hey, Shroud is dancing. Look at him, moonwalking around.
Doing what he can to stay put, but now Itzy's coming down to help, and there are only really so many angles this wall is going to keep you safe from. Headshot connected. T-Bone gets knocked. Okay, so now actually flushed as well.
It's actually might buy Shroud a little bit of time.
Yeah, I was just going to say now they have other things to worry about, but didn't expect to see the insta-flush to follow.
For sure, Vard was right on top of him almost there. He kind of proned in the smoke. Did Shroud to try and keep himself alive. Also, the fight going on the other side. Foot is scrambling to try and find Shroud, but Shroud is buying so much time, and it tried to go through the window. If that had gone through, that might have clipped Vard completely and taken him down. He's retreating from this. That is some crazy stuff by Shroud to just not die.
I mean, enforcing the attention of the entirety of Foot, because that's got to be how T-Bone fell, right? Trying to regroup with his teammates, but then Bushido able to get an off angle, catch him kind of crossing streets, maybe going between buildings. So, Shroud, well, you don't get the point, but in terms of credit, I feel like it's on you that T-Bone falls.
After all, going for an emergency pickup and they're trying to land in the middle of Godak, I suspect. They might get lasered down by 5 teams here.
Yep, that's how when you play Minesweeper at the hardest difficulty. Find a building that's not already occupied. You have nothing to go by. Good luck, have fun. We'll see if it's going to work out or not. As done. Able to connect onto Seifu. Take him down. Still has 1 or 2 more players to deal with on the side of Grove Street. And the potential of getting Rafa back up. I like the smoke here. Try and line it up as Veronica holds down the ridgeline.
Falcon Eagles, with their decisions in this game, was always going to end up in some of these edge fights, and now not doing too bad. Just the one, as you mentioned, from Grove Street in the distance, trying to hold this off. And Balkan Eagles is going to be back up to 3 here. So Karam, it's got a lot of work. That was a nice nade to get things rolling. Not good enough, though.
Solo player. That could have been a double. Ooh, just exactly. Misses Rafa there as well. A single bullet, make the 2. Would have taken down them both, but because he's hesitating, that's going to allow both of them to get healed back up. Circle goes Doc. Full Doc is where we're headed. And, well, we're going to see Team Stein now getting into the city. Then it's going to be quiet for a half circle, or maybe 2. And then, chaos.
Okay, interesting. Don't Panic actually went for the emergency pickup and are landing back with the rest of the team here to make a decision what they want to do. Yeah, I think if you're gonna, I mean, after all, somehow got down in the middle of all this, but if you're gonna try and go into the middle of Godoc here, it's so dangerous.
Yes. Oh, spotted. First bullet's a headshot. Hate to see it when you're wearing level 3 vest. Able to do a bit of damage, but you have to imagine that Graham's days are counted. Indeed, they are. Nice sweep here from Grove Street. Able to stay alive and take out... Oh, sorry, from Balkan Eagles. Able to take out Grove Street.
Kind of wild to get 17 minutes into the game and only then be the first team out and eliminated.
Yes.
That's 16th place for Grove
That's what
Street.
Cities does. That's what Cities does. It's not easy. Shipless now has his entire team alive again, as you said, James. They opted to disengage from the E pickup. Now back towards the northwest, but sat in a stalemate with the upper.
I think somebody's got to drive. You got to get out of here. This is just gonna cause mutual destruction for anybody sat on this side. You've just got to get into Godoc somehow, some way.
Just gotta go, Doc. Nothing else about it. There's nail up. There's always a snake outside the circle. This time around, there's nail up waiting for them to make the move. Great positioning for him. He does not know, though, I would imagine, that Odin is here. So maybe he gets to pay the price as well.
There will be Don't Panic that I assume is going to gamble for hills and fields on the north side, but there's not a whole lot of cover there compared to middle urban. So that will be a gamble. They're coming in from the north side of all of that.
Yeah, you just gotta, I mean, there's no... This circle has almost perfectly shifted out anything playable towards that west side. That isn't where Bushido is. You can try and move your main north, but you're gonna be seen from there as well as the Lynx. Love to see those. In hand of Bushido, looking towards the north. You would imagine they heard the cars coming in on the south side, but they're all looking north right now. They're all looking north. Did they not hear this car?
I don't know. I guess not.
I'm not sure, but in it, well, Odin falls. That should allow for them to look south. Now shots coming the other way. They just wanted to make sure they didn't leave any snakes behind.
Not bad on the south turn. Let's see what they can do with it. I mean, for Balkan Eagles, I think that their time will be to move now. Let's get this going, because we can't just stay here with the blue on our heels. But where are we going to go? Because already shots coming in. Rafa's gone down to Crossberg and Quepka. With a big spray potentially coming in against this other car. Seeing what they can hit. Ooh, almost flipped.
Things got scary there for a second, but able to make it at least to the... Oh, never mind. They actually get all the way inside to the city proper. They're now sat here as well. 14 teams make it 13 inside the city. And now, well, you sit in your house, you wait for the next circle to pop, and then you pray that it goes your way, because if not, well, you're probably gonna die.
Look at the minimap. This might be the most
absurd.
packed urban finish I've ever seen in our region.
13 teams in Godoc. It's only Don't Panic who aren't here, and they'll get here in a second.
How do you play this? Like, you're just hoping that you've got a good compound in the middle. You're trying to steal everyone's util if you do end up having to be in a fight. Balkan Eagles is somehow taking out Eternal Fire on the edge of this. That's a recovery and a half here from Veronica and Don.
Definitely. A lot of teams, despite having been alive for a long time, are going to be going away here with close to no points, because I mean, pushing from building to building, it's not easy, especially when shotguns and blue zone nades are about. And I think that's going to be the name of this. You got to have good util, man. I said it earlier. Util is good. They got to have it here.
Well, Don't Panic still cannot really find their exact entry point that they want. They waited a long time on that northwest side, and they've tried multiple angles, but they can't quite find it. They've lost shipless in the distance. Global Army is still alive, yes, but
you... Yeah. You know what's the most impressive about the fact that we have 13 teams in Godok? Is the fact that Ascent and Win or Die has literally got 2/3 of the city to themselves.
Yeah,
it's 11 teams that are literally caught in 2 blocks. 11 teams.
Yeah. It doesn't surprise me a huge amount because of the way in which Shroud's still alive somehow. Because when it shifted northeast, so many teams were coming in from the southwest, right?
Exactly.
So they all kind of crash into that corner, and then when they found their buildings, they're like, okay, well, we're staying here, and we can't really move because we know other teams are already next to us at this point. So you just can't move in a lot of these moments.
It is actually insane. And here we go. Building clearing 101. Have a teammate there to help you. Nice on Celtic to wait for Medibay to arrive, as well as they do get spotted. Cino on the top and pin. Perfect lineup for him. Able to get the double. Only gets the confirm on the first. Can't run down the stairs because he blocked himself off, but that's going to buy himself some time to get reloaded and get set. What a great setup there. That nade nail got a little off.
Yeah, a bit of a shame that, but might have just secured himself pin a P90 as well, if he can get things rolling there. The Molly does go through the window. Is he burning? Yes, he is. So doesn't even need to pop the heal just yet. He realizes another push is going to be coming, so he needs to prepare for that. Blinded. No, it actually went over him. He doesn't realize. Pin gets the third. His Iro down. He's just waiting for the last one. The last one. Yeah. If he gets a 4-piece here. Come on, Pin.
He gets a 4-piece. It's always a combination of mistakes on one side, skill on another. Nice blue zone, though, utilized here. Able to get the first one. Nailcop should be able to get the first aid off. I say that, but... Oh, no. Just exactly able to get it off.
Pin's playing a blinder here. If he can kill all 4 of Bushido, what a huge hold this is.
Yeah, the alternative is a 0-point game, right? These are the first points that Exhalation are getting, and as I was saying, they're set in first place. They want to keep this going. They want to stay up in the top so they don't have to worry too much about the games tomorrow. As the circle swings towards the west, Ascent able to group up towards the eastern side of the city. Backfilled now by Don't Panic as fights happening in the city once more.
I understand why there was the switch away as well, because that could stalemate. You could just like sit there for ages as a 1v1 and just not push with it. But Nailcop will clean it up. He also got Novik in the distance here from Hypebeast too, so he now needs to go on his own little rampage without the rest of his team. Where are we going with this Panzerfaust?
Hate to see.
Okay, not needed. Not needed.
Good thing roadmap tells us that soon we're going to get the destruction on all maps, so there won't be cities at the end of city fights anymore. They'll all be blown to pieces.
That'd be nice. That'd be fun.
Yeah, we'll see.
Interesting.
We'll see. Maybe we get extra damage for collapsing buildings on top of opponents. We'll see as a glider parked on the roof. Gives us a bit of a cinematic view at these teams having to vie their way further west.
Yeah, it gives us a great indication on where Brexco came in from, eh? And he's down.
And it's the constant hunt. I mean, Don't Panic have literally been tailing since entire play through the northern side. Pains has a great off angle here. He hasn't peaked yet, but as soon as they cross this road, he better start hitting some shots.
This is getting very, very messy. To be able to read exactly where every team is moving for some of these players is going to be so difficult.
Yeah.
As Don't Panic is going to send some more util forwards. But in this little park area, Don't Panic is kind of roasted. How are you supposed to get away from here?
I feel like you did what you could in terms of trying to backfill. You need to cross over those, set up those smokes, try and see if you can run on in. You got 2 knocks close, so there should be some space for you to maneuver forward, but it's so difficult because yes, you're fighting Ascent, yes, you know where they are, but what's happening around the next corner? Well, there's 10 more teams waiting for you. And again, Win or Die still is the entire north. Like the north side of the road is just theirs.
If other teams have to eventually cross that road, then GG. But we'll see if that even has to happen in the end. This is still very dangerous. A lot of smokes being used. I wonder at the end of this game how many smokes get thrown. It has to be much higher, surely, than the average game, because that's the only way oftentimes you can actually transition from building to building.
Yeah, it's a smoke kind of game. Back in the day, you'd say try and see if you can reduce their FPS. Now it's not the case anymore. Game's as smooth as ever. As the circle swings south, at least for the sake of the many. They don't have to go too far. Win or die. F% just inside the circle. Everyone else should be all right. Outside, that is, of Don't Panic and Ascent.
Yeah, the circle becomes a problem eventually for Win or Die. Having to make the transition. What are they going to do with it is the question. Hypebeast might have a great spot to be able to start holding them out as time goes on. And you got to be careful about taking some of these roofs as Bestalosh. He's going to go all the way off of that. You don't exactly know from some of these roofs which other angles are going to be open against, because you don't know where every single team is at the moment.
Exactly. Ascend taking their time here. Rather sit outside the circle for a little bit longer. Try and see. Maybe Don't Panic. Gonna make some mistakes. Not quite the case, though. They find themselves a knock. Try to get the flush with the Panzer. But not gonna happen either. Now it's their time to try and run forward, though. Down to just the two of them. They have to run into. Now they've fully reset Ascent.
Got such good gear. Still alive. They've done well for themselves to keep themselves alive. But Besto sees them moving on in. We'll take Schiller. There's not much more opportunity for Global Army to really do much with this. Here, there's a big spray coming against Presenti. Absolutely lasered alongside Leosh as well. A little bit of a trade back and forth here to try and slow down the push. But yeah, as soon as Winner Die had to make it across the road, it was going to be lights out.
And this is Don't Panic with nice timing. They do get dealt with, though. Great adjustment there from Pains, realizing, wait, we actually have another team down here on our side, still two. Speepy now try to come up and clear this one out. Pains the last remaining player. Full Ascent as a doozy. I mean, there's just no fear. When you have a Panzerfaust in hand, you're sprinting around. Yes, you can go down as well. You get knocked and your teammate comes and helps you out. You are feeling practically immortal with teammates alive and a Panzer in hand.
Yeah, especially if you think you have the numbers advantage, right?
Oh, yes.
Then suddenly the trade becomes super worth it regardless.
You heard the boom at Doozy. Again, no fear, because there's no way he should be losing that. Able to sprint into the house, blow up Pains. Nothing you can do about it.
Trying to make sure he gets every single point from all of this as well. Keta did take away Leosh, though, in the end. Said Hypebeast will have a great angle on them, and yes, they will. Nail up, finishes off Hello, my bad. So Win or Die might have had a lot of the circle before, but that's how the cookie crumbles when it shifts across the road.
Yeah. Definitely is. They had so much to play, but in the end, the circle didn't favor him. And now, well, down towards the south we go. Still 9 teams left. The fact that these teams have fought so hard at 20 minutes to get to where they are, and we're still not in placement points yet, is insane to me. A team will have lived for 28 minutes in this game and get away with 0 points. Could potentially be Foot, as they're currently sat with no kills on the board.
I'm impressed that they actually got into what is now a central position, considering they were kind of on the edge of Godok. They were a little bit flustered and floundered by what Shroud was doing, as well as some shots coming in from the side. So now even more attempts to across some of these roads here from Veronica and Balkan Eagles. They've also done well to keep themselves alive, but not for long. Pixelic will knock Veronica, and they know exactly where the movement's going to be coming from Don as well. So send some nades forwards.
Everyone staying still, waiting for the circle to force them to make plays happen, because they know with 18 players alive and seeing the size of this circle, you cannot peek a window without the potential of 3-4 different teams looking your direction. So everyone buying time again, hoping that everyone else is fighting instead of them, and placement points will do the majority of the work for them.
That's the problem, right? 29 minutes in.
Yeah.
9 teams alive. We're barely in placement.
It's absurd. And, well, Circle Sender is Eternal Fire and Diga. They're going to be sat here, prone here next to one another, waiting for, a top 2 guaranteed heal off. We'll see what's going to happen, as all these other teams will, within the next 40 seconds, have to start moving forward.
People are hoping for some of the solos to die. Get into that placement as quickly as possible. As a good little cross from Veronica and Don. Perfect stuff. Nades go out from Hypebeast to try and shut it down, but it's not quick enough, as now they have made the cross. So this becomes a bit of a problem for Hypebeast. They're trying to almost leapfrog ahead of the position that they hold. Oh, he's still holding the angle. They're not fully aware that the cross has already occurred.
I mean, you know what? I don't really necessarily fault them. They're rather safe than sorry in this case. You have 3 guys up. You have a Groza and a P90. You're, I mean, looking pretty good, and you're inside circle, so might as well chill. But now, final circle's going to close in. An average of 2 players per team alive with 9 teams up. Blink and you'll miss it. This end game is gonna go absolutely bananas in just a second.
How are we supposed to take stock of who gets what position? This is gonna be ridiculous.
We can't. We can't. We'll just go with the flow.
Yeah, for sure. Nuts stuff. P90 spraying through the windows here. Digger has a pretty okay spot to work with, but if you're getting knocked by a P90, and then also blue zone nades coming through as well. Oh, just barely bounces off the windowsill.
Unfortunate. Would have really had that one, because now there might be a world where they get that rest up because of it. As nail up does get found. Pixel able to find the first. Sked up again. Everyone here playing as slow as they can. Back against the blue is perfectly fine. It's moving in very, very slowly, so they can take their time. And as you said, hope that other teams are going to fight. Give them free placement points to work with. Stro finds one. He's still alive in this game.
Still alive? He's still alive? I mean, it might not be for so long, though, considering where he is at the moment. So he's going to throw out some nades out into those smokes, see if he can get anything done against Don. And he does! Stro is able to get some salvage points in the max. It's absolutely going wild in here.
A 3-point double kill as we're getting into placement points now as well. The Stro will be the next one to have to cross this street. We'll see if he's going to be successful at that. I'm looking at the map feed right now, but there's really no point because all these names are practically on top of each other. This is arcade mode. This is hot drop intense battle royale. And right now, well, for Esports, they're the kings of the hill. We'll see if they can stay put up here on the roof.
10 kills. Good job some of these buildings have got 3 floors, right? Because we are going to go smash and grab all the way in. And perfect angle from Vard. It's very rare you get an angle like a smoke on that. But Vard is able to find one while this is going on. Top 5 now remaining. Pixelic and Vard still going crazy. Still finding more. Going smash and grab against all of these alleyways. Perfect stuff from them.
4 kills for Strau as well as he starts making his way inside the building of his opponents. Vard lobbing a nade, and that's going to help him out a bit. Has a double barrel. Try and find the last remaining player of Eternal Fire, but Matt, he's going to say, I counter your double barrel with a Panzerfaust. We'll see who's going to come out victorious. They're both one-shot kills. So who's going to get off first? There's Pixel. Spotted with a Panzerfaust flying straight past him.
Disaster goes down here for BB team as well. Still, this hold off continues. We're getting down to the dots, and they're in the smokes as well, bouncing nades off of those roof. This is going to be perfect for Foot. They're going to be able to blast every single one of them from the high ground. There's only one left.
Strau is alive in the blue behind the wall, is now a heal off. Who got it off first? Strau, does he get the first? No, not to be. Pixel staying alive. T-Bone clapping his hands. That is the first time, James, in I feel like years, that we've actually seen the circle come full zero.
I can remember things like
got second place with 5 kills. That's an 11-point game from a guy whose entire team died at like the 6-minute mark.
What a performance. What a performance. Knowing exactly what... And again, it was actually Shroud that was causing for all of those problems as he crashed into Godok. I thought Foot was floundering like a Magikarp when they were trying to hold that off. But then all of a sudden, they get into the middle of Godok. They're able to play it to perfection. You saw them shooting down on everybody in these smokes. Man, that was excellent.
WTF, Mark. WTF. What was that?
T-Bone with 0 kills as well. Absolutely love it. What an ending. What an ending. The guys are right. I have not seen the zone disappear for so long. I was saying they've got to jump to the other roof. They've got to jump to the other roof. They made the jump to the other roof and denied whoever it was trying to come up the staircase, and it was just free reign for them. But big shout for Shroud though. Shakira Senton yet again doing it by a solo. I feel like he is playing on his own at the moment, but he gets himself a 2nd place.
Avenger, that was mental. I was busy writing a note, and then suddenly we had 2 teams left and it was done. And there was like 9 teams as I was writing a sentence. Like, what an insane ending.
Yeah, you love these urban endings when stuff like this happens, right? And especially keeping one nade for that because it ended in the street. That's just beautiful. I absolutely love that. What a fantastic urban ending here for having these things happening. But also, I gotta say, gotta give huge props again. Shroud, this is the 2nd time that he's salvaging insane amount of points to Sakura Sensing. He's single-handedly holding them in to a good spot into this one here. But yeah, everyone was like, okay, when are we gonna go into Go Dog? Like second circle pops, okay, it's Go Dog third circle, and it's just actually urban and Go Dog, and everyone had to rush to get in there. And at one point, it was win or die that had half the circle on both sides, but they had to cross as well, and that was so rough for them.
Any other highlights when you take a look back at this matchup, Avenger?
Yeah, multiple. Like there's so many situations where it's like, okay, that was such a smart move. That was such a smart move. Here with Pin was one of them. Like some of the crossholes paints with his few nades that he's able to clean out a lot of the don't panic guys with that. A lot of points clutch for a lot of these situations where you're quick in your feet and you manage to use util or outwit some of your opponents. That's just giving you 1, 2, 3 extra points just from a few seconds of play.
And for you, Mark, I mean, if you look at the match in its entirety, standout moments?
Just the
Other
ending.
than the ending?
So I want to talk about the ending because actually it's Eternal Fire. That is insane. Look at that! Go on, mate. And he re-peaks him as well just to try and stop it. Absolutely love it. And look, it's very different to get an urban ending. Godok, we teases us and then obviously see it plays out a little bit later and obviously it pushes into the fields normally, right? But you got to remember the amount of teams that we had in the end here, Sam, actually both foot players actually dropping into the centre. Actually having the urban ending, it really shows the calibre of player because they've got to think on their toes. These are angles. The guys called it when they got on the roofs. Our roofs can see you. It's not a normal ending, and it shows again to the calibre of the players.
You can see the match results now on your screen. Foot Esports getting a win. That's exciting for them. BB team up there as well, getting some points on the board, and Sakura Sensen. Should we say Sakura Sensen, or we just give it to show? Because I mean, that's actually
show.
Just
Sakura Rosen.
And it's going to affect the overall leaderboard halfway through the first day of our last chance qualifiers, right? And this is what it looks like right now. That is so close, all the way from like first, or I would say to fifth. It just shows the level of competition. We've spoken about this before, but look at those 33, 30, 30, 27, 26 mark. Just super open.
Look, Shakira Stenson, or Shro Stenson, we say 10 kills. He's the only one that's got kills, I believe, on the team. He is the only player. If Shakira Stenson had another 3 players, they might be a little bit higher up. Now, they're in the top bit. They're in the 8th, and they've only got one person to thank for, really. So good shout for them. Look, BB team coming back for Esports at the top there. Ascend still holding up. Exhalation doing not too bad. I think it's all down to Shakira Stenson. Just big kudos, Shro, able to dig out a 2nd place. That's huge.
It is actually true. It is Shro with 10 kills. All the other guys, Marslik, him, and Mika, 0, 0, 0. He has 10 kills on his own. Multiple times into the top. He got a 2nd place here. Like, he's been clutching so much for Sakura Sensen. That's just next level for him. That's so cool to see. Top killer, by the way.
Yeah, got them all the way into the top 8, which is where you want to be if you want to qualify for the grand finals. We're going to take a quick break. Make sure that you stick around to watch, though, because there's some fun stuff coming up. And when we return, we'll shake things up a little bit.
third one. Shuts down the Sonic stream just like that. One quick swoop, he gets all four of them. Absolutely crazy moment.
Enemy spotted. Oh no.
Okay.
Hold up.
My.
Me bomba.
Years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back to the PUBG EMEA Championship. We fired Avenger and Mark because apparently it turns out we had the power as the three of us, and that's what we've done. So welcome to the new look show. Kailaris and Toby now on the desk. Holy hell, how was that ending, Toby, after that last game?
It was amazing. It was impossible at the end of it to keep track of everything, but I feel like city endings like that, you don't need to. Just lean back, enjoy the carnage, and let the players do the action.
I am interested, Kailaris, from a casting point of view. I mean, when something like that happens, how do you not just completely freeze and go, what the hell is happening? How are we going to get this communicated to the fans?
Yeah, it's a great point, because at that point, we're just kind of winging a lot of what's going on. It's very rare we have that many players alive at that phase of the game, and then for all of them to suddenly end up in Circle 7, Circle 8, even down to the dot, right? But, I mean, Foot played it masterfully with the roofs. They knew when to go to the roofs, and I think that's an important component of it, because if you go too early, you're going to get blasted by 8 teams or so.
For sure. Now we move on to Rondo, another one of those wildcard maps. I mean, Kailaris, for you, what are you expecting?
Someone different in Neox Faction Test Track, because Na'Vi and Twisted Minds aren't here. I think it maybe Sakura Sensen might go over to there. I mean, that's a good opportunity for them, but let's take a look at how everything's going to drop down here, Toby, and see what's going on. Only the one playing pass for us to go.
Sakura Sensen? I thought you were talking about Shro Sensen. Or am I wrong here? That's the only team that I know anyway. In any case, yes, it is amazing. In fact a Eastern plane. Not burning. There are not 2 of them, just the one. And, well, conveniently enough, it's going to allow you to go pretty much anywhere you want.
Yeah, there is one of those moments where I've heard some Sakura Sensen comms, and it's one of those moments where Shroud would say to them, all of you are bots. And then just proceed to get that many points on the board. But as you can see, they are going to that central location. I mean, kind of they're on 7th place right now, 19 points. This is going to give them a great launching pad for anything that is going on in this game, which is normally not available to you. There's no way you're going here if Twisted Minds and Na'Vi are in the vicinity. But this is a good spot for them.
Exactly. You see now, obviously some of the teams trying to flex out towards the west. There could be vehicle contests, but not really happening. I mean, Exhalation are going to go towards Yao Tin. They should be all right. Up towards the north side, Kref there as well should be good. So despite a somewhat Eastern playing path, oh, wow. Again, I mean, we said in the previous game, these circles today, James, they do not mess around.
Yeah, like this really gives us, I guess, a bit of a curveball. We have seen quite a bit of these southern circles around Hongshan and things like that, but this is very south. So there is the potential that we get something a little bit more spicy from this compared to what we're used to, due to the predictability of circles on Rondo.
Exactly, and with where, I mean, in the previous Rondo that we had last week, a circle went down towards here as well, but all the teams were coming in north side. I think this time around, we're going to see a lot more teams try to do those wide reps, either through Jardina City on the east, or towards Long Haul, towards the west, try and come in and claim some of that south space, because there's going to be a lot of it up for grabs once these teams start centering up.
All right, and with that, we can head over to the commentators to bring you it. We've rolled the dice. We've got Mark Powers and Avenger on for the next 3 games.
It is indeed, guys, and thank you so much for leading this one here. Mark, I am extremely excited to be casting a few games with you here for this one. What's your thoughts?
Well, I have to say I'm excited as well, because if I don't, it's going to go horribly wrong. But no, I am. This is a good zone. It's come quite late. Look, Yeppe need to potentially try and dig something out of this one, but we've got to not draw attention away. One, between Pixels driving. That might have been because he was repositioning his webcam. But 2, BB team and obviously Foot Esports are also in the zone. So 2 teams you don't really want to be in here. So Yeppe's got to try and get some position quite early.
And for the esports enjoyers out there, you might have mentioned and seen Tinglong Gardens is in, but I can now share you this information. There is a very, very, very small chance that we're going to have an ending there. There is a little bit of some information there, some land ratio bits. Usually we see the zone ending around the Hongshan kind of northern area, like the perimeter around a circle outside the Tinglong Gardens here. This is why we also see already now BB teams kind of holding on to some of these compound eats where Bestalage is. This is a fantastic compound. A lot of priorities been going there. Also, multiple teams already moving in now here because there is not a lot of compounds taken, Mark. There is a lot up for grabs already because we have such a sudden shift.
Yeah, it is. Good early rotations, good call from the teams. And yeah, big shout from Besto. Early take, though, a little bit east of their position. 2 wheels in towards the compound. Interesting, obviously, Ascend went for Jaden City. Does mean they're going to sort of play in on the sort of south side. Wouldn't be too surprised, though, but if they're actually going to hold out maybe a more of a 2-2 split, maybe try and catch a few teams coming in a little bit late, because we do have quite a large number of teams. If they can't find that E pickup, they've got to work their way down the map, and there's only a few entries, especially on this east side.
Yeah, exactly. Multiple teams still moving in here in this situation, and for, you know, only being at 5, maybe 6 teams now here with the Ascend coming in on the eastern side. 10 teams still have to get there, right? There's so much up for grabs. I hope we see some of these southern teams take some greedy 2-2 splits to begin with here. There's a lot really like up for grabs still, but again, none are going to be coming in and trying to take something from Tinland Garden. Jeppe is already kind of locking up this. They're making sure that they have a hold on at least some of 2 or 3 of these compounds where we see a lot of these endings early on. Balkan Eagles coming in from that eastern side. I want to see them go deeper though, Mark, here. This is not greedy enough for them considering how early they're in this circle here.
Yeah, they've got to take a bit more of a chunk off of zone. Don't panic. Obviously driving right in between BB team, getting caught nearly, but Tunnel Fire coming back. I don't think these two will clash just yet. A couple of shots will fire by, and I don't think it's going to let them know that they're maybe rolling into a bit of a BB trap now, because the cars are going to go right in between the two. I think they will be looking at these compounds as potentially prize, because you said before, these zones do come this way, and with a couple of shots coming from Medusi, nothing to connect him, but that level 1 helmet has to be so careful about how much he wants to peek.
Yeah, 30% reduction instead of the 40% on level 2 helmet. You really want to upgrade that. Plus the durability is also high on it. Eternal Fire is going deep here in this one. They don't want to take anything until they know the next couple of circles. That's a good bet for them. They're still one of the first 7-8 teams to get into this. They should be able to lock something down, but the teams are so greedy. We see 1-1-2 splits. We see 2-2 splits here. Now, Don't Panic pulling up here or getting pulled up on from Sakura Sensen. Let's see the show. So what's going to be happening here? He's there. He's with them. Masalik Himan also pulling in. Don't Panic. It's going to be joined by Shitless and Sheila as well. Shots coming in from Show, taking on some more damage. CCI next with some utility here. Nathan Han pulling it back into the pocket though, Mark.
Yeah, this is a bit of a powerhouse battle. T-Bone getting the first knock from the other side. Dive fair potty coming in. Volstro is leading the charge, but he's in the top, and now with that knock, he has to get down. Marcelek looking to try and find an opening as well. Don't panic for me though, Martin. They sort of sat tight. They've got into the compound. They now go for the swing. Sheila nearly catch him. He does catch him. Heeman goes down. Sheila gonna throw the molly, and is it gonna fall apart? Is there only one opportunity and one player here from Secura Senton that needs to survive?
And at this point here, Shro, just take a car, just drive away. You're going to get into the late game. You're going to get the kills anyway. Heeman is out, and he's going to get pressured here. Utility's coming in hand. It's such impressive play for him so far. Can he make more out of it happening here? Not sure so far. Oh, a little bit of a nade coming out. Could put some pressure onto Don't Panic. Micah has some backup in the distance here. He wants to pull him out. They want to disengage from this. They want to try to salvage some points from this already lost 2 players. No point at this time in the game with just one zone being popped here. They have no information on the next ones. They don't know if it's going to end here. Foot Esports is greedy, of course. They're going to get out, get some information, pop some tires, maybe see if they can steal a knock or 2 and put a little bit of impact on the 2 teams fighting here. It's going to be a little bit of a delay though, Mark. Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying.
You've got to get your MVP out though, haven't you? You've got to get your MVP out. Obviously, Nick has got the position, yeah? Get the extraction in. Don't Panic not going to move. Foot Esports in a position that they're going to try and take any sort of south rotation. It's also going to stop Don't Panic sort of moving around the compound as well. But for now, they are trying to find him. Shro eager to get a few kills, if not underneath his belt. Mika's being summoned back towards the compound as he will now send. Maybe it's an off angle. Maybe they can't extract the MVP as clean as they want.
Not sure this is worth it. Is he going to get a better off angle? Now he's actually just going to drive up. I like that. Pull up. Sheila is in there though. Do they have the information that he's this close in this corner here? Yeah, some nice nades coming off this. Oh, good shots coming from Show. Taking down one. CCI down. Almost flushed as well. Micah has to cover. Putting pressure on to Sheila. Shots coming in from Foot still. This is super annoying. It's such a nuisance to them. Try to delay a little bit here so Micah can help. They can push this down. Oh, utility not on point though. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Shro already 300 damage in this game. Down to 12 HP though. Sheila also low here, Mark.
It's low. Smoke's going to try to find the angle. No, it's roughly where he is. You can hear him sort of dancing around inside the compound. Mika trying to go for that reposition. I think he's trying to draw him out. He knows now he's going to get the fair party. He has come out. He's on the outside, goes for the swing, but Sheeta does get Mika. It's down to the Shrosho one more time. He hasn't really got the ammunition to take on the full fight for a long period of time. He's going to have to try and clear these guys as quick as he can. But if you don't panic, you want to maybe just go for a three-man send on him. You can't take it. But hold on, T-Bone just gets a knock. That makes it down to a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, this is the information that he wants. He has to push this. Stun comes out, push around the corner. Shibless trying to get the rest off. He's gonna peek. He's gonna get the flush, steal it away from T-Bone, jump into the car. Quick swap there on Shro. Good effort. Now has to take a Barrel versus Og here. Barrel surely wins this though, Mark.
Yeah, has the firepower. I think Shro has the firepower behind him. I think he's using it to his advantage. Now looking to try and reposition again. Keep Footy Sports on that side. Initial shot comes through, but no! Secure Ascension will fall. 16th place for them, but he took a kill. Footy Sports, though, causing huge amounts of damage. And as a reward, the zone will center its way back up. Exactly as you called it, Martin. Looks like Hung Sang. And obviously the split, though, with our BB team, obviously already positioned a bit further out. They're going to be happy with that zone shift back towards them.
Yeah, but they're still holding on to an extremely greedy split here. 1-1, basically a four-way split since Molotov and Adus is also splitting Hong Shang. Multiple teams moving in. Foot in the north side. Eternal Fire here. Shots coming in from Keta, though, onto the Balkan Eagles. Can they have an impact here on the eastern side of the zone here? Shots coming in. He's going to get knocked. Spooks is going to take down Novik.
That's so unfortunate for Novik, though. He followed the car and then he just gave away his position. Spooks able to go for the peek past the tree. Ketsa, though, takes some initial. Spooks gets nailed as well. Another knock. Ketsa has to reposition the car now in order to make sure he gets the knock in tow. But then Spooks goes down. Ruff and Don, the final two now, but they're a little bit further afield. Might actually give the opportunity for Hype Beast, if they can, if they're quick enough, to maybe get one of these races back in.
Yeah, this is rough for Balkan Eagles. They don't have the information just yet. They really don't have the terrain advantage either. Don has the information on Marches, but he has a far way to go. No vehicle. It's kind of broken. It's smoking as well. He gets Rafa down, though, here. And now it's just up to Don for Balkan Eagles. Can he make an impact here? Or is he going to leave it to them? Ketter flushes Spooks, and now it might be a good reset for the Hypebeast boys. They're probably going to be able to get this up. They're probably going to be able to get at least one. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get Novik back on his feet. Oh, again, more shots coming in. Good hits here. No helmet left on Don.
No. Don's going to have to trying to find those confirms, isn't he? But he knows they're going to be trying to get the res now. For me, get the helmet, get the car, and try and get to Rafa. I know you've got options here. You can maybe go center zone and hide out. But he knows they're going to have to go for that res. For me, I think he's only got one option. That's to try and play at least out as a duo. For me, helmet, car, try and get the res back in.
And now you cue the Jurassic Park theme song here. The beautiful takes here on Rondo with Brex getting some information here. They're on the southern side. It's going to go effectively away. You can see here on the right side, there's a bit of... Oh my God. Okay. Get taken out, get pulled out here. Doozy shots as well. Don't want to get in for any information of that. But as you see here with the split, BB four-way split. It's very greedy here in phase 2, Mark. I'm not sure how long more they can keep a hold on to this here. Brex continues to show us a little bit of the terrain here. Really good information on the southern side. Ascendant and the guys, they're still holding on to a location that is in zone 4, going to be pushed out. These high ground locations are considered land ratio spots, so they're going to be pushed away from them. That's why we don't see any circles on those southern sides. And Don, this lone man to be surviving here. He managed to get away from Eternal Fire, but there's still the Mad here on the road. He might be able to grab some points here too.
I wonder if Brex has been caught by that EMP, you know. He's gone into it. He's juking his way back out of it. But back to BB, that split, yeah, you're right, it's huge, right? It's only going to take a team, especially with the next zone shift, if they're in to identify, if there's a solo there, maybe make the push. That could be the downfall from BB, but it's a risky game, right? We've seen the risky games between Michael, between the Mythoff and Secure Stenson, right? I think it's like that. They're either going to get it really right, or they're going to get it really wrong. That zone shift down towards the south, that means the north have got to find somewhere. If they can make enough noise now, maybe they send teams like creep all the way around the outside of them and actually try and again hold out a huge amount of this zone.
Good shots coming in from both sides here. High beats, Eternal Fire, Naleb, a little bit more damage output, but lost the helmet. And when I die here, they're going to be coming in on the northern side. This zone, though, it is huge. That shift means that the teams know that the next shift is going to go away from that southern side. Those two pillars is going to be pushed away. And here, Pixel, the LMG specialist, the special gun connoisseur. Is he going to be pushing on Sashilla here? Is he going to be able to grab one? He has the information. You can see shots coming in. Oh, that's such good information. No, it's going to be returned. T-Bone's going to take down Shilla. Shipless, the last one here, though, Mark.
Here's the last one, but he's not going down without a fight. Shipless takes on VAR. T-Bone now has to hold in case he tries to make the push. Now goes the nade, goes out looking for that confirmation. Inti makes a position round, and T-Bone still holding the higher side. Pixel trying to get the adjacent angle. The smokes give him a little bit of information to go back, but for now here, Martin, it's a bit of a standoff, but Max grab that. He gets the angle, does get him. They should be able to get Vard back up there, and Pixel so close to the action, we can't even see half his camera.
Yeah, he's just seen the top of his head. I love that. And yeah, after all here, they are going to be taking on foot here. They know they're a little bit hurt. Outside the circle. For me, this is not a fight that's worth doing. You need to get into the zone. You need to make sure you get some terrain here, but they might be considering this is easy points here. Kref on the other side, taking on Digger on this western side of the circle. 3 vest on Subby. Shots coming in. DJ taking one. King taking one as well. Kref is falling apart, Mark.
Yeah, half falling apart. They're going to move him forward. They had to rotate their way round. BB team have repositioned themselves. King is on top of their hill at the moment. Let's see if he can continue to fight. They've got 2 remaining, trying to get the information. They go for the flush now at the moment, and I don't think they exactly know where the final 2 are. They are going for the round. There goes the one, and it's going to clean them out very quickly. Digger, take out Grief. They need points. They can't be going. I appreciate the passive rotation to a degree, but with no information coming from the north, that unfortunately is early finish for them.
Easy. Yeah, 80 picking up here. This fight we're talking about on northern side, phase 3, only 1 damage per second, but after all pulled up on this, it's just not worth it for them. Foot was gonna get a reset. They're gonna get the reses in this case here, and now they're gonna be late to the party. They're not gonna have any priority or any foot inside this next circle. They know though that this next circle should be going north because of the 2 pillars on the southern side that counts as land ratio, so they're gonna have a little bit of an edge in here. T-Bone though finds shots, connects a lot on after ult.
Do connect a lot. It feels like 30 Esports are playing with their feathers puffed out at the moment, chasing down kills. As it stands, they are sitting on that top spot. Good shots though. T-Bone has to reposition, look for that car. They are chasing down. It's phase number 4, so it's going to hurt a little bit more now. So they're going to be cautious about taking and challenging these teams outside of zone. BB team have consolidated down. Adusi picks up a mortar fire at the moment, and Bushido looking for that rotation in. He shoots. He does catch him at the end. Vard goes down. If it wasn't going to be for a nade, it's going to be for the zone.
There's so many teams on this northern edge here fighting again just to get a foot in. This zone went north away from the 2 pillars we knew they were gonna, but it could have gone further north. After all, they actually got a really good compound inside the circle. They can hold out these 2 teams. Celtic now, he wants to get the confirmation onto Vard here. Nate's coming in, and we might be needing Nail Cup, but no, he's gonna get away. No problem there. Obviously using the QPU here with a silencer on as well. Like, it just doesn't do any sound at that point. It's so silent. You can shoot it so fast. I love that gun. Now, Eternal Fire, though, taking on Balkan Eagles here. Last player done with a shotgun in hand. Mark, what's going to happen here?
It's unfortunate. Headshot. Did he go for the second one as well? Absolutely love it. Does pick up the first, but unable to get the flush. But I like that. I like he went for the second player as well. So many times we see players just try and instantly go for the flush, and that's it, done and dusted. I like that he actually took the fight, Maya. I like he tried to get 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, he should have. He needs to be aggressive. He needs to swing. The surprise there is really what's coming in here, though. Bushido is taking on After Alt on this northern. Shots, good shot coming in. Nail Cup took him down. Now Hibako and Klim are left to this fight here. Utility coming out. And they have been engaged now to try to delay a little bit. Molotov comes in. Maybe he can get the rest off. Let's see what happens.
We'll have to wait and see. They have to wait for that money. They know they've got a little bit of time on their side. Nade is Kurt. Bushido maybe charging forward with the samurai sword in hand. Klim's going to take the opportunity before it comes to get that res back on an extra gun, even if he's down. But look at that. Here we go. Does pick up, though, the dancing samurai downstairs. finds the sneaky opportunity. Little shots will come through, but no other connection. Base position given away. Flash coming out, but reinforcements now fall down. It looks like, after all, done, not going down without a fight.
This is a really smart play now that the zone is pushing them a little bit delayed. Medibay is going to take down Molodoi. Nailcup gets it with a blue string grenade. Ibago gets down, taken down though. Klim, last player from Afdold. Can he take one more member down? Maybe two. He finds one. Oh, that's a stun grenade. He's got to run away. He's white.
Run. He has to go down. He goes for the swing, no. He's only got 7 left in the org. Options to make the run. The Samurais are coming. Klim repositions, though he does. Oh, great shots, but Bushido swinging, axing down the Lion's head, as after all, well, they're going to fall in 12.
Oh my god, BB team, they're third-partying this. Foot was just trying to get in. Now BB team comes in. Surprise! AC here. Molotov is going to get knocked and flushed. Phil first out closer. Nades are coming in though. AT's low. He's going to go down to this nade. Surely. Yeah, it's perfect. Right on him. AT down. This is so unfortunate for Foot. They tried to get in, tried to survive, and they just run straight into a third party from BB team. This is a loss, though. BB team had such a good effort. They held on to Hongxiang for so low, so disciplined. T-Bone finds escapation, though. And now BB team 2 kills. They're going to be 3 men alive here with a pretty good effort towards the further stages of this zone here.
Yeah, if you're in Exhalation, you'll be happy. Esports and BB fighting in the kill feed.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Now, obviously, you didn't see on the other side of the kill feed yet, but taking a nade, though. Pixels down, T-Bone charges forward, and Esports charge on out of here. 11th place for them. But opportunity, as I said, Exhalation, be happy. Esports, our current leaders, have already gone down. They've taken one of BB, so if you kill feed them correctly, you know they're also a little bit weaker. And Ascend now joining in the action as they will try and take the fair party. Kiliko with a couple of shots. Can't quite get the connection onto the final player though for Yepa, who will try and get away.
Yeah, they need to push here. They need to be this last team coming in from this here. Soon they're going to be taking a fight with Digger and with Hype Beast. Yepa, Odun, are you going to be able to get much more out of this? Crossberg in a pretty good spot as well here to get some information on this northern side. Eternal Fire, I feel like they're going to have this control here. Yepa is going to get pushed. Yeah, Crossberg finds 2. Both Forge and Escapation goes down. And now Bushido, they know that this is a huge fight. We can third party. Can they get something out of it? Medibay finds Crossberg. Quetpa finds Iroh. This is just falling apart for Bushido.
Falling apart, not as much as Exhalation's falling apart from the nades from Ascend. Bushido is eliminated. We're in the placement points now. 8 teams now remain. Ascend only, despite being in the kill feed, getting the knocks, only with 2 kills. More utility will continue to jump. Final player now from Exhalation needed a big game here, as I said, with Esports, but Sancho's having to dance as the util from Ascend just keeps rolling on in.
Surprised he's able to survive for this long, honestly. Multiple nades coming in. Good on him. He manages to survive for so long. That's another nade on him. Kill Yakai and Itzchris just bombing them to bits here. Now, win or die, though, they are third-partying a little bit. This is delayed Ascent for so long. This is going to be rough. They need to commit more utility just to get into this next zone here. And all the teams inside, they're looking out, picking easy shots, maybe getting some points up. Win or die, though, in the circle. They got a really good dip here. Eternal Fire down to 3. And they're going to be holding onto this northeastern side. A lot of control still for BB team. They wish that they were 4 alive. This next zone goes away from them. They're going to also have to fight their way in. That northwestern side, though, is going to be theirs to take. But they're going to also have to commit some shots. Ooh, get rocks. Hello, my bad. Take shots onto Pains. He's down. And now Ascend have to continue to try to fight into this. They also are not inside the next circle. Have to commit so much utility just to survive further into this late game.
Commit so much utility. They've dumped half the utility off the map already, Martin, just to try and take out. If they got anything left in the tank, well, we'll have to wait and see. Win or die, popping the smokes. They're going to try and allow them to look towards the north side. They've identified they've got a team playing in, and actually that's the right call here for win or die. They know the danger potentially is going to be coming straight from Eternal Fire first. It does give the opportunity, though, for Ascend, Martin. If they get in the cars, they need to try and take one of these positions, and arguably they need to take a position like they should have taken that team Exhalation. They stopped early to dump the util. They're not going to get an opportunity like that again.
Now, Grove Street and BB team, they're going to be fighting for this western side here. There's the Owenfield first. They're on the top end here. Oh, Getrox take down Pains again. And now multiple coming in. Win also managed to confirm this one here. Are they going to be taking a fight here now with Hypebeast in just a second? Hypebeast are coming in from the backside of it. They're 3 men alive and aware. Matches finds its Chris, and now Kidda can just roll in. Gillica has a P90, shots coming in, connecting a little bit, and Pistol Lock is actually helping on that side there. Can he maybe steal that away? Can he confirm that? It's Chris gone down. Nailup's trying to help a little bit onto Ascend here. Quidpa goes down as well. BB fighting on so many different angles.
Yeah, they're pushing forward. I think that's part and parcel. Want to take the top of the leaderboard. Feel first. And best, but there's the confirm for 1. They've already got 2 knocked down. The final player, though, from Grove Street, though. 5 kills now from Phil First, really driving forward. He drives so far forward. Grove Street goes out in 6th place, and BB just wiping the floor of the West. This is the opportunity, though, for the guys to get Keta back up. Don't forget, Keta got most of his kills from this map, so it definitely feels at home here in Rondo, but can he deter the push here on the side from Ascend? I feel like this is a hyper-aggressive game compared to what we've seen already, as every team is just sending forward.
Yeah, a little bit of really hard terrain to fight for here on the high ground. Killer Kai tried to smoke to delay this engagement a little bit. Still P90 in hand. Can take on Hypebeast. There are 2 remaining. BB team looking to take this control on the western side, while Win or Die takes control on the kind of northeastern side. Hypebeast with 5 kills and a top 4 placement. That's good placement points so far guaranteed for them in this game. 4 utility looking good for them. No nades. A little bit on the other side though. This circle though, Mark, is a little bit rough for Ascend and Hypebeast to get into.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very difficult, isn't it? Win or Die, I'll just move on down the little ravine they've got. Ascend obviously got to go for a big forward send. Now P90 in hand. Killikai's got a decision to make. Does he maybe take the 2 that is above him? Risk obviously going out a little bit earlier, but with a 3 versus 3 versus 2 versus 1, I feel like it's a zone of 2 halves. I kind of feel like the 3 versus 3 are going to hold out, or they're just going to set up to take out the final 3 players that are trying to find their way in. Marty's potentially looking forward. Presenti sees Killikai. He does have to duck behind the shield, but for how much longer that's going to hold? Not much, as the zone will be soon sending him on his way.
Yeah, this looks like it's a Win or Die BB team fight here towards the end. It's just who's gonna wipe the floor with the blood of Hypebeast and Ascend. And Ascend with 2 guys in. And if I was Win or Die at this point here, you wait for the Hypebeast engagement onto BB team. If they get a knock, if they get an opening, that's Win or Die's time to really take advantage of that. Take terrain, push forward with the smokes that they have left. Hypebeast driving in, trying to get into this, and damage has been taken a lot. They survive both of them and get into the spot that they want to. They have a little bit of the sliver of this next zone here, so they might be able to take on BB team.
Yeah, it's a little plateau they've got. Doozy knows it well as he bunny hops his way over. Going to try and deny information for them as he does pop a smoke. It's going to give him a bit more freedom to sort of move on this outside edge. Hypebeast, though, most amount of obviously placement points they've got today, as they already come into this one only with the 1. Now looking to try and get the nades across. There goes 1. The second one is to launch as the reinforcements come in. Now pretty much on point, but with Hypebeast with the splits here, they really want to wait
1 HP
for those to engage. But yeah, 1 HP. If that first nade hit, that could have been completely different.
He's managing to heal up though. This is delaying BB team. They did not want them to engage. They want to try to push them over towards Win or Die. Win or Die also taking a little bit of advantage of that. They are pushing into the zone. They are taking some more terrain. Next zone pops soon. We'll see who gets the advantage from that one. Or if it goes center. It goes center. It's fair for everyone. Everyone can kind of move their way slowly into this next zone.
Agents of Chaos, remember, Martin, we're not on the desk anymore. We need to encourage the chaos that will unfold. The guy's got a city ending. We get open terrain. And it does really donut up, give or take. BB team obviously are sitting firmly on the outside. It looks like Hypebeast looking to try and sneak their way into that southeast corner. So I feel like Win or Die must be in the worst position, especially if both these southern teams gear up, line up those shots, though. I feel first eager to remind Hypebeast, and he has a neighbor right next to him.
For 7 kills, 750 damage, as we were talking about. That's just a performance. We know he's capable of things like this. Gonna die here, not a lot of utility on their side. One shield to sit behind for Leosh. One of our top fraggers out of the bottom 16 teams in the group stage. No, he's capable of great things, but Phil first at 7, that's just next level.
Huge.
Oh, Leosh gets getter. That's not good. Best of luck takes down winner die. Now, in this case here, they have to commit the last of the utility to make sure they're going to be a 3-man against BB Team. BB Team, they have this one locked down, Mark. All the cover, all the utility, and this ridge to work with.
Yeah, Lash is trying to get one. It does, and he actually grabs the shield. He doesn't leave without the safety of his shield. Has to dodge, duck, and dive as he'll find his way towards smoke. They smoked, obviously, held my bad a little bit earlier. Their shots will come through. Best does get Leosh down, and they are stuck. Now they have the opportunity to get the shield out, deploy it, get the covers. I don't think they're quite in nade range, so should be able to go back to a 3. But this is the opportunity here, Martin. This will be BB's team time to sweep through the south. They do. Now they're going to take the engagement. Can they get close enough, though, towards Win or Die? Is Win or Die 2 stuck behind one rock? We'll have to wait and see, but it's going to a 3 versus 3, but one is DBNO here for Win and Die.
They're going to try to make sure they can get him up. Yeah, it's rest. Not a lot of utility left for Win or Die here. They are just behind one big rock. They have a dream to make sure that they can push this in here. Phil first, though. 8 kills, 800 damage with a Dragunov in hand. If you peek out, your helmet's gone. Aduza gets one. Bestalox gets another one. Surely this is BB Team's game.
Yeah, Phil first. Looking like maybe he wants to get another point on the board, but no. It is going to be done. It's BB Victorino. 13 kills, 23-point game. And what a control. A greedy split to start things off. But in the end, though, it was BB Team that claimed the victory.
Yeah, huge game for them to push in, to take this Western control away from Grove Street, to make sure that they can lock that down, even though they lost a player to being greedy on the northern side earlier. That's just next level for them. This is the BB Team that we're expecting, and this is exactly why we wanted to see them come in and just take control of the games here, because with this motivation and momentum, they're going to take that into the finals, and they're going to be insane. 9 kills for Phil first. That's just next level, Mark.
Or Sam, whoever you want, Avenger, but I'll jump in here alongside Kylaris and Toby. Let's go into this. Obviously, BB Team getting their second win of the day. They're going to be very happy with that. They were so close to qualifying for the grand finals during the group stages. Missed it by only a few points. Tell me, Toby, is there a way in another universe that Win or Die could have beaten BB Team in that final fight?
With the amount of universes I've seen Marvel put out, I will say yes, but in the vast majority of them, no. BB Team played an incredible end game, I will say, because mid-nerdy game, they didn't really have to do all that much, but they were able to take a lot of space in the west. We talked about it early on, how teams were going to swing around the south side. They did, but almost all of them came in from the east. So they were kind of just chilling, and then when they moved out, they played really well.
Pretty simple for them. They got that victory, Carlos. What did you think of Rondo overall, though?
Well, obviously a bit of a curveball going as south as it was initially, and I think that we eventually shifted up towards Hongshan, which is kind of treaded territory for a lot of these teams, and I think BB Team knew that especially, right? With their big, wide split. Shroud trying to do Shroud things at the very beginning of this game as well, Toby, but not to be the case.
Unfortunately, we're so close, but yet so far.
Imagine if Shroud had done it again. If we had hit Rondo with that, I'd be like, this is unacceptable. Master, like, you're going to have to give him all your streaming money, mate, because like he's carrying...
That's when you start going, is it a simulation? Are we real? What is going on here? I don't know anymore.
I don't know if 50 Zloty stretches that far, to be fair, so...
I mean, that's fair as well, right? The match highlights are on your screen right now. Any particular highlight for you, Kylaris, during this game that you'd want to pull someone's attention to?
Just some great control from BB again, and I also was impressed by Win or Die's, I guess, bold play for being able to blast straight through to the middle of this circle, because it shows a really good understanding of the layout of the middle of this circle. If you make this send through against 6 teams and you don't know where you're going, chances are you're going to be dead very, very quickly. But they got such a good dip that they were able to set up a mortar and start putting on aggression towards a lot of these teams. So really, really impressed by the knowledge there from Win or Die.
How about you, Toby?
I mean, it goes off of what James is saying. The fact that so many, if not almost all teams ended up swinging in from the east. It was only Grove Street who were down here. And you saw it just then that when BB team realized we just have Grove Street to the west and literally everyone else is in full chaos mode towards the east. If we go down south, effectively give up our good position right now, clear them out, and then push east, we have the entire circle to ourselves. And well, you see right here the reward that they get from making that play happen, because there was a chance, to go back to your initial point of could Win or Die have done something, there was a chance that Win or Die could have backfilled BB team when they opted to go south, but they didn't do it in time because BB team played incredibly well and good timing on their plays.
3 teams with 11 points. One of them is Ascend, and we spoke about them a little bit in the pre-show, and I asked Avenger and Mark the question of whether or not maybe their drop-off, if you like, or maybe them not being able to qualify for the grand finals during the group stages had something to do with losing their coach. They've had a really good run so far, these 4 games. That they've been up there at the end fights, doing what they can. But Toby, I'll pose that question to you. Do you think that there has been a significant change in Ascend since changing coaches, or do you think that really it was just a really tough group stage for a lot of the teams?
I mean, no doubt it was a tough group stage. Everyone came out, except for very few, with arguably some of the best performances they could pull up to the level that they are capable of playing. So it was going to be tough, no doubt. I will say, though, looking back at this match in particular, and with how early Ascent were out on what ended up being a very chaotic east side, I would have actually kind of called them out way earlier. They were surrounded by 4 teams coming into phase 5, and even then they come out with, well, I mean, a lot of placement points and kills to boot. Tournaments past, they would have crumbled with all the teams surrounding them. We've seen them time and time again fall 1 player at a time and then just not have the manpower by phase 5 to take those fights. But here they did. They played it really well, and 11 points in a game like this is a very, very solid performance, I'd say.
11 points is solid. What's really solid, though, is when you get more than double the points of the team in second place. Kylaris, for BB team, that is a fantastic result. They are just clocking those in today.
And especially impressive with now 53 points. Phil First had 9 kills in this game. Like in the previous seasons of PEC, and then before we got to internationals, we were saying that this kid is a prodigy. And I think Aduzi and the leadership behind BB team realized that very early on in the question mark days, and it really kind of materializes very, very strongly now that they've really got a lot of reps under the belt with each other as long as they have. I've said it for a long time. I always thought this team could challenge for international titles. It's not come to fruition just yet, but I'm surprised they didn't even go through in the top 8, to be honest. I mean, they got 4th place on their first day of groups, 7th place on the next, a win each day, and somehow didn't qualify through. That's how fierce it was from the group stage.
Do you think it's going to be as fierce here, or do you think that there is a very clear divide between the top 8 teams and the rest of the pack, Toby?
I mean, there's definitely, and there's always going to be, whenever you hit last chance, whenever the very top echelon of teams have made it through already, there's always going to be the so-called, I'm not going to name any names, but there's always going to be your cannon fodder teams that are kind of just point sponges for the rest to go out and garner. But even having said that, there are other regions where the cannon fodder is quite a bit weaker than it is here. You see it time and time again, teams you expect nothing from come out and actually take the battle to some of the top teams. And I think this last chance will be a great stage for some of these, maybe among the community thought to be lesser teams, to actually go out and make some big swings happen. But back to 2 wins on the day here for BB is huge.
He almost said back-to-back. Do you think that they could do a back-to-back and claim it at Miramar as well? I mean, Toby, I'll give it to you because you made the
quick answer.
slip.
Yes, with how they played this game, with how they took control in the end game, that's the exact play style you want to execute in the late game on Miramar. Can they get circles like that again? They're golden.
What are you expecting from Miramar? Now that you've had a chance to see the lobby, Kylaris, you know what the teams are looking like all together. I mean, how do you think Miramar plays out?
Well, again, Sakura Sensen is going to have a decent drop spot, so we'll see 3 of them die early. We'll see Shro go on a rampage potentially, and then
Las Leones ending, 2nd place. What?
Good times had by all.
I mean, for you, Toby, well, what are you thinking? Because you've seen some of these teams now. I mean, is Miramar... We've also seen the same teams kind of playing in that end game, right? There's very familiar names that keep finding themselves there, whether it be on Erangel, Ortega, or Rondo. I mean, do we just see that again here on Miramar?
I think, I mean, if we are to put any weight on the circle types, we can call it, that we had on Erangel earlier, if it becomes a compound heavy, like circles continuously switching onto some of these let's call them magnet compounds on Miramar as well today, it could very easily become whoever's got there early can, not will, but can reap some big rewards. And for those bottom teams, if you get a chance like that in a lobby like this where top 8 is up for grabs, you need to make so much of it. And unfortunately, we see a lot of teams crumble in those situations. It's the top teams, your BB team, your Ascents, that come in and take those positions away from the lesser teams that will come out victorious.
I also think as well that teams like Don't Panic and Eternal Fire, who have shown already to be able to get wins in the group stage on a Miramar, compared to, I mean, all the other wins on Miramars went to Gladiators, FaZe, a double Na'Vi win, right? But it was Don't Panic and Eternal Fire that were able to get wins there, and yet they weren't able to qualify via the group stage. So I think our Turkish teams in general have always had a great mastery of Miramar, so I think my eyes are probably on them coming into our Miramars.
So Eternal Fire is Avengers' pick as the definite team to go through to the grand finals. Mark has BB team, I have Foot. Gents, you haven't put your names down yet. I mean, you can steal some of our teams because I feel like we can share. Who is your will definitely make it through, Toby?
I like the fact that we're getting to do this 4 games into a 12-game series. I feel like we get the upper hand in this regard. So I'm just going to say Exhalation. They're set in 4th place right now.
Move.
At 30. Yeah, we would have thought 32 points, 4 games in. By having said this, they're probably going to completely go out with nothing to show for tomorrow. But no, I'll say Exhalation come off to a very, very strong Erangel start today. I'm hoping to see them continue.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, Carlos, we're giving you the space.
But wait, what?
Can you calm down? I think I will go with Don't Panic, considering what I've seen so far today. I think that the group stage was a bit of a blip for them. I always liked a lot of the majority of this roster when they were Sarvum, and their qualification to this tournament as a whole was insane. They were playing crazy in the MEA region qualifier. So I'm going to discount their group stage and take what I've seen here as a good omen.
I like it. There we go. So every single one of us has a different team, and there's a chance that all 5 could make it through, or there's a chance that someone's going to be turned into a meme for the grand finals, which I'm very excited about, because production likes to make those funny pictures. Gents, you do a lot of the international PUBG, so I think that you have a lot of insight here, and you can add a lot of insight into why it is that the European region has just such a strong showing, why the teams are so close. We saw it in the group stages. We're seeing it here as well. We have quite a competitive scene. There isn't a very big divide between the bottom of the pack and the sort of international superstars. Why do you think that is, Carlos?
We've always been extremely organized, for one, as a region compared to almost every other region. I think that the players took it upon themselves to basically almost unionize to an effect and just be able to kind of push for the right conditions and the right style of play. And also we've always had good leadership in that regard too. It's whenever we've had like veteran rosters kind of disband, they've gone off, scouted out great young talent as well, and that's then formed rosters that have kind of proliferated throughout time. So those are my 2 reasons, I would say.
Holy hell, Kylaris is the GOAT host. He saw that countdown and he ended it just in time for us to go to game.
Do you take it here, James, or do I? I don't know what to do now.
You can start.
I take it, yeah. Western Plain, pretty straightforward. Over the islands where the game is obviously gonna end. So a little foreshadowing in that regard. As yeah, pretty straightforward. I'm not expecting to see any early commotion here. There's a ton of transition routes, both north and south, with this plane path. So would be surprised if anyone opts to fight early.
Yeah, we will see. Once again, as I was mentioning before, the focal point obviously being a Pachinki, Picardo, Test Track and all that stuff. Sakura Sensen is going to get that spot pretty much for free. They don't really do as much flexing out compared to some of the other teams that will be trying to challenge for cars and bring those back. They do know that there are some threats lying around. So they try and stay a bit more tight-knit together, maybe get a car here or 2, and then just move it on back. But for that, it's a bit of a defensive posture setup, but they know they're going to be staying pretty.
And I will just add, I mean, to the point that you made before with how come EMEA is so good, I think there's a point to be made that EMEA could be even better. I think there are a lot of, I mean, we saw, I want to call it kind of the Finnish downfall of how Finnish teams were so committed to only having Finnish players on their rosters that, oh, wow, what a circle. that when they tried to commit to that, it just didn't work out. And the same thing I think is happening in Germany. Could be said that if they were starting to do more mixed nationality rosters, they would probably be better off. But holy smokes, what a circle, James.
It does feel like only our CIS teams are able to really get away with a lot of that in terms of making a full roster and making it work. But yeah, this circle is a spicy one up to that northwest side. I want a perfect finish, circular on creative fields to really hurt all of these players.
I'm wondering right now, what if we just don't throw to Mark and Martin? What if we just hold them hostage? They gave us a chance at desk, and now we can technically just steal both?
I understand that is your dream. Just want to be on for a desk for casting. Maybe you could be host later at some point as well. Sam, step aside for a second. No. All right. We're going to head over to them. So I'm keeping you out of the range of Toby going for the throw. All right. So Mark, Avenger, take it away, boys.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys, and thank you so much for breaking down this western plane that clearly started east and went towards the west. And with this northern circle here, we're gonna have some early E pickups here, Mark, and I love that secure sense. And we don't want to see them fighting outside. We want Shro in the middle of the zone, Mark, so we can make another show.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Good call for them. Early rotation. Obviously, the zone coming very late on that west means they're going to get ahead of a lot of the teams now. And there's a second one actually on the identical flight path, though. I think they'll be following suit, though, as the extended. It gives Secure Sense a lot of options now, right? They're going to potentially scout, see the teams rotating in below them. I think the question is, how far north do you want to go and then try and work? I think they will have an eye on potentially crater fields. Do you like that area? But again, it's how much loot do they have, Martin? Have they actually had enough time before popping that E pickup, because that went pretty early?
Let me just sit here and for a few seconds and enjoy that these two E pickups lined up that perfectly, Mark. That is just next level. Yeah, but some of these teams that are on the edge that kind of know, okay, we might be one of the first 4 or 5 teams to try to get into this circle here. You can see so many of them already. Okay, guys, we're a top 4, top 5 priority. We're gonna get some of these good spots here. We're trying to get in here, but in this area here, there are so many situations where you need to wait until circle 3 until you know where the zone goes. It might go east, might go west. You have so many situations where you have land ratio that has an effect where it goes away from it, and until you know if it's on that western side or eastern side of it, you take high ground, you take information space, like you see Marslick going for. It looks like they're going to be taking a high ground space, maybe even top of some of the pillars here, like almost Batulin's spots, while Grove Streets, they're holding on to some of this kind of high ground area. Shro, yeah, look at this. This is going to be the Shro show, Mark. We know it already. He's got on high ground. He's got a 3-West. He got a 6-6 mini. He's going to put some damage numbers out in this game.
And he's got 225, 560 in his back pocket. He's not sharing over 2 either. So when we see a lot of these teams up here, initial shots will come through. Sofu has to duck his way behind the bricks, but he's going to need some help, though, to try and get out there. He takes the opportunity. A few shots go back towards Shro. I actually thought the guys had an argument because he jumped off so early. I was like, where is he going? And the other guys are not opting. Well, it's a different style of secure sentence. They seem to be top of the tree, maybe praying that the zone will land on one of them. Shro, if it had to bet, it'd be him. Definitely, the zone will try and pull back down. Now comes the second E pick up on exactly the same line. And no surprise, Frodo gets the first. Oh no! He's down. He overbeaked it. He got one, but he went down with no reinforcements, though. Unfortunately, he's going to fall.
Yeah, he didn't expect to be shooting at Krif, and then Exhalation pops up and say, hey, oh, that's a free kill up there. And he has no backup. Nobody can come and save him. There's 100 seconds on the first knock, though, so if they want to full send it towards him, they might have a chance. But no, I think he's going to bleed out there. There's no chance of that happening here. Krif, though, already on the fire. They're taking the crater fields here already. Mike has left off. Sancho, yeah, just a flush here. No Shro, so for this one here. Bushido, though, on the other hand, they have that northern side locked down, and Exhalation in a pretty good spot, in a decent situation for them after having some decent games here. On the other hand here, we should be starting to talk about a cutoff point here, and I've been looking into what we had in spring and fall last year, and it was exactly 67 and 68 points for the cutoff. Micah, though, takes shots. Oh, seat swap, Bushido. I love what I'm seeing. What a beautiful seat swap that was to survive that. I feel like he had him held down there, Mark.
He did, and it was nearly the opportunity for one of the other members of Secure Sentinel to get the first kill under the belt. Where Stroh's tapped himself out. It's going to be down to them now to see if they can get at least a point for now. It looks like a lot of teams now sending their way around. Here comes Hypebeast. Yepa does go for the peek over the top. It has to try and back away slightly as he took a face for the 5.56 as well. A level 3 vest really did help out as the rest of Yepa do tighten down. It's going to be an interesting one for me, the zones. I definitely feel like the one to watch, especially as we go into sort of game 5 and game 6, is going to be that cutoff point, because we are starting to see a few teams definitely run away with some of the points. And obviously BB team after that last game and well ahead of the rest.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary. So once again, 67, 68 points cut off last year for the last year. And if you're in the 70s, once we have a few games to go, it feels safe at this point. But it really depends how many points we're going to see the teams like BBT, maybe Foot, Sponge up at the very top. There might be not that many points available to everyone else here now. Don't Panic managed to get a little bit of more loot here. 62 players left alive. Again, if you're not one of the early teams that's going to be going in, taking some of the high priority locations or the high ground locations where you can scout, where you can get information, and where you can maybe lock down some good spots, then you should just be waiting, because you don't know until that third pop if it's going to go Crater Fields, La Caparia. That's the two likeliest ones. We also have some Oasis endings. We have some Alcantara endings on that northern side. That is also happening on a circle like this here. Shots coming in from Marseille with the 8x. Doesn't really connect just yet. And yeah, let's see. Now that Shro is down, Mark, let's see if we can get some kills onto the boys from Sakura Sensen. And honestly, for me, if you're Shro, you can do whatever you want. After dropping 10 kills in 3 games, I don't want any of the other Sakura Sensen guys telling him how to play the game. He knows. The other guys, 100%. They need to come in and drop some kills, though.
100%. He has been covering the team. No surprise, obviously, they're not on the camera at the moment because they were one of the first teams to take that E-pick up to this position. Different game style. It would have been different, obviously, if Mika did go for the drop with Shrub as well, so maybe having a 2-2 on the mountain, but might have needed to get a little bit more loot. After all, it's a team working their way through. They've played their way across now towards the west now. As Digger on that second E-pick has taken some other high grounds. He's a little bit further towards that sort of western side. So I do worry when the zone shifts away. Actually, how much remains in, because you're right. And if it's anything to trend, like especially the first couple of games we had some real heavy zone shifts. If it plays down towards the southeast, if it pushes back towards that El Pozo, a lot of teams are going to be left scrambling into zone.
Yeah, for sure. So many zones. We also had El Pozo endings in this. We had the kind of south of Crater Fields where Yepa is at the moment. Brex, though, he's trying to get into this zone here. Ascend is really far out. They accept that they're not going to have any priority in, so they're going to get as much loot as they can, as much utility into this late game here, and they're going to see where it happens, where we're going to see zone 2 and 3 pop. Once 3 pops, that's where you need to be ready, because that's where you can pretty quickly calculate where the ending is going to be. A lot of teams already in La Caparia here. We have Bushido, we have Don't Panic, we have a Micah on the edge of things. Molotovs and BB team now, they are extremely confident. 50 points already, 53 after 4 games, playing our 5th currently. That's an insane performance from them so far. Balkan Eagles, though, ready to take them on. Does Molotov have the information? Zone has popped, as you see here, Mark, and it is pretty slender. There's still the opportunity for La Caparia. There's still the opportunity for Crater Fields. Less likely to be ending towards Alcantara, but can still happen with 2 back-to-back west shifts.
Yeah, it does have to go back-to-back on that west. Look, it's interesting. I've not had a Crater Field in quite some time. El Pozo has been stealing away those zones. I wouldn't even mind it going towards that north side. Seeing Security Center maybe hold out for a little bit longer. I do worry, obviously, by himself, how long would teams will take to sort of figure out that he's on his taunt. Rest of these teams now, obviously, on the rotation. We still don't have Ascend in the zone just yet. So far, taking a bit of high ground as Yepa will sneak on in past him. But a good zone. Most teams, give or take, are in. We are seeing Footy Sports. The only one outside, realistically, at the moment is Ascend, as they are going for more of a southern rotation.
Yepa trying to get into things. High piece as well. A lot of these teams coming in from the eastern and southern side into the zone here, trying to take some of the compounds away, either fighting their way in there or drive scouting, trying to get some information. Some of the not so high priority compounds here, high piece going into the compound where you lose all your cars, all your tires. They're gonna have to run from there. Yep, an Eternal Fire though here. They are stoked out here. Oh, no. Spin. Oh, that is Crossberg taking down Forge here, Mark. That is just so unfortunate for Yepa.
It is. Unfortunately, it's actually a really horrible place to fight. So many areas which you can sort of hunker your way down. So shots now coming in from the outside edge. Telefire looking for the other players. I know more cars have come in here. They can't quite see because the grating of the metal fencing does now spot him. Unable to take the shot, so doesn't want to give way to position just yet. I think he's waiting here, Martin, for that cross. When he tries to play for that res, that's when to activate. Here we go. The shots come through. Oh, he's 1 HP. He just missed out on it. Can he get a TP2? No. Presenti turned him back the other way.
Yeah, and that's what's really hard about this bowl here, because you have all the teams up on the edge just shooting you. Odin Mavizi, can he survive? So many shots coming in from Eternal Fire as well on the high ground. Mad is up here to see if he can get some information for the teams. He knows the winner Dyer's over there. Escapation also goes down from Yeppe. Now, Mad, this is the go sign for him. They can maybe clear up Yeppe here. And Marco is going to go for the flush for Forge. And he got Odin Mavasi as well because of Escapation getting knocked, and yep, that's down to just one guy. And now Eternal Fire, they can really clean up this while all the teams on the high ground edges here, win or die, Exhalation, they're all shooting at them. You're really kind of stuck down here, and the zone is not ending as much here in this bowl as it is in Crater Fields or in La Cabrera, or even west of Crater Fields we had, where we have a Doozy and the BB guys, they're stuck up. We have a lot of endings also coming in there now. Matt might have some information that Yeppe's last player is close here.
It's difficult here though, isn't it? There's so much verticality around this area. That's why I think people prefer those crater fields. When you kind of get hunkered down here, so many teams, when they get a little bit of freedom, they can sort of peek on in, take a couple of shots and then focus back the other way. Talk about a couple of shots though, after all, ensuring that Digger can't make their way into their position on the sort of southwest here. So on the full west here is actually Kings further afield. He's in that top corner. There comes that zone shift. It is going towards more of a north, not the west. If it does hold on to crater fields, this is a good zone for Secura Sensen. The question is, are they going to hold on this 2-1 split? Mika has no option to move. Like, you've got to question the two that are high out there. What point do they get off the high ground?
They can't. They have no vehicle. They're kind of stuck up there. They just have to farm. Micah is in arguably the best compound because where Masalek and Himan is, that is where the zone shifts away from. It should be going northeast in this next circle here. Bushido, though, they are holding down some of this edge compounds here. I want to see them locked together in that brick building. Iro, 4X, and Dragunov in hand here at this range is going to do a lot of damage to helmets.
Shoot!
Shoot! Shoot! That was almost it. And it's just on the edge mark of that one-shot headshot mark here, I feel like, for the Dragunov. Oh, Eternal Fire with the shots. Yep, gets down one. 7 bullets and 17 HP now. Code Marco is gonna lock that down. Eternal Fire. They clean it up, but they also have to get into this next zone here. They have a long way to go.
They do. That definitely wasn't just on the outside, definitely not mine. That's why I end up getting shot down by Quizzy. You needed a 15-time scope and a bit of a better spin, should we say. Big up. He still have one player remaining out. The rest of them actually do hold a nice compound here. Ascend joining us now on zone, as they did rotate around in the south. They went to the southwest. They drove all the way around the west, and now they find themselves on the very, very far north. A team that definitely likes to hold the outside edge. They obviously see Panic rotating outward as well. Interesting. I think they're trying to get a bit of verticality themselves, but do they know exactly where Ascend are? A couple of shots do to indicate that they know they're taking the challenge place. Good shots though coming from Bricks. Sheila having to duck further afield, get the car back into safety. I can't see Ascend that close to apply the pressure. They need to sit back and wait. Maybe try and isolate Sheila if he tries to rotate back towards the rest of his team.
Holding on to this northern edges, I actually like that. I really appreciate that, because if they're able to hold on to cars and utility, like keep some durability on helmets, on vest here, they might be able to, once they see this next zone, crash onto some of the center compound and try to fight their way in. Holding on to some of this. Salik here taking a lot of shots from He-Man. Can He-Man connect? Nope. No more bullets.
No kills.
No EMAC. Only 20 bullets on the 8X MK12 here. He spots the boom. Oh, tries to pop a tire. That's cheeky. The boom spots that. Oh, they got the tire just in the end. It's going to be harder to handle that car a little bit now. The boom. Oh, connects a little bit more. 23, 25, 22. That's another one. That's a banger. Only 1 damage per second, though, the current zone, so he can heal that out. He-Man and Masalek, they're going to be spending all their bullets just raining downhill, and all these teams trying to get in here, Mark.
team are trying to take him off the high ground. You can hear the waters whistling past. Yeah, whistles the zone towards the north.
Oh my God, Mika.
I'm literally on the edge of my seat, waiting for Secure Citizen just to get a knock and hopefully get a kill. Still nothing to prevail just at the moment. Zone shifts back, Ascend to hold that north side. They're in a good position now. And don't panic while they have to deal with win or die. Knock comes in. Here comes the drive back. They're on a 2-2 split here. Big util dump. Global Army going to tuck in behind. And win or die got an option to try and get this resin, but they're blocking the door. They're going down and don't panic, pushing their way through.
Players trying to defend here. Don't panic. Can they hold this off or can they push them down? This is a smaller house. This is not a lot of util coming in though. Oh, this is good. Multiple knocks coming in. Leosh getting flushed by his own teammates. Nate, that's not good. Don't panic. Still 4 guys alive. Smokes. They are just full swatting this house now. More utility committed. Hello, my bad. Still knocked. Presenti layers now have to try to defend this. Sheila goes in, clears every corner, but there's a lot of smokes in there. Everything's been delayed here. And Molotovs are coming out. I like that from Shipless. This is exactly what you want to see in that corner, potentially getting that down. Global Army got the knock on Presenti. Can he maybe get the flush and out as well, Mark?
Yeah, he's looking to try and get the flush now. There goes the flush with the molly. But they know one of those corners now is clear. They unfortunately can't go for the full clear. Now they start storming their way through, looking for the final player. Leosto backed up into the corner, maybe for some util dump comes through. He's trying to take it as he pushes his way forward. The M4 swings out, but no, he doesn't quite get a connection. He goes outside. Oh, so close, but Global Army gets him. Unfortunately, no, they will fall. Win or die, 15th place for them. And Hitman gets a knock. Phil First is down as they are taking the fight. 2 versus 4. And actually looks like they're leaving BB, sending it now to zone. This might be the final couple of seconds that actually, when our Secure Sensen will bag another point on the board.
Oh, Micah got a knock on Seifu, and Micah's gone. They crashed. Grove Street crashed his middle compound. He tried to swap weapons. He tried to peacock. He tried to make sure that nobody got to him, but he got one, though. They're gonna get the rest, though. Killer Kai finds Balkan Eagles here. Masalek, more pressure onto BB team. The team that has the least impact and less impact for them in terms of the leaderboard, but still points is points. Filfer's gone down. Maybe one more for the guys in red and white. Kilyakai here pushing. They are trying to take this control on this edge, on the western side, on the northern side. I really like what I'm seeing from Ascent so far. Maybe can take on Balkan Eagles here now. They're disengaging a little bit. Teams on the other side, their BB team is pushing them a little bit away from this fight here, Mark. Not worth engaging, and now Balkan Eagles are just going to take vehicles and go into this next comp here. This is a rough one, though. I've played here, and getting out of this is just one open field. You have to you have to crawl, you have to just try to get in there. They didn't get the zone, so now they have to crawl all the way in the gutters and in the fields to try to just get a little bit ahead. And Molotov pulled up. Best luck coming in as well. They're probably just trying to get a little bit of points out of this one. This is phase 5, though. It is taking 5 damage per second at this point here, and the teams, they just have to get out of there. Even though finds Iro, it's a big one.
Point on the board. Back to Ascender. Yeah, I agree. I love what Ascender doing. They're sort of sweeping this top side. Obviously, BB team put a little halt to that. They had to turn back, go the other way. Pains was holding an anchor, though, to ensure no other team sort of backfilled them. They need to now go for the reposition. There isn't that much to play. It's been a while since I've had here. There's a few dips, there's a few crevices, but actually, big crash here from Grocery. They did take out the main compound. Himman gets another one on the board. Creef will go down. He's still on the outside edge, though. He has to work his way in, and a lot of the spots already taken. And Eternal Fire, got to make sure no one feels from behind. Here comes the smoke. Just double checking. They're going to clear that shack, though. No, again, blue damage himself as he scurries back towards the cars. But a lot of these teams that are positioned at the moment are in a really good spot to take a lot of these teams rotating in the south.
Oh, that beast here. Not. Oh, this is just so unfortunate for them. Knocked one of their own Noviks down. Now, Bushido trying. Oh, good peek here from Nightpool Cup. He's taking how muches. And now they're gonna try to see if they can reset, maybe get a little bit more out of it. But yeah, Keller, no time here. Caleb has to kill. Now they have to run in. Spooks though. Balkan Eagles take down BB team. They had to try to make some of it. They got a few points here. Foot pulls up. I love what I'm seeing from the. Oh, yes! Himman is gone, and now Hype Beast is on the edge, Mark.
Him got another kill as well. He run over as well. So obviously tit for tat though for Esports, obviously losing a bit of zone. They had to try and play in as well. They wanted to get the kills. But when you're up that leaderboard, you can do it though. Bushido, going down explosive though on the south side. Pixel gonna cook the nade, not quite got all the information as they got to try and get the smokes out, get the reses back in. No, though, no helmet. Vest is on its way down. They are driving forward, looking to try and get another point on the board though. Nade will go through. That's number 2 on the board for them. But Shido on the back foot now as Hypebeast and Foot Esports trying to take over this position. But great shots though. Shido takes the car and Vard goes down. Only 2 standing up here from Foot Esports.
Might be able to get a res or 2 here though. They are somewhat inside this. Oh, never mind. Kidder gets T-Bone down. Really good push from him. Hypebeast up to 4 kills. T-Bone 80 gone. Pixel they got. Foot is down in 10th place. No placement points for them, but 1 kill to go their way. What a turnaround for these teams on the southern side. Hypebeast might be able to take on... Celtic find Naileb in this case here. Hypebeast have to reset once again. Next zone is holding on to that compound. That's huge for Hypebeast. They might be able to take on Celtic here in this compound and maybe get a little bit more points coming there. With Balkan Eagles down in 9th. That is Grove Street finding it. Voxes finds Spooks. We're down to 8 teams and only 24 players alive.
Yeah, this is huge. Obviously, look, don't need to ensure they don't get crashed. Grove Street the same. It is big for Hypebeast, though, the zone holding up here. There's no visibility, though, for Bushido back this way. Now he's going to play sneaky tactics. He's launch out the can. He's going to wait for a few more footsteps before he explodes that. Won't be too surprised, though, for Hypebeast to just maybe work the angles out before pushing in. And I think it won't take long for them to figure out where he's potentially hiding. There goes the flash. Does catch it. Allow him now to flood their way forward. Second flash goes through. Keeps him the back burner, though. And then when he goes into the corner, he has to get the move. But he's been caught now. But he's got a little bit of cover here. Just opportunity to get him mad. Maybe reset, but they are looking to close it quickly.
They just want to clear this position here. Kidder goes up. See if he can clear him quickly. He finds him. Yeah, easy pickings here. Naileb actually manages to get it. Now on the western side here, multiple teams have to move out. Digger is going to get held out by Afteralt. Ascent goes down. Meanwhile, here in 7th place, they did not move quick enough. They did not make a move on these teams as they had the opportunity to do so. Digger just goes down. They denied to that one here. Now, Afteralt, 4 guys alive. They have to make a push onto Grove Street. They have to commit all their utility, make a huge smoke wall mark to try to get down to this compound here. That is the next prime location for them, and they could potentially do it maybe with a car, maybe with some smokes, and then a crash on. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, he's going to have to come for a crash. Great initial shots. Falls them from the car. Does discipline. C-swap. Nearly catches him. Puts him down to 1s. He has to go and tuck back in. Grove Street, though. 5 kills at the moment. AA got to try and get anything they can. But what a defense here from Grove Street. They knew the objective, and that was to stop the crash from the west. They've done it once. Now they just need to potentially get rid of this final player. He's going to work his way down to the shack. He has a little bit of zone coverage in there, but no, Seifu will end him. Rhino Lock will go down. Top 4 is going to be, as Don't Panic, Grove Street still hold with 4 strong, but they've had the hard cover. They've had the compounds.
And at this point here now, Hypebeast is the next team to move after that, potentially moving on to Eternal Fire to maybe try to secure a few more points from that. And then Don't Panic potentially have to cross this field. That would be such a detriment if that didn't get a little bit of circle love from this. They would have to commit 38 smokes exactly. I just calculated it, Mark, to manage to run across the field here. And now Eternal Fire, obviously, here in this circle. If they're in, I can see Hypebeast making a move for that. That's exactly what's going to happen. Hypebeast, they have to make a move for this dip here. And now Don't Panic, they also have to make a move for this compound here. Some utility, all utility has to be committed. And the perfect timing for it, obviously, is when Don't Panic does it on Grove Street, Hypebeast does that as well onto Eternal Fire.
Yeah, Don't Panic are, I think, for the ones to watch here.
No smokes, Mark. No.
Yeah, there goes the last one. So, yeah, definitely the 38. Did you calculate 35? Can't remember.
No, that's for Don't Panic. No. Hypebeast had zero smokes. It was for Don't Panic, needed 38.
I thought you Hypebeast also needed a 38 just to get to Eternal Fire spot, but nope, not gonna be the case. I think they keep looking at the car thinking, is that drivable? Can that get to where Eternal Fire are? Yeah, is it gonna make it? Well, Eternal Fire, they can't even get up and take a fight from the knees. They've been taking shots. It is all down to timing, though, right? Don't Panic are gonna potentially have to move first. For me, Hypebeast need to sort of counteract the move at the same time. Yeah, they haven't got the speed compared to Don't Panic, but this is going to come down to a timing for this end zone.
Vox finds Kidder. They drive across the street and then commit their 2 stun grenades to the push. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire and all their utilities committed. Oh, I would have loved to seen a full 3-man pull-up from these guys onto the Eternal Fire position. Doesn't happen though. At the same time, though, Don't Panic does exactly the same, Mark. They are pulling up. They're going to be pushing on to Eternal Fire. Try to secure the second spot. Global Army finds one, but gets knocked himself. Crossberg finds Global Army, flushes him. Crossberg is down to just 1 player left alive. And now Don't Panic lost 2 players because they didn't commit all 4 at the same time, Mark. They should have committed all 4.
And it's an extra placement point as well. Eternal Fire, great name tag comes in. Grove Street looking to close it. They should have committed all 4. They went for the south. It allowed Grove Street to make the move now. They're looking to close this one down. 4 versus 2. Can they find these final 2 players? 9 kills here for Don't Panic. The car as rolling cover. Seifu takes them a couple of shots, but doesn't quite get the knock though, as they have spread out. Don't Panic need to puff out their feathers now. They need to get a knock and generate some angles. But look at this, Grove Street looking to try and drive forward and get their first chicken dinner.
Yeah, and with 10 kills, 5 on boxes, this is just huge for them. Potentially a 12 kill win for Grove Street.
Shotgun.
Oh, pushing them aggressively. Oh, yeah, he's going to swap to the AUG and close it out. I love what I'm seeing here from Grove Street. That's a great game for them. 12 kills and a win. 2100 damage though from Don't Panic. That's a huge game for them as well. But what a rough ending. That compound that Micah took from the early stages. Imagine if all 4 from Sakura Senses were there. That would have been a huge game for them.
That's all shoulda, woulda, couldas. But yeah, you're right. That compound was the one to be at the end. They'd be disappointed they weren't able to hold with that 1-1 split. And obviously with the two unable to get off the compound. But great play from Don't Panic. But more importantly, Grove Street. There we go. Winner, chicken dinner. Sam, take it away.
Your Don't Panic prediction, Kylaris, is looking good. They came in second, of course, but it was Grove Street taking the win. Big for them, huge, pushes them up into the top 8. What a nice place to find yourself just before the end of the day and ultimately halfway through the last chance qualifiers.
A very exciting win for Grove Street. I mean, if you go back to the group stages, they got 22 points in 2 days. This was more than that from 1 game. Fantastic. I mean, obviously they crashed onto this compound, took Mika's position, and from there, it was all Grove Street, baby. I'm happy, and this has got to fuel kind of their opportunity now to be able to get that top 8. Because I think before this game, I think people would have been really casting them aside, but this gives them a good lifeline.
Carlos is not wrong, Toby. They're not a name that I've even focused on. I'll be dead honest. Until now, I was like, oh, well, there you go. And that is possibly for them is going to be the fuel to their fire to try and stay now in that top 8.
I just like to see stars align, and when you give me a chance to spend 1 minute talking about what I want to see next game, it's exactly what happens. Because we talked about, I mean, you said somehow, how can these bottom teams make something happen? I say, if we end up going the way that we did in the Wrangle, a lot of circles will come to compounds, and it's up to those, on paper, lesser teams or weaker teams to make big things happen when they do get those games going in their favor. And Grove Street did exactly that. It's a compound that, yes, the circles kept coming towards, that they claimed when no one else dared to go for, and a compound that usually doesn't get a lot of kills until the very end game, but they come up with 12. So I think that's as much as you could expect from a team like Grove Street. Great to see them be able to capitalize on circles gone their way.
Toby, the highlights on your screen now. I mean, for you, when you take a look at that sort of mid-game that we were looking at, what were you liking and what were you seeing that you think maybe someone who is interested in improving their PUBG knowledge may want to pay attention to?
I think this is a great case of know the areas that aren't obvious on the map. Know the small dips. No, I mean, as you can see here, where Hype is currently prone by the roadside, it's just a small gutter. There ain't a whole lot to play. And in this case, it doesn't end up being very beneficial to them. But especially towards the southwest, especially towards the northwest, there were areas that weren't really utilized through the mid-game, where teams, instead of setting up shop there and waiting for potential third-party opportunity elsewhere on the map, they felt kind of rushed to make the aggressive play early, dying because of it. So I do think there are definitely areas that could have been utilized better that were kind of just skipped in the chaos of everyone wanting the best position.
I'm going to steal Carlaris' line because it is so fun to point out. 22 points in this game, which is the total that they got throughout the group stages. So big win for Grove Street. And then a couple of teams still, obviously, James, making sure that they continue to clock up those points as we move into the final match of the day.
Yeah, a lot of points coming the way of Eternal Fire as well. 9 kills going for them, considering the little dips that Toby was kind of alluding to just before. But I think one thing to point out about Grove Street that is kind of important. Actually, we've got 3 E's in there. I've just seen Grove Street. Is that it wasn't just this compound that was kind of important for them. I was also impressed by some of the early game moments where they're taking an extremely wide 2-2 split across the one side of Crater Fields and the other side of Crater Fields to find a potential kind of like launching pad later on for them to try and make a decision, right? Like taking a 2-2 split like that is a little bit risky to a degree, considering how far away they are from one another. Really not too many sight lines to reinforce each other. So they were hedging their bets a bit, and I don't even mind if it's taking risks at this point, because you're not one of the names we kind of expect to go through, and I'm glad it's paying dividends for them.
Not one of the names we expect to go through, but 22 points pushes them up into the top 8, and now all they need to do is just consistently kind of finish in the mid-pack, and they may be able to stay in that position. Of course, those 8 teams going through to the grand finals, and right now you can see what that game has done to the points. It is very close, Toby, between these top 8. There's a lot of space for these teams, and I would argue maybe a Digger Esports or Sakura Sensen has the potential as well. They just need 1 or 2 good games, and they'll find themselves contesting for one of those grand final spots.
I mean, definitely, and you can look even further down the leaderboard as well. A team like Afterall, a team that we, if not always, then usually always see at least make grand finals. This time around, they're struggling today. I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick up some points, maybe not today, but at least tomorrow. So they're going to upset the board a little bit as well, win or die as well. Again, as we said, literally one player surviving away from making it straight through the grand finals. Now they're not even in the grand finals, as we look at it here with them in 11th. So I think coming tomorrow, maybe not from game to game today, but at least for tomorrow, I think both Afterall and Win or Die will have a lot on their plate to try and make up for.
For the most part, I think most of the teams we see in the top 8 currently, Kylar, are names we kind of expected to see pushing through. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I think so. It's difficult for... There was definitely a divide in the teams that were coming in. For those teams that were tied on the 74 points, I think everyone's kind of got those teams as a shoe-in to be able to make the finals. And then from there, like the 4th or 5th places that kind of encompasses with some of the big names, I think that maybe there was going to be 3 spots to fight for. And hey, if Grove Street continues on this path, maybe that they can take one of them. That I think that will be not only really surpassing like viewers' expectations, but maybe even surpassing their own expectations at this point. We'll see.
Toby, for you, I mean, do you think it is going to be a very close run all the way to the last game, a little bit like we saw in the group stages, or do you think there will be a clear breakaway from the teams that are going to make it through to the grand finals?
I mean, if we are to go by any PUBG tournament we've seen recently, it's going to be close. It might not be 1 point or tied close, but there's also a very good chance that it will be exactly that. So that's why I'm talking about maximizing, even in your good games where all the circles come your way. Don't just get a 3-kill win. You want to get double-digit wins, which is why this is so huge for Grove Street, actually being able to capitalize on a game where not only do they play well, but the circles also grant them some favors.
That's the thing. You got to take advantage of those circles, right, Toby? If you get something that's giving you the favors, it is important to make sure that you grasp it with both hands, because you may not get that opportunity again.
Exactly. No, exactly. Teams, players that don't qualify will always look back at that one match where had they just gotten that 1 extra point, you know, they'd be on the plus side of things. And here, it's that's what we're all about.
So you can see now how it's gone. Grove Street getting that win. BB team has 2 to their name today. Foot Esports is in the mix as well. And of course, Exhalation starting us off when we began the last chance qualifier. And now The final map remains the final match before we hit the halfway mark of these LCQs. This will give us a really good indication of what the points are looking like, where Avenger's favorite cut-off mark is. He always likes to guess the number, and we'll be going to that final Miramar very soon. I can never get that number right, Kylaris. It's just, for some reason, it makes no sense to me. I don't know how Avenger does it.
We just leave it in the hands of him, and, you know, he'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. I think one thing that hasn't really been figured out yet, though, is the fact that as much as Don't Panic, Eternal Fire, and Ascend are doing so well, they've not got a win on the board just yet. And I think for these kinds of teams, it's just a matter of time before they get there. And I guess the question is will one of those three win this game? Match number 6, Toby, as we get to it, a very east-leaning plane here.
Very well could be. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The plane just doesn't like Val Del Mar today. It's trying to go as far away from there as possible on both planes. And while I said pretty much, I mean, guaranteed we weren't going to see any fighting early game in the previous match, when even Picado is a bit of a stretch on your flight, you might end up seeing teams jostling over vehicles, trying to go towards Monte, Power Grid, San Martin, even towards that west side. So expect to see some potential early game commotion with this plane path being far towards the east.
Unfortunately for After Alt, they're not going to get themselves an opportunity of going towards Impala, because that is taken by good old Foot. So we'll see After Alt heading elsewhere as they look to be going towards El Azahar. And I mean, the thing about that is that I feel like After All actually has such an ironed out drop spot when it comes to Impala. Not only taking Impala, but also taking the compounds around it. There was potential, from my perspective, for that to be potentially punished by people that drop close to it, but it's not happened thus far, not yet, and it won't happen this game either. So let's see where we're getting our circle going.
It's always terrifying when you're a team playing from behind and all of a sudden other teams trying to come contest your spots. Is this circle, I mean, encompassing or including as many players as it possibly could? Interesting for me to see here that all of Ascent opts to go hunt down get drops instead of just taking Casa going water treatment. But they see the solo. They want to get out of there. Maybe Paint. Ooh, if he can connect here, could get himself the first one, but not quite to be.
Big attempt at the spray there, but yeah. I mean, we can give this over. If anything goes on, I think that's just going to be some small shots here and there, but we'll might see some rotations back and forth. So, Mark, Avenger, take it away for the last game.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys, for that fantastic breakdown. And with the circle here, so many teams already in there, and they're obviously, as the last game goes, Mark, they're going to try to get into some of these spots here, because with that road separating everything from El Azahar going west towards San Martin and so far, there's not a lot of compounds because there's so much things going on here. And one of the things going on is Schiller goes down early to Forge, and that's going to be a flush. Super unfortunate start here for Don't Panic.
Yep, that's a unfortunate start, especially if they want to get a win underneath their belt. I do like this though. Obviously, a Sendal favourite as well, because they do like going to that water treatment area. It's quite their sort of the newer drop zone. They obviously might play out towards the high ground. And this side of Miramar, obviously, we've got all difference from high terrain, low terrain, everything in between. I do like the split. Obviously, curious to see if Secure Center make an E pick up quite early. Also, teams that are quite lower down. So, Bushido, Grove Street, can they go back to back? What if Grove Street want to make a rotation in? We've already seen for Esports in this event close off that East rotation. So, are we too surprised to see for Esports maybe close up that rotation?
Yeah, and honestly, in this case here, like it's just not worth it to go for something that you're not guaranteed is surely safe or is open at this point. Like, yeah, I just wanna ask Schiller, like, why is that the decision that's being made there, right? Because sure, it could be a stumble, could be something that's just like you haven't thought about it, but they have plenty of other loot options that are guaranteed to be safe for it, right? And even if it's an early push or whatever it is for them, it's just not worth it. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for them. I've been loving what I'm seeing from them so far. 46 points on day one with one game to go still. That's huge for them. Again, we're talking about this hypothetical cutoff. You know, 70 points is pretty good probably. Might be a little bit higher, might be lower. We had 67 and 68 last year. I know that the guys now, all of them, not just Sam, all of them on the desk don't like to do math, so we'll do it for them on the cast here, Mark.
We do like to do this in maths here on the cast as well as on the desk. But I think that's a realistic cut-off point, to be fair, especially with BB team. Obviously, they're going to try to stretch their lead. If they do that, that might change that up at the moment. But felt like BB team would try to get away from the pack and the rest of the lobby, despite maybe not even getting wins, as you mentioned, don't panic. They're refusing for them just to kind of escape the leaderboard. So good play for them. A lot of teams obviously now setting themselves up. Wouldn't be too surprised. A lot of teams sort of hang around this sort of roadside here. Want to die a little bit more towards the west. BB team obviously dropped in a bit late. A lot of high ground. Shipless though deterring back the dragons of Eternal Fire and taking a few shots though themselves, having to back away and maybe get back to safety.
Yeah, it's not worth it at this point here to be fighting. You want information, you want high ground, you want to maybe lock down a priority compound as full 4 or 2-2 split, but don't want to lose your cars, you don't want to lose your utility and durability in your helmets at vest at this point here. So make sure that they get this information on early and lock this down here. Don't panic again. I've really been loving what I'm seeing from that, as I said here, but Mark, I gotta ask, you gotta tell me why. What team do you think has been the most disappointing so far after 5 games?
Oh, it's difficult to, I think we have to go between the 3, right? Yepa, Krafton, After All. For me, I didn't expect After All to be this low down the table. Personally, I thought they could have been a contender for a top 8. There would have been an outside bet for a contender, but they just really haven't got going. Most of their points have come from placement so far, and they're not getting the kills that we'd expect. And all names, big names, we'd expect to be getting kills on the board as well. So for me, After All, they need to get something big out of this last game if they want to set up for tomorrow and stand half a chance to get into a top 8.
And now Hypebeast are going to be pulling up here unknowingly, probably on Eternal Fire. Oh, Code Margo says as he shoots towards the guys. Oh, there's Nail Up taking down to just 1 HP. Nail Up and Kidder goes down. That's just so unfortunate for Hypebeast. They had no information, no idea that the team is going to be this far south. And the guys, they are considering, do we commit? Nope, we don't. 2 nades onto Nail Up. He should be going down easily. Novik and Matches, they have to go away from this. It's just not worth it at this point here, Mark. Yeah, Eternal Fire, you are my fire at this point here, holding on to southern teams and just putting in pressure onto these guys when they are 3rd on the leaderboard. That's just next level. 44 points for them, 25 more or so for them, and they should be fine in the finals.
Well, they can't be drowning, can they? Because the leaderboard, they're in 7th place at the moment, and they're really going to want to sort of shake my heart and ensure that they get a top 8 when it comes down to the end of this. So you have to wait and see. Eternal Fire, though, eager to ensure they get themselves secured spot as well. As we always know, this team finds a way into a grand finals, hook or by crook. But for now, 1 kill on the board. The Mads trying to get another player of Hypebeast down.
Yeah, this is just not the end. This is a scrim game 6 situation for Hypebeast. They're just, all right, boys, that's it for today. Thanks. See you tomorrow. Yeah, 36 points for them. Probably not going to get any more of that. I don't really see that coming, but yeah, that's just so unfortunate for them. I don't see them getting more than maybe 1 point, 2 points at this point here. You're two guys down. You're not in a good priority. You're not in a good situation for it at all. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they're not in a good position at the moment. Yeah, trying to deny opportunity to rotate a little bit faster. Just obviously taking a few shots and the guys scrambling out of the combat. No, that's our cars. Eternal Fire. We'll try and get their cars and move on back. They are actually very south. They are in zone. Digger Esports coming in. Grove Street the same. Hypebeast now maybe having to go for more of a centralized send as they move into a position. They try and hope the zone will pull back their way. 16 teams, store range 61 players. This is the final game here for day number 1. The last chance. We'll obviously are back tomorrow again with another 6 games. So teams have an opportunity to reset, relearn, and maybe adapt to not the best first day, especially for some of these teams like Yepa. They really need to have an explosive day 2.
Yeah, this circle here, it's really edging on. Okay, where is our bet gonna be? Southern side of El Azahar, northern side. There's a lot of opportunities for these teams here to take some good ground. But then again, next circle, if it goes somewhere else, they're gonna be like, okay, because of land ratio, it's not worth playing here. We're gonna move already. But if you're a Hypebeast, you're like, okay, Novik says to Matis, I just want to be here in this little shack here and let's try to survive for as long as you can. Bushido, though, a team I was hoping to see a little bit more from with a legend such as Iroh on it. And now Sakura Sensen and the guys, they're going to be going in. It's actually just him and on this location. He's going to try to scout for them. Zone closes in, or the next zone pops in 20 seconds. And he's going to try to be that high ground eye there. Diga, a team that has surprised a little bit. They had a really rough group stage. Now in 9th, 29 points here, as you see on the left side. With 1 game to go. Could potentially be inside. Bushido has information on Ascent on this location here. They're on the northwestern side of the circle. This next circle has to go far north. It does not. Ascent has to move. Bushido has to move. A lot of teams have to get into this El Azahar location here.
Well, you got to think though, if you're a hype beast, what do you do? Do you stay here? Do you try and make this shack larger than life, or do you maybe get back in the car and full send it into El Azahar? It'll be difficult. It looks like they are getting into the vehicles now, and they are going to go for the rotation in. But so's Will Not Die, so's Yepa. Surely we're not going to get another city ending here.
It's you know, El Azahar is just one of those cities where it doesn't end, and it's usually around the edges,
Yeah,
right? Southwest side, southeast side. But yeah, we could cross our fingers. Hypebeast though, they come out and they say, I want it that way. Come here, get to me. I want the points, but they're not gonna get it at all. Win or Die, they're gonna take on Afterald instead. Oh no, that's so unfortunate for Klim.
He didn't even get the nade kill as well. That was so close. 1 HP. Nade goes around the other side. Haku is down a player. He's now thinking of where he can have to rotate to, because they are split here, and he just goes for a full run. You can have it. Have the garage. I'm making my way to town.
Ducey and BB team here on an early fight where it's, oh, good shot. But Ducey down to just 1 HP. Has to pop a first aid here. Try to get back up to 75. Taking on Kref here. A team that he maybe feels that he can take on after he's seen their performance so far. 6 points for them. Toby was talking about cannon fodder earlier. Maybe this was one of the teams he was referring to. I don't know. Now, oh, Sakura Stenson, they are moving on. They have seen Hypebeast are down here. They know probably that they are them. And now, oh, that's a good nade. They're down to 20 HP, both of them here. Shro, can you make another show?
Great.
No, my God, it is him. You are the Shro show. That's insane, man. It's good to see. Good to see. Top killer probably today.
Easy top killer. Still in my heart, Wayne. That's right. Doing bits. Great use of obviously double up. You unlock your nade and then followed up with the BZ, the blue zone nade as well to secure. Secure Sentinel are going to try and hold out this west side. He's on the other side of the road as well. So if Exaltation want a rotation path in, they're going to have to take the quick way down towards the garage, but they are going to be met by Will Not Die. Doozy down to 1 HP and taking up Molodok. Just going to go out swinging without a fight. But they have found themselves in towards El Azahar, so they should be able to get the res, no problem. Himan gets a knock. And here we go. More and more teams now sending their way towards the town. It does give so much freedom, especially on this north side. Ascend working their way down. Grove Street on the southeast as well. There's not much more area. Most of these teams have sort of hunkered in towards the main town.
Yeah, vast majority in the town or on the south side. They know this circle here. Unless this next circle shifts really hard north, we see these edge, south side edge, El Azahar, all around that high ground that the multiple of the teams they are. And we're going to be seeing the circle pop here in just a few seconds. BB team with a small mistake. It ain't nothing but a mistake. And I'm completely confident in these guys are going to pop off in the last game as well. They want to lock down that confirmation tonight. They want to be sure to be into the final, so tomorrow they can confirm. And that southern shift mark, that is confirming Eternal Fire to have a fantastic game.
No, we're looking for a win from them. I do obviously Eternal Fire. I think James called it, and they like the Miramars, don't they? But I think it's part and parcel where they drop. They like to sit in that Cantera area. They've moved towards the high ground here. They just need to ensure the Mad doesn't get caught. He might want to rotate his way back. You see him in the distance there. Don't panic. You are their neighbours. They're about to drop miners here. Will Not Die. Sending it straight past. Oh my God, no. Will Not Die takes some shots though. The car crashes in. Somehow they've got through. No, scrap that fuel first. Gets the edge rocks down. Rest of the guys somehow got through the town out the other side. I don't think BB team were ready for a team just as full send it through El Azahar.
That was a surprise survival of win or die. They should not have gotten away with 3 guys there, Mark. That's for sure. On the other side here, on the northern side, Ascend is locked down. They're going to be staring down the barrels of Bushido. Eternal Fire, they have heard or have some information on multiple teams down here. It's Chris finds Nail Cup, though, with an arm. Gets sat down and trades a little bit away, but it's on the other side of the road, and that's going to be an easy revive for them. Eternal Fire, they have a lot of information up here, but they are spread out, Mark. 1-1-2 split here.
Yeah.
Pretty greedy at this stage here.
It was even worse a minute ago. The Mad was pretty much in El Hazar as well, so they need to really tie it up. At least a 2-2. Code Marco needs a buddy up there on the high ground as well. I'm interested to see where this zone goes. I'm really interested to see if Ascend opt to take the zip line as well across towards Code Marco. Be a great ending for me. A game number 6 and 6. Exhalation coming in now on the sort of south side of the zone. They've got to scout a little bit here. They do have a little bit of a split, but back towards the town. After all, who need to get something out of this game. Already down 2 players, 2 remaining, and BB team, well, they stand firm, trying to deny opportunities. Now, the problem is here for After All here, Martin. The Rafa guy and the guys might backfill them from Balkan Esports. They just got to time it correctly.
They can third party at the right time. That'll be perfect for them here. Kraf also pulls up and makes it a somewhat 3-way fight here in the northern side. I don't think it's worth it for Kraf. They should be kind of focused on trying to get on the southern side. It's very likely it's not going to end on the north side here of El Azahar. I don't really see that happening at this point here. And Ascend is just hunkered down here. Hitman finds Rafa on Balkan Eagles, though. Masalek and the guys from Sakura Sensen here, they are on this western side. They are not inside at all. They're going to have to drive their way through the city and try to see if they can get in here. Kursan, though, Quetpack goes down, gets flushed as well. Phil first and BB team in a 3-way fight. And as we talked about here, Mark, it's gone south.
It is the expected rotation, but this is the problem now. Look at this. Cross on his own. He needs support here. Eternal Fire need to tighten up, hold the compound. They've given away the high ground. Komarko coming back though. The BB team, despite taking the initial shots, Balkan Esports having to turn back the other way. Secure Sensen have found their way in towards the top of El Hazar, but you've got teams like Ascend, Kref need to work their way, and Bushido should completely disengage and come in that northeast corner while they've got the opportunities, because Ascend is focusing now on the north. Phil first though, reposition, re-looking, they lost the zone, so there is a time here for me on BB team. How long do they try and hold these team outs? And after that, what position can they take? Because if Win or Die get a little bit of freedom, they might start looking back across towards the west.
Yeah, if I'm BB team at this point, I am wiping the floor in El Azahar with every single team before I move, and then I potentially take on some of the teams on the high ground at this point here. But yeah, let's see how greedy they get. Let's see how much they commit towards it at this point. Now 10, 15 more points and they're safe. So they might as well just make it the most of it. Try to see if they can get some more points. Try to see if they get some more kills. Deny some of the teams, even though it's not teams they're directly fighting with. They must be thinking, we're already safe. Crossberg, though, he is getting Sancho down on Exhalation. They are fighting on this center compound on a really high priority compound. And Ascend, they're sending it over.
Whee! Absolutely love it. Makes it so to sit down on the rocks here, fall down. Pains will fall. I actually love it. They sent one over quite early. I think it's Chris, and then the others sort of came after. They all went at the same time, but the chaos will now unfold, though. Looks like Secura Sensen is subject to most of that chaos, though. Will Die picking up one. Don't BB the same. It's Chris, though. Should be able to get a res. No, scrap that, though. Nades coming in from Bushido. They heard the zip line of doom and Ascend. Despite having a great day number 1, they are going to be sitting out here. 15th place for them, but 4th place currently in the leaderboard. How much more can they hold on? I can see him having a good ending, though. They should at least be top 8.
Yeah, Mark, I never want to hear you say it's worth it to take those zip lines this late in the game. It's just not worth it. Too many teams are focused in it. Too many teams are too close to you. Mami Gold gets down. Balkan Eagles. Karam gets taken down to the zone at this point here. Kref is trying to hold them out. They're going to get held by Win or Die or BB team at this point, though, so they're just trying to get as many points as they can. Spotted him. Good shot with the forest. Good control. Soppy, though, with the mini, takes him down to the other end. And they're going to try to see if they can earn some of these kills here. Now, committing some util way too late, though, in my opinion. Percenti gets taken down. That's going to help them a little bit. Molotov is just sending it. He's going to try to nade. He sees there on the other side. This is an easy nade. 2 or 3 kills here with this one, Mark.
Oh, it's gone straight across. I think he's expecting Morty to make the move. They haven't. They've come back towards the other side. And now the zone, well, that's going to shift on his way back. Reef go for a full send towards and around, though, the win or die team, as he might have to try and find a little cubby hole further up the train. He's maybe do a backflip. It's going to be a wall ride. Grinds his way in towards a safety here. Win or die trying to get a res, unable to do so. And that's mainly because Bushido shooting down. Creep going to be down there as well. Final play out in the blue. One already in. But for now, it's going to be dangerous. I think it's going to be a bit of a solo player. Scrap that. He's knocked. He's going to be down and out. I'm so surprised looking at this map, though, that Yepa haven't applied huge amounts of pressures towards BB team. They must be taking a huge amounts of shot, though, from for Esports, maybe stopping them playing as much high ground as they'd want.
Yeah, BB team, they managed to grab a lot of terrain with this. They shouldn't have. Yepa should have held them out. Teams on the other side should have held them out. Now Marsalek, last player alive here. It's gonna get caught live in 4K on Twitch that he's gonna be taken down with 4 nades and 6 stun grenades. A lot of utility on his hand. No first aids left now. Let's see if he can survive a little bit longer. He's getting hunted though by Seifu.
Seifu can take the kill as he will continue to keep the high ground, double checking every single point. Marsalek trying to climb back up, but he hasn't got much opportunity. Seifu going to try and close that one up. But she on the other hand, well, they're taking pressure here from Grove Street as well as they are sweeping in from the east. They do get a grenade knock though. Somebody has to reposition, but there isn't much cover. The problem with where they are when the guys peek over the top, they are going to be headshots. Seifu does find Marsalek's Cure Center going to fall in 12th place there, and it looks like the line has been drawn in the sand. Grove Street versus Bushido. Grove Street seem to be running off this one.
So pushing on to Bushido. They could be getting into this circle here because of those multiple knocks. Digga also coming in from the side. Yep, it takes down BB team now. They're starting to fall a little bit. I think it's only a Doozy and Phil first and Bestelux left standing at this point. And no, don't panic. They are on the low ground. They have to get up safely here. They have to approach this, but they still have players behind. Daquel from Kref is lurking on that lower ground. Grove Street 3 alive here. They have to get in here, Mark. They have to start pushing now, otherwise it's going to be too late. One player already low. King, though, with an off angle to take down Grove Street. This is a dirty, good angle. Oh, Yokai starts it. They get another one. That's 2 knocks. Grove Street down to just 1. It's falling apart for them, Mark.
Not just one. Seifu, he's a legend. Does get one, looking for another kill. Oh no, he doesn't. Grove Street will fall 11th place though. Bushido able to get that final kill. Does clear him on the outside. They get caught on the zone. I really like talking about zone there to some of the positions. Esports looking really, really strong there on the south. We're not seeing too much of them. They're controlling a huge split. Obviously, Eternal Fire did hunker in towards their compound as well, which still remains in. This is not a bad play. This is going to be ensured destruction for the teams on the outside. BB and Yepa going now head to head. This is taking ages to happen. I'm so surprised that both these teams are surviving.
Yeah, both BB and Yepa have to get off this high ground. They're just trying to farm. Meanwhile, Iroh finds the Scaption with a fantastic arm knock and flush at this point here. Yepa 4 kills, 2 players left standing. 1 is knocked. 4x only though here on this arm for Iroh. This is a really rough circle. Look how many players are on that eastern side currently outside the zone, Mark. Global Army takes down Nail Cup though from Bushido. Forge rolls down literally the hill, and now he's trying to get into the shack here. He might be able to get a little bit out of it. Krafton from Digga, he has some information, have maybe an idea that there might be some players down here that they could be wiping out, getting some points off. Don't Panic's down there. Daquel is down there as well. Ooh, this gives potentially points for them, but no. Best of luck, and the boys from BB are shooting them a lot. Global Army gets the bleed out onto Nilcup. Now, Odemavesi finds a doozy here, Mark.
Does find a doozy. That's unfortunate for them. You're right, they're just farming at the moment. They're trying to get as many kills as they can. A doozy came off the high ground. Phil first and best will try and hold those anchors. Yeah, probably trying to get that confirmed. Footy Sports now sweeping through. I spoke about them before. Obviously, they're in a good position now. They're going to maybe activate towards the late game. Phase number 6. There's a great shot. Phil first will fall. BB down to their final player, but they've had such a strong day number 1. They might try and tap their way out. Maybe best will just res and take the opportunity. He's going to allow Digger to refocus back. I don't know if they've got the full read on how many players are below them, but they've definitely got the advantage.
Mark, this zone here is just a whole nother level of destruction. Foot actually looks like the only team that has control. Every other team is looking to be fought on. Kref goes down in 10th. King is on another level again. Don't Panic is under a lot of pressure. Digger, they might be having some good situations now, but later on they're going to be fighting Eternal Fire, Exhalation, and potentially Foot here. Foot has all the control.
They're doing. They've been timed as well. They didn't go fully in. I think they had the plan to get there, but it was such a nice control. Great Kobe as King will launch down. That's Don't Panic. They're going to be out. No chicken dinner for them on the sands of Miramar here. You're right though. They're going to have the high ground, but any further forward, they're going to be start to get exposed. Do they maybe take the fight to the south? Do they maybe try and sweep in on Eternal Fire and Exhalation? Do they maybe try and hook around and try and stop? It's all going to be down to this next zone shift. Does shift away, does hold a little bit towards Eternal Fire. Double nade goes in, but no, doesn't quite get the connection. They needed a second nade.
The other one went just above the shoulder and way behind them. One nade took both of them to below 30 HP. If the other one was just a little bit closer, that would have been a double knock. Well timed, well thought of, though. Now Digger, they have to start engaging here. Otherwise, they're going to get held later on. That's a good nade. Oh, it went outside, Mark. Crossbreak almost got caught.
That's a shot across the bow, if I've not seen one before. Now I'm going to use the smoke to try and stop any line of sight there. It's a really good use of the smoke launchers. Digger on the control. They know the fight. They've got to try and commit to now. Pin on the other side coming back. Quick kill and confirm. Eternal Fire doesn't know which way to look as the claws of both of these teams looking to close them out.
Tell me why Digger wins this.
Why Digger wins this? Because of the high ground and they're just going to third party at the right time. But I think Footy Sports might fly in after. I'm not sure.
I think Digger actually has the control here, and they are going to be pushing and hurting all the teams in towards Foot. Code Marco, though, finds the boom. Exhalation and Eternal Fire are ensuring mutual destruction at this point. It's going to be just to down probably one player. Let's see if Eternal Fire can actually get out of this one here. They are stuck. That's a nade on the roof, not worth. If that was cooked. If that was cooked, that could have been good. But they got 6 kills at this point here. A lot of high ground control. They are above Foot as well. Even though Foot has some crate guns, the Mad went down. That's going to be some good points coming their way here for this game for sure.
No, Digger got the high ground completely now. They're uncontested. T-Bone down. Should be able to just about get res. Interesting that Footy Sports put the additional 2 players, Vard and Pixel, down low. They're now repositioning. Vard got a nade in his hand. King senses that the util might be coming his way. Over the top, doesn't quite get the connection. And King, lucky enough, backing away. Footy Sports taking the fight. I feel like it's like a re-energized team at the moment. And it's W key down, push on forward.
Good nade potentially here from King. 3 kills already. Tied kill leader. Oh my god, 271 damage, and he caught it with his teeth. And he got knocked 8. He spotted, though. King goes down. That's good for T-Bone. This is the cover that Foot needs to be putting down to be making sure that they can get up Vard and potentially reset this fight here. Still, other teams are struggling a little bit. Hello, My Bad has the low ground. He could be sneaking all the way in. Iroh has another position. He could also be getting some placement points more from this. Exhalation, though, on the other side, 3 alive, has this southern control. Could be putting on pressure onto Digger. 3 helmet and vest and an arm in his hand as well, Mark.
It is. Pixel's getting closer and closer to that screen, as you can see. So they're looking to try. One nade might completely delete Digger
Pixel is one with the screen at this point.
He's literally, I feel like he's in Miramar at this point. He's so far forward. It's interesting, though, how it's going to play. Exhalation, obviously, working their way through. They're going to be applying pressure towards Digger Esports. Molly does come down. For Esports, and how much util they've got left in their back pocket. And there we go. They actually have nades. They have blue zones as well. They just don't have the information exactly where they are. Maybe Pixel can look on around the corner and figure out where they want to launch these util nades.
T-Bone surely has the line of coverage for them. But Exhalation is really this thorn in the side for both of them. They also want to win this. They want to ensure that they get the win and a few more kills to solidify themselves in this top 8 here, Mark. Boom with the smoke. He's holding this right cross. Pin has an open run. He might not be able to get out for free on this one here, Mark. Depends if DJ is able to lock this down. He gets pushed off from it with util. I like that. That's good util usage. And that actually makes Escalation take this hill away from them. They are now the defenders rather than their attackers.
That's right. And they've done it all with Flash as well. I love this play. They're obviously trying to take the ball into their own hands. Digger's had to move back. Digger doesn't have a vest either. It's barely being held together. He has to shimmy his way back. It's going to be such a big sound cue. 7 kills, though. They have really taken a lot from this, and that's why the guys are lower down, because they've put themselves on the side of the mountain, on the dot. We've already seen FUT Esports deliver the dot once. Can they do it again? But it is 5 teams remain. 13 players left. A couple of solos from Bushido will die. They've got to try and get anything they can to get closer towards the line, but it feels like Exhalation's going to make the charge.
That's a good utility user as well here. 1-8. Kazan finds T-Bone. That's off. That's the far player. That's the player with the information. Kinfax pin, though. That's good utility usage again. There's a blue zone in his hand. Could he connect this one? Could he throw it far enough? No, it's just denying this kill. It's denying everything. Kazan flushes T-Bone now. We also have players on the low ground. Don't forget Iroh from Bushido and Hello My Bad for Win or Die. They also could have an impact onto this fantastic nade onto King here. He has to heal. 522 damage done for him. Huge game so far.
Huge game, but it looks like whack-a-mole. Pin pops up. He does get one down now. Vest, Digger are in rags. They have to try and drive forward. A dump of the utility now from the smokes will allow them a potential path in, but does everybody know that FUT Esports is sitting right low down in the middle? Digger Esports right on the other side. They're going to be waiting for Exhalation just to try and peek on over, and they are going to take the path in left. The boom, what he picks up ain't seen. Does they pay peek? Pixel gets one back though. Scrap that. DJ gets one as the boom will fall. This is tit for tat as we go round kills after kills, and it's going to be a sweep from FUT Esports.
He's knocked. Blue zone's on his hand as well. He's actually on the other side. He might be able to just... no, he got a lot of damage from that. I'm probably not going to commit to this VAD with a great off angle. And the guys are going to be pushed down towards him. VAD finds one. That's Yokai. Now they have the information, though. Peak battle here. VAD usually wins these. No, but it's a headshot from King. Connects as well. 2 versus 1 versus 1. Pixel alive. Gets a flush in. Gets shot from behind. The boom gets it, and that's insane. What a game from Digger Esports. 11 kills here. And I told you should tell me why they win it. It was the high ground, Mark. That was a fantastic game for them.
High ground with a little sprinkle of Exhalation helping out though as they storm their way through, denying obviously the guys though from Eternal Fire also applying pressure. Digger Esports did win though from the high ground and a good play. I love that FUT Esports just put themselves right in the dot and was like, I don't want to move. We know the zone's going to end here. Let's try and get another chicken dinner under our belt.
Yeah, and the util really caught them offhand there from that. They lost 1 and 5 kills for King. What an effort from him. Guys, let's close the day. Take it away, Sam.
Thanks so much, Avenger and Mark. We'll see you tomorrow. Digger Esports getting the win there. Nice little use of the terrain, Toby, at the end to ensure that they could get the points on the board.
Yep, their util was good.
Their util was good. That was Toby's answer to that. Nice. He got the little joke. I felt trolled by you. I'm not happy about this, Carlaris.
Well, I've never been happy with him saying anything for a long time, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. But I thought Digger Esports obviously going to be ecstatic with that. What did they have in the group stage? 12 points. So this is there it is again. There it is again. Anyway, I'm happy for the guys. Obviously, this has been a good move in the right direction. I was positively surprised by their efforts on Erangel. I said whilst we were watching that I've seen them in the scrims throughout the week. Clearly, they were working hard to try and improve on those 12 points from the group stage, and they get a very uncommon circle here by which to capitalize on, and they did really well from high ground.
can I just add real quick how nice it was to see today a team win a game that actually had to rotate to get to circles for the vast majority of the match, because they were at the start of the game the team furthest south and had to kind of keep on backfilling on that southern side. In the end, a couple of circles did go their way, but for the most part of the game, they were kind of on the move throughout. They just came in on the quieter side of the circle, where everyone else, as you can see here, were kind of forced into some pretty awkward situations.
Toby, why was Digger's utilities good? Why don't you break that down for us in more detail?
I mean, it's very hard to utilize high ground positions and then have the utility, because you know when you're set where they were, I mean, not as we're seeing here on screen right now, but later on in the game, you're not gonna have any chance to loot corpses nearby. You're not gonna have any chance to really, I mean, get extra things come your way. So for them to be able to utilize the util flash over and then peek over the ridgeline on the side, I think it's a great understanding of where they have their opponents, and yeah, use what limited util they had by the end of it to their advantage.
And on the side of Foot Esports, Carlos, was there anything else they could have done to maybe change the results of this particular game, do you think?
It's a tough one early, right? Because, I mean, technically, yes, you have the center, but the problem always exists of going up against that high ground that Digger can always retreat back to. And if they're being cautious enough, if they're being able to just know exactly, okay, I've taken a few shots, fall back slightly, recover. There's no way you can keep pursuing them. So Pixel did a lot of work here, good stuff. And I mean, they just had to win out some of these crazy 1v1 situations with the high ground disadvantage, and it wasn't easy, not at all.
Not easy. This final fight, of course, giving Digger the points that they need. They take the victory. Foot Esports keeps adding to their tally as well. We'll see those results in a little bit. But all in all, a really good day of PUBG. Though, Toby, some of the circles, if not most of them, a little bit tricky, right? We really tested our teams.
It's definitely been a day, and usually it's for the most part it's the teams doing a lot of I mean, I suppose bad things to one another that causes all the chaos. But today I feel like circles really were a big factor, bigger than what they usually are. I mean, on a wrangle to have open field endings into the river, jump back and forth, city ending on takeaways. I could go on. It's been a tough day, and as James said here at the very final game, a rare shift that comes down on that northwestern hill of El Sahar. It's tricky.
You can see the results now. Digger getting 21 points. That's going to push them up. They'll be very happy with that. And then double digits as well for Foot and Bushido. We'll get to see the overall leaderboards in a little bit. Halfway through the last chance qualifiers. Remember, 16 teams are fighting it out for 8 spots in the grand finals. And there it is now, overall leaderboard. This is...
That's a drop-off.
I mean, here we go, Toby. When you take a look at this, very close in some places, obviously. Digger flying all the way up now to second place with 50 points. This just shows you what you can do with a pop-off game and some consistent points grabbing throughout a day, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, my eyes are right now instantly drawn to 13th and down. There's a pretty massive drop-off up to 12th, and then another jump from 10th to 9th. So I think it's more about now, coming into tomorrow, for the top 8 to kind of fight amongst one another and maybe try and not allow any of the teams behind them in, then the other way around. Usually we have a lot of teams there on the cusp, but it's really only Hypebeast, as it sits right now, that are in that run-in.
Is it fair to say, if you're looking at the points, Carlos, no one's quite safe yet? I mean, sometimes we have a last chance qualifier where after day one we go, okay, well, the teams in the first and second spot, they're good to go for the rest of this. They're guaranteed. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that this time.
I think if you're a BB team, you're probably like, okay, yeah, we probably did enough. Like, let's just from there, a few points here and there, don't worry about it. And we know that is going to come to fruition, I think. I'm just so impressed by Digger Esports getting into second place. This full Kazakh roster, then picked up by Digger Esports before this goes off, because they were literally called looking for a team basically in the qualifier, and now showing and proving that you can be a relative unknown compared to the big names, the big orgs and stuff like that. Come into EMEA from any country basically in this region and still have a performance like this. Kudos to these boys.
The big question is, can they keep that momentum going tomorrow? Because I do find sometimes with the lesser known teams, Carlos, they have a really good run on day one, and then it's almost like the adrenaline after this, they're going to be celebrating in the chat, they're going to be having a good time, and then tomorrow they get in, they have a bit of a shaky start, and they kind of can't find their feet again. Do you have concerns for Digger that might be something that could happen tomorrow?
A lot of the times when we see that happen, it's because you get a situation, yes, where nerves do play a bit of a factor, but then you're having to like chase circles. If they early in games, I think if they try and go for some central plays and play just a bit defensive and stuff like that, I think it should end up being enough. We'll see though.
Toby, for you, are you sticking with your original decision with Exhalation as the team that is definitely going to go through, or do you want to change?
I'll see. I mean, if I can hop to Digger, I'll just do that right now. But if not, then I'll gladly stay with Exhalation. I think, again, it was a day that for many teams, it was just some really brutal circles out there. And of course, you still have to make the most of it. And I feel like in the chances that they were given, they did. But for Digger, I mean, just to kind of round off that one, I think it's impressive to see a underdog team. We talked about it coming into the day. If any of these somewhat no-name teams could come out and really impress when given the chance, and I think Digger did that, and also made points happen, made points available to themselves where they weren't given whatsoever. So good to them. Yes, they get a good final game here, but throughout the day, it's been pretty good too.
It's been a really fun day. I've enjoyed the switch up, having you both on the desk. You're going to stick around on the desk, Carlos? Something that you might do again tomorrow, do you think?
A little bit, and then we'll fob it all off and go back to casting for the last 3, maybe.
Maybe.
There we go.
Maybe,
that's maybe what will happen tomorrow. Who knows? You'll know if you're joining us and you pitch up same time, Sunday. You'll also get a chance to see which 8 teams are going to the grand finals of the PUBG EMEA Championship. We'll see you then.